Hello, everyone. Welcome to CubeCon 2025. I'm your host, Mason Clark, and my co-host Ross Merriam. And Ross, are you excited for some Cube action today?
I'm so excited, Mason. Cube is, you know, I think most people will associate me more with constructed formats and really competitive play, but I love Cube.
Yeah,
I love how unique and personalized each experience can be, and I love how I love the challenge of playing with in an environment that you're not intimately familiar with and having to adjust on the fly and figure things out.
yeah, it's awesome. Cube really is the museum of Magic's history. Let's talk about what is CubeCon, though. As we are here today, Cube is a collection of cards that's curated by a specific person, sometimes a group of people trying to normally get an experience that they want to like. This, is a way to express yourself artistically and creatively, create your own sort of limited environments like you might draft on Magic Arena or your LGS. Cube typically comes with powerful cards, but you also sometimes see cubes that are more about expressing something, right? We're telling a cool story. One of the big standout cubes from the last year was 1,000 ornithopters, right? There's just 1,000 ornithopters in the cube. And then what happens when that, is what a big byproduct. So a lot of fun, a lot of creativity, and like Ross said, even a lot of competitiveness too. You can approach, a really serious vintage cube, right? From the angle, I'm going to do something really cool, or something I'm going to do something really powerful and maybe try to min max and optimize. And that's a lot of the fun of the cube. We are sort of here. This is our third year going on here. All the cards, land, token, play places are provided for you. We love it out here in Madison, Wisconsin. As you can see, Reed Duke here loves CubeCon as well. And it's just a celebration of everything, not only I would say Cube, but Magic. I mean, one of the things that I always love, Ross, seeing from this event is all the hangs and social media stuff, right? Where people cube draft a bunch, they go get food, and then you see them cubing again afterwards, right? It's just a really fun weekend, and we'd love to have you come on out here for some of the future events.
CubeCon embodies the mantra magic is about the gathering.
100%. Now, this is our event structure. So, this event, while it is also fun, we have a little bit of a competitive swing to things. So, each match win today is going to get you 3 points, one for a draw, very similar to 60 card formats or something like an RCQ you might have played in before. And then after the day 1 and 2, we're going to go to our top 128 structure, and then we're going to come on down to cut them down to a top 8 draft and see who is our CubeCon champion. Players get to pick the cubes they want to play, and some players might pick the one that they're the most excited about or the one they think they're the best at. It's gonna be really fun to see that evolve over the course of the weekend. And this is your coverage team here. I mean, this is about 9 of the world's best commentators, minus one. You put me in instead, and here you go. This is who you're going to be seeing this weekend. We have Louis Scott Vargas, and Marshall Sutcliffe after us today. So stay tuned. There's going to be some great people happening your way. And I mean, any combination of these people, it's just going to be a good, fun time, as is every Cube environment, Ross.
Yeah, they're all excellent. They're all unique. And the one we have for today's first draft is, I think, something that is a little bit lacking in Magic these days in Pioneer.
Yeah, so Pioneer, a format, if you're not used to this, this used to be a competitively supported format by Wizards of the Coast. So for the last year or so, it's kind of disappeared. But this is a format that really uses Return to Ravnica to now, when it comes to standard sets, as its legality. The cube we're watching today does exclude Universes Beyond cards that don't have a Universes Within framing. But basically, that is the card pool that we're going to be looking at today. And Ross, what can players expect from this?
They can expect a lot of callbacks to the history of Pioneer. If you're a person that likes to play Rakdos midrange, if you're a person that likes the sort of is it spells kinds of decks, like is it Phoenix, you can lean into those. You can play different aggressive strategies. You can play with your Llanowar Elves and Elvish Mystic decks that have been staples of Pioneer over the years. So it really is about building around those themes, but because it's a cube environment, the decks aren't going to be as hyper focused. You're not going to run into decks with 4 Thought Seizes in them. You're not going to run into decks with 8 Llanowar Elves instead they have 1 or 2. So the real challenge here is to take that archetype that you know and love from Pioneer's history and find the other cards that are available in this card pool to fill the gaps from the fact that you only have single copies of your best and most well-known cards from those decks.
Very, Very, very exciting. And don't forget, this is a charity event today. You can use exclamation point donate if you're in Twitch chat right now to donate. And we also have a QR code that can pop up. You can see on the top left hand of your screen there, donating to suicide prevention, a very important cause. If you're able to help, we'd love to have the support here. You can also share it online with your friends so that maybe they can donate as well, along with the broadcast as well. We're bringing this up all weekend. But Ross, I think it's about time we get into some cubing action. And we've got a pretty exciting first person to watch here at CubeCon today.
We absolutely do. None other than the man, the myth, the legend himself, Caleb Durward.
Yeah, Caleb, no stranger to these events. You've seen him at every single one so far, always doing well. And of course, if you watch Cube content, you see a lot of Caleb. And we're starting things off with this pack. Caleb's fixing a couple of the cards for us. A Cataclysmic Gearhulk near the top, a Reckoner Bankbuster, Walking Ballista, Bushwick, and Enduring Curiosity are some of the cards there. Bonnie Paul's sticking down the corner as well.
Yeah, a lot of powerful options here. Looks like Caleb is thumbing a lot of the colorless cards to the front of this pack. I see the Walking Ballista up there. I believe there's a Reckoner Bankbuster as well.
Yeah, and Ross, you told me about this 2-elf deck earlier. What about a Gilded Goose and an elf, as that is near the front of the pack as well? Looks like
Gilded Goose is like half an elf.
Sure. Makes sense to me.
So if I can only get one of the elves, Gilded Goose will do a decent impression of it. You can get some sacrifice synergies going with that one as well. So a nice little build around if you want to build around food cards. But yeah, Caleb seemed to zero in on those colorless cards. He had Bankbuster and Walking Ballista near the top of the pack. Going to go with the Walking Ballista. So that could lean him towards an aggressive strategy, a more counter-themed strategy, and he leaves himself open in terms of colors.
Yeah, and here's an Agatha Soul Cauldron. That's a very powerful card with Walking Ballista. Walking Ballista banned and Normal Pioneer. That's one of the cool things about this cube. A couple cards in that vein. Lurrus of the Dream Den, also an exciting card that's unbanned in this environment. So I'm excited to see what happens here. Agatha's is so hard to pass up. I mean, Walking Ballista, obviously you don't want to get too married to your first pick, but I mean, this is just too cool a combination.
Yeah, excellent synergy. Gives him a thematic path to go down in terms of building around counter synergies, but he's still open to any colors. So it's not like he's looking at just green-white counters. He can move into any colors if the cards fall in that way. So he's not fully open, but he is somewhat open and has a direction. And it's difficult to have that balance between those two things, because normally the more direction you pick, the less open you remain for the rest of the draft.
Well, looks like Caleb's at least entertaining even more counter synergy, as Collector's Cage was the pick there, giving us a little, first three. This is where we're at. And just three good cards that also synergize really well together. I mean, a lot of this event is for fun, but there is some competition on the line. And Caleb's just having his cake and eating it too,
Yeah, one of the things I think that where there's a misconception around limited environments in general, and Cube is a limited environment, is that it doesn't stress deck building. You would think deck building is something stressed in constructed environments where you're doing the deck building beforehand. But because you have to do the deck building as a solitary project alone, it actually really stresses those skills. And Caleb, showing a mastery there, already getting into an archetype, but doing so with, individually powerful cards. He also notably has 3 artifacts. He could go into a deck with artifact synergies as well. Collector's Cage.
Yeah, Cage is an artifact. That's totally right. Eyeballing Sword of Once and Future and Mana Confluence near the front of the pack here. Rekindling Phoenix, a standard all-star in its time.
Yeah, there's some powerful cards in this pack, but nothing that stands out as synergistic. Okay, I say that, but there's a Vorinclex. So if he wants to go into counters, Vorinclex is definitely a card that will help that.
Yeah, I mean, Vorinclex makes counter stuff go crazy, so I like it. Looks like Enduring Innocence at the front of the pack here. Shark Typhoon, Thraben Inspector. Now that's a banger card. Karuga.
Yes, Thraben Inspector, I'm contractually obligated by my marriage license to mention, is the best card ever printed and must be the pick here if Caleb is serious about winning any matches.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. But maybe he really likes the Art of Enduring Innocence, which is also just a really nice card in general.
Yeah, I think the more powerful card, the more powerful option, but sometimes you want the more efficient one, the one that's going to continue to develop artifact synergies if it wants to go down that route. So we'll see if Caleb opts for power or more, direct synergy. It looks like he goes for power.
Yeah, Caleb also putting his drafting partners to the test. Do they know Thraben Spectre, as per your contract, the best card ever printed? If it wheels to him, they'll all look foolish. And with Innocence, it's a draw 2. So, I mean, oh my goodness, the synergy's out the wazoo. And yeah, I mean, this is it's too much value. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I'd have to share some. As it looks like, next pack here, Lord of the Third Path, pretty exciting card. I think that was Hollowed Fountain. There's Sarah Paragon.
Okay, so a couple good white cards. Could try to move into blue with the Hallowed Fountain. Ooh, that could move into blue with the Rona. That's going to be a really strong synergy with Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, that seems very strong. Lorna of the Third Path technically synergizes with Agatha's. Probably not, what you exactly wanted for. And this environment doesn't have as many artifacts and enchantments as we would see in a, traditional like vintage cube. So in vintage cube, you might be really excited to grab that right away. But Rona here makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the one downside of Rona is that it moves Caleb into a second color that isn't Vorinclex. So now he has to decide between blue-white, green-white.
It looks like Surge Engine pops up here. Technically a colorless card, but loves blue. So maybe getting rewarded a little bit there. There's Giganta as well. Could technically also go that route if you're willing to lose some of those other picks, but we're going to take the Surge Engine.
The issue with Giganta is it doesn't go with Caleb's other green card, right? It doesn't go with the Vorinclex as of 4G, and he has the Enduring Innocence already. So the opportunity cost for him to take Giganta is pretty high. Instead goes for the Surge Engine. Important to note there with the Soul Cauldron, it lets you pay mana of any color for those activated abilities. So he could potentially play the Surge Engine and not be in blue. So he would like to.
Definitely. Invasion, New Phyrexia to pick up there, blue-white battle, that turns into a Planeswalker.
So it looks like Caleb has moved solidly into Azorius here. Invasion, just a powerful card. Spew the battlefield with a token so you can then pump up with Soul Cauldron, start getting those abilities spread around and really develop those synergies. But it's also just a great standalone card. If your opponent has a bunch of interaction early, it's a card you can top deck in the mid to late game, and it can carry a game by itself.
All right, looks like Enduring Curiosity and Cataclysmic Gearhulk are our two cards we're flicking between here. Overlord of the Flood Pits, sort of third in line as well.
So this was Caleb's opening pack, right? Because the Curiosity was in that. Notably, the Hallowed Fountain did not come back. So Caleb is in blue-white, but it looks like there is another blue-white drafter in the table. The good news is there's a good chance they're playing control cards because there's a lot of other control cards in blue and white as well. And that's a very common archetype. So as long as the other Azorius player is that more controlling style, they're not going to compete so much for cards outside of, cheap removal and mana fixing.
Yeah. And it looks like Enduring Curiosity is going to be the pick here. This is a great card. We have a lot of friends, but also, and then Ward of the Third Sky. This boom, slam that. Tashani's Tidebinder, a blue card, but not as good as Warden in our deck.
You can tell that Caleb was thinking about that card the entire time it was going around the table, hoping it would come back. As soon as he saw it, immediately in the pile, he knew that was the best card remaining in that pack for him because he had already seen it. And so doesn't even need to look at the rest of the pack before deciding on his pick.
All right, looks like Soul Partition and a Curious Obsession are the two cards we're thinking of. Soul Partition, soft removal, soft protection spell. Curious Obsession can run away with the game.
Yeah, good with all the cheap creatures. Caleb is a little light on removals. So we'll see if he regrets passing that partition. Normally you see Obsession in more interactive decks. Caleb, where you can draw a bunch of cards, then answer your opponent's stuff and just sort of keep the gas flowing. But Caleb's deck is a little more proactive, synergy-driven.
And we wield the Thraben Inspector. Too much value left on the table by the rest of the drafters. That's a do better moment from them, but that's okay.
Foolish table letting Caleb get away with that.
Yeah, and a Restless Fortress picked up here for Caleb. Obviously, we're Azorius right now, but, getting a couple more black duels with a strong black card, maybe we end up playing it, and that's Caves of Kolos. All right, so Caleb's got 2 black lands. Not super interested in them right now, no black spells, but, that's something he can keep in the back of his mind as the draft continues.
Yeah, he could get a nice removal spell later on. He could get, a Kaito would be really cool in his deck. There's definitely a lot of powerful cards. There's no shortage of good cards in any cube. And so that's why mana fixing ends up being so important. And taking even half color dual lands can allow you to get a powerful splash later. Caleb just gets those lands basically for free in the last 2 picks of the pack.
Yeah. That's a pretty nice place to be. Also, probably a pretty good sign that no one's in Orzhov, or at least not firmly there yet.
Yeah, the only real Orzhov archetype in Pioneer's history is Greasefang, and that's not supported here in this cube. So maybe a difficult color combination for this cube. No surprise to see those lands coming around late, but Caleb's got a really cool deck here. This is not an archetype that was on my radar when I was combing through the cube list. So I'm excited to see how it fills out. See a Cathar Commando.
Beast. Yeah, Cathar Commando.
Secret Coast, Caleb pulls up pretty quickly. He did pass the Hallowed Fountain in pack 1 and it didn't come back. So that's something Caleb will be aware of. He knows he's fighting over Azorius mana fixing, and so he has to prioritize it. I'm going to take it over Shelter by Ghost and some other powerful options. I don't blame him. He's got to get a couple dual lands to make his mana work.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of great cards to wheel in this pack. I mean, Cathar Commando and Shelter by Ghost are two cards he's probably pretty happy to get in his deck. So he's got those with some other ones that he can live with. Pretty interesting pack here. Kind of curious to see what comes back from the table.
We'll see that in 7 short picks. I'm trying to look over the rest of the cube list and see what kind of cards Caleb will be looking for. He's got that Warden that wheeled in pack 1 and the Thraben Inspector. So Spyglass Siren would be nice. Mockingbird would be good. Resolute Reinforcements makes multiple bodies.
Trying to look for Spellquellers in the cube too. That would be a pretty great one.
Yeah, the other Azorius cards. The Invasion is in Caleb's stack. Mm-hmm. The other 3 Azorius cards are No Moralize, Spellqueller, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. All would be welcome just as powerful individual cards.
I'm not picky. I'll take whatever they give me. Yeah. Kythian, Mox Amber, kind of flicked near the front of the pack. Baral examined there for a second. Ooh. Fairy Mastermind and Ride's End. Okay, a pretty reasonable removal spell as well.
So you got removal spell, another good piece of interaction, an Aven Interrupter, and then a couple cheap creatures with activated abilities, which is kind of what Caleb's looking for with that Soul Cauldron. Does he want the Kythian or the Fairy Mastermind?
Yeah, I mean, Fairy Mastermind is a card that we haven't seen a ton in Pioneer proper, but we saw a lot in Standard during its time here, and it's been really, really good there. So curious to sort of see if it makes the cut here. Kythian's no slouch, so we have a lot of 1-drops already in our deck. Powerful card, but
if they're close, you tend to err towards the cheaper card, right? But in this case, I think the card advantage from Fairy Mastermind is more important to Caleb, and he goes for that invitational card, World Champion card.
Little Utah. As we do see Lay Down Arms near the front of the pack here. There's a Nurturing Pixie and a combo with the Pixie, Extraction Specialist.
So Specialist, Resolute Reinforcements, and Nurturing Pixie, all cards that can generate multiple permanents on the battlefield relatively cheaply. That's what Caleb's deck is looking for, but he is a little light on interaction. Lay Down Arms is a very powerful piece of removal that even though it costs 1, it scales well into the late game. And Caleb goes for that Lay Down Arms, and leaving those 3 creatures in the pack makes it more likely he wheels one of them. So then he gets the best of both worlds. He gets his cheap creatures and his removal.
And Ross, you mentioned wanting Mockingbird. Well, there it is.
Yeah, just an excellent card in cube environments because there's so much variety. You never know what your opponent's going to have for you to copy, and Caleb has plenty of powerful things to copy in his deck. So yeah, I think that's a great pickup. And here, Spyglass Siren, Mutavault.
I think that's an Elspeth Sun's champion too. Yeah. Is that Spellqueller behind both those cards? Yeah, that's Spellqueller. Oh my god, can I take the pack?
I've always wanted to have an environment where that's an option. If you just look at a pack and be like, I'm just taking this, I'm out for the rest.
Yeah.
But Caleb goes for the raw power. Elspeth Sun's champion. This was, this is on the Mount Rushmore of powerful limited cards. So not a card that has a lot of synergy with Caleb's deck, but it's just so powerful he could not pass it.
Yeah, that card will run away with the game. I mean, we're talking Pack Rat Scarab God levels of runaway here. So it looks like this pack, not nearly as exciting, but some great role player cards here. Fountain Port and Aether Channeler getting chosen between. Fountain Port, a little awkward with your Lay Down Arms, but always so great to have utility in your lands.
Yeah, and you're never short on playables in a cube draft because the cards are curated to all be quite powerful. So I really like taking lands aggressively. Fountain Port has such good synergy with Caleb's deck that, love that. even if Aether Channeler were to make your deck, it's only slightly better than the card you're cutting for it, whereas Fountain Port is significantly better than your 14th basic.
Yep. Especially in this deck that maybe it's going to hold up a bunch of mana. As Spectral Sailor, speaking of holding up mana, is near the front of this pack. Do you have a Soulstone Sanctuary as well? Powerful land, but yeah, we're going to take that Sailor.
Another strong activated ability and cheap creature. That's the kind of stuff Caleb's looking for. I think the second colorless land, they start sacking on top of each other. They get a little weaker. Who knows? You might wheel that Mutavault. That would be better than Soulstone Sanctuary, I think. So Caleb are going to fill out his curve with the 1-drop as opposed to taking another utility land. Excuse me.
Checks out to me. Also, Spectral Sailor, a good card, that Curious Obsession we took early. Floodpit Drowner. And Disdainful Stroke. Okay, Stroke, pretty powerful. Obviously very conditional.
Yeah, this is not a super high curved cube. I see a lot of 2s and 3s. Mm-hmm. So if Caleb has done his homework and looked over the cube list, because all the cubes are posted online before the event, I think he'll realize that Disdainful Stroke is not the interaction he's looking for. The archetype that Caleb is in, as unique as it is, I think, pretty well understood, because he needs a lot of creatures to go with the counter synergies and the Soul Cauldron synergies. He's not going to have as much room for interaction. So Caleb's deck is not going to want to main deck pretty narrow pieces of interaction like Stroke. It would be a fine sideboard card. There's going to be matchups where you want it against control and ramp strategies, but his main deck interaction has to be very flexible. Cards like Lay Down Arms, that we saw him prioritize. Those are the kinds of removal spells he's going to be looking for. Something like Get Lost or March of Otherworldly Light would also be good, and those are both cards in the cube that he might run into later in this draft.
Yep. We'll have to see. Dana Fisher is at this table, so I think mono green might be a drafted archetype, somewhere you would maybe want Disdainful Stroke, but I totally I totally get it. We'll have to see how this all plays out here.
I believe Dana is at the other end of the table. So Caleb was still in a spot where he might have thought about drafting green cards. If you're within 1 or 2 seats of Dana, I would just stay out of green.
Yeah, but if you're like to the left or right of Dana, you just pass with some green cards, and you're like, all right, I'm good to go. I got her in the lane. As it looks like Cathar Commando, a little nice old border one here. I didn't realize that earlier.
This is the opening pack on the wheel. And that's just a nice card for Caleb's deck. Gives him a little more interaction, synergizes well with Agatha Soul Cauldron. That's the exact kind of card you're looking to wheel. It's not something you want to take early, but it'll play a nice role. Maybe won't make the main deck, but it will certainly come in if it's in the sideboard. And very well could make the main deck if Caleb wants a little bit more interaction.
Yep. Mox Amber, the pickup there, passing the powerful Expressive Iteration. Looks like Extraction Specialist has made the wheel as well.
Yeah, this is the pack where there were 3 cards that made multiple bodies. Nurturing Pixie was the other one, and Caleb's looking to wheel 1. 2 of them come back. That's a good sign that he's not overly competing with the rest of the table. And I think, personally, Extraction Specialist would have been the one I was hoping for most out of those 3.
Yeah. That card is very, very good. Look at just how much, powerful 2-drop creatures he wants to bring back. Synergy with Mockingbird as well. Just 3/2 lifelink, pretty great spot. And Ross, I think this next pack was the pack we wanted all the cards from.
Yeah, the one with the Mutavault, the Spyglass Siren. And it still has Mutavault and Spyglass Siren. Great wheels, yeah. Love the Spyglass Siren. That's where the Elspeth was taken over, the more synergistic cards. So Caleb, has his cake and eat it too, and gets to eat it too. Takes the powerful card first. Wheels, I think, one of the better synergy pieces. So now he has Warden, Thraben Inspector, and Spyglass Siren. The full Tron of rectangle makers.
Yep. Contorious Khan and was picked up there near the end along with Questing Druid. So probably not card we're super interested in playing.
Yeah. I think Caleb is flush on playables here. He has a really good curve, good synergy. When you're going into pack 3, you really want to look at your deck and say, what are the holes? What am I missing? And For me, looking at Caleb's deck, I would like a little bit more mana fixing. He has the Seachrome Coast. He passed the Hallowed Fountain, didn't get it back. There's Attica Waste, Glacial Fortress, Restless Anchorage. Look for at least one of those in pack 3. Prioritize it highly. I think he will probably want a little bit more interaction. There's a little light there, and maybe a little more top end. He's got the powerful Invasion of New Phyrexia. He has the Elspeth. Might need a couple more top end cards. And one of the benefits of prioritizing the cheap cards early is now, he can still function with a really low curve if he doesn't get some high end cards here. But if he gets them, he can prioritize them and have a perfect curve. You'd much rather have a curve that's a little too low than a little too high. And Caleb has set himself up for that eventuality as the worst case scenario.
All right, looks like Ledger Shredder here near the front of the pack.
That's a nice one in his deck full of cheap cards and wants to, put counters on creatures and discard cards for Soul Cauldron. But Sky Sovereign, Mason, we're going to make some boat noises.
The console flagship. I mean, that card is so good if you've ever played with it in the limited environments. And
very,
even constructed.
Very powerful cube card. Yeah, Caleb prioritizes it. That's the top end. So, he prioritized the cheap cards early, going to issue the Ledger Shredder here, maybe get it on the wheel, but the boat there is a really, really great top end card for Caleb's deck because he has plenty of ways to crew it. Oh no, there's Ledger Shredder. You must have
Oh, what was that bird thing? You know what? It's probably one of the the Narset.
Okay.
From Bloomborough. That's on me.
Well, this is the same decision. Do we want raw power? And Caleb, again, goes for Alrund's Epiphany. And with his deck that plays so much to the battlefield, the Time Walk effect is really powerful. Getting a second attack, making a couple birds. It's a little expensive for his curve when he already has a 6-drop, but maybe Caleb will go in a more mid-range direction. He has a ton of mana sinks with all these activated abilities, so he could easily play 18 lands and have a deck that both comes out of the gates early, but also has a strong late game with all the mana sinks.
Oh, and here's 2 dual lands.
Yeah.
Restless Anchorage and Attica Waste.
A little bit of a tilt that they both came in the same pack because he'd like to get both of them, but I think the Anchorage with so many creatures to map onto and explore with, the synergies there are worth having a tapped land. I also see that Kaito. Maybe that comes on the wheel if nobody's in Dimir and Caleb gets paid off for those late Orzhov lands in pack 1.
Yeah, we'd love to see that happen.
Anchorage is indeed the pick.
Gingerbrute's a card you can Agatha. There's Spell Pierce, Memory Deluge, Godless Shrine, and is that Suspicious Stowaway? Ooh.
Yeah. Another good cheap creature that fills the graveyard. So it's just about which kind of effect Caleb wants. The Gingerbrute isn't very powerful, but as you said, highly synergistic with Soul Cauldron. You can start making a horde of unblockable creatures.
And Curious Obsession too.
Oh yeah, great with Obsession. Spell Pierce are a good piece of interaction though, and he is interaction light.
Caleb's pulling someone aside to say, have you seen my draft so far? It's really good. I'm going to go back in a second. I just wanted to talk about it.
Yes. CubeCon is both about the gathering and the bragging.
Yeah. Well, if you don't take a picture of your deck, it didn't happen.
Yeah, it's just like your dinner.
Exactly. And probably what actually happening there is reading the backside Suspicious Stowaway. Make sure we have that. That is unblockable and draw a card when you hit. So yeah, really nice. Gingerbrute. Ooh.
Gave us the old fake out.
All right.
I think that's a balk. Somebody's on first base now, Caleb.
All right. March of Otherworldly Light. It's a working man's removal spell, but it is a removal spell.
Yeah, very flexible piece of interaction. I think with all the card advantage in Caleb's deck too, he can afford to pitch a card or two and make it cheap against an aggressive deck. He has the things like the Spectral Sailors, the Curious Obsession, a lot of ways to generate card advantage in this deck. Fairy Mastermind too. So even though his deck has a lot of cheap creatures, I think Caleb may be gearing up to play some long games.
Rao Crackling Wind in the pack, probably a sign that whoever got that expressive iteration earlier is going to be pretty happy in a second. I just get to wheel that powerful card.
Caleb just takes Temporary Lockdown, the only real playable card in the pack. Not a card he'll look to main deck, but definitely a card he can sideboard if he plays against a hyper-aggressive strategy like mono red, mono green, anything like that. maybe another white aggro deck, and he can sideboard into a configuration that goes a little bit bigger, and that he has the Alrund's Epiphany and the Elspeth and the boat, and maybe turn himself into more of a blue-white mid-range deck to take advantage of the lockdown.
Oh, Into the Flood Maw. Standard All-Star. Pro Tour winning card the other day. But Prophetic Memory, another Standard All-Star as well.
Yeah, and a card that has a ton of synergy with Caleb's deck. He has the Spectral Sailor. He has maybe the Ledger Shredder on the wheel. He has the Fairy Mastermind. He has Curious Obsession, though that one doesn't work with it, nor does Curiosity. And during Innocence, Rona, he's got 4 or 5 cards that can let him start stacking counters. And he wants to stack counters on creatures for Soul Cauldron and Walking Ballista. So this is a tough pick because I think his deck definitely needs interaction, but Profs is a powerful card that sits in the end of what his deck is doing. You don't see a lot of Azorius counters decks, Mason, so you got to take advantage of the synergy pieces that do fit.
Yeah, and we, like you said before, we have a lot of strong 1-drops into that can be really good, as it looks like Moon-Circuit Hacker and Alluring Siren to consider into Puppet Stitcher. A lot of blue cards here. Oh, and Lion Sash as well.
Lion Sash, a great one with Walking Ballista, Cauldron. Moon-Circuit Hacker, a great one with Spyglass Siren, Thraben Inspector. And then Consider is a really nice one at filling the graveyard or drawing cards for Profs. All of those cards, I think, are viable options. I think Malcolm is solid, too. This is a strong sign that Caleb is in the right colors, right? When you get a pack in pack 3 this late with 5 cards in your colors, it means you have not really been competing with the table at all. And if there is an Azorius drafter, and I think there is, given the Hallowed Fountain didn't come back, they're likely to Caleb's left somewhere.
Yeah. It also was so early that someone maybe just took it because they didn't have any cards they wanted. Sometimes you do see people try to force like 5 color or something, or just take a land. All right, it looks like we are going to take Malcolm the Alluring Siren. Okay. There's a Spirited Companion. And Archangel of Wrath. We do have those 2 black dual lands. That is just a 3/4 for 4 flying.
Yeah, another solid top end card. I think that is an easy splash to make. This Companion, I think, is pretty weak. If Caleb had more like enchantment synergies, then I'd look to something like Companion. But I think the Archangel, not a card I'd probably look to main deck, but definitely a card you can bring in against aggressive decks on the splash.
Yeah, per that temporary lockdown thing you talked about as well. There's Ledger Shredder.
So did wheel the Shredder. That's excellent. So opted for the Alrund's Epiphany, I believe, out of this pack the first time around. And Caleb once again gets the best of both worlds, gets his better synergy card on the wheel while taking the more powerful card that other players might fight over.
Atakar Waste.
Oh, that's incredible.
Bingo.
Okay, well, the back-to-back perfect wheels, I think, is the cherry on top of this deck for Caleb. I think this deck looks sweet.
Yeah, this was a banger of one. And there's Suspicious Stowaway.
This is a deck that's going to be difficult to build. Caleb's going to lay out his pool and say, I can play 60 cards because I have 35 playables.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very interesting. All right, so let's actually just bring up the pool here, as Caleb's going to end up taking a couple cards, and we're going to try and catch up to our players in live here. And this is the whole pool. Ross, I mean, like you said before, he can weirdly sideboard into like Azorius mid-range very easily, but can also just be a curve out tempo deck in game 1.
Yeah, I love the optionality of this pool. It's so deep with playables. He has those different paths he can take. I'll be interested to see exactly how his main deck configuration looks. There's going to be some powerful cards that do not make the cut here.
Yeah, I just don't know how you just can't get all of them in your deck and look like a reasonable deck here. But I mean, it's also a situation where you can pick any of these top end cards and put them with the good curve out, and he's pretty happy. So I'm really gonna be curious to see how he wants to play these games. I mean, Sky Sovereign Council Flagship speaks to me as a card I'm gonna have in my deck, kind of no matter what configuration we're going towards. But that's like the only one that I'm married to, at least. And that's me. And that's what the cool things about Cube, right? Ross and I get the exact same duplication of that pool, and maybe our decks look a little different or very different. Just so awesome to see the Cube action here.
It is great. And frankly, this is not a This is not an archetype that I would have thought about, because this is not a deck from Pioneer's past. I mean, maybe you can compare it to your Mono White Devotion, the Heliod deck. But this is really showing off Caleb's cube experience, where he was able to isolate the synergy early with Walking Ballista and the Collector's Cage and the Agatha Soul Cauldron, but then use the cards that came to him, read the draft, and find cards that fit with those, even if they aren't cards that you might have thought of. There's no Winding Constrictor here, no Hardened Scales. Those would have been the traditional cards you think of to go with Ballista, Soul Cauldron, but Caleb found a way with the Collector's Cage and this sort of Azorius rectangles kind of strategy with Warden and Spyglass Siren and all those synergy pieces. So a really, really impressive bit of deck building, and I'm excited to see this deck play out.
Yeah, I'm so excited. And it's one of my favorite things of doing Cube, Ross. I don't know about you, where there's all these archetypes and you find one and the Cube creator's like, oh, I've never seen that before. And then you 3-0 the draft and they're like, oh, have we been doing it wrong or did you get lucky? That's so awesome. I can't wait to see the games happen. We're going to take a quick break and set up our feature match area, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't forget, !donate to donate towards the charity. We'll see you all very soon.
100 Ways to Draft is a peasant build-around cube with a twist on the drafting portion. During the draft, you will start with 3 packs of 15 cards, as well as a Cogwork Librarian. This card allows you to pick 2 cards from a pack. When you do, you have to put the Librarian into this booster. This introduces a new dimension to the draft, and you are able to pick up Librarians from future boosters, ensuring later picks are rarely dead for players. To prepare you for the cube, here are a few tips before your first draft. This cube heavily focuses on build-around strategies. While drafting, use your Cogwork Librarian to ensure you can pick up strong card combos from a single pack. You can also pick up multiple Librarians and use more than one on a single pack later. There are no classic color pair archetypes to draft. This approach has eliminated on-rails drafting, and you have to evaluate your picks during every stage of the draft. Lastly, in comparison with other peasant cubes, 100 Ways to Draft has a lot less removal and interaction. Playing and drafting removal comes with a high cost, as it will slow down your own strategy. Here are some possible strategies. Counterbalance. Persist combo. Teshar. Sword combo. Builder's Talent. Arcbound Aggro. Cast not from hand. Discard. Self-mill. Leave the graveyard. Big spells matter. Check out the full list here, and I'm looking forward to seeing you during this year's CubeCon.
Book sale, book sale, book sale, and a Brooding Saga here at CubeCon 2025. What can you find in a Brooding Saga? Fetch lands? No way. Power 9? I don't think so. Alright, what about traps? Any card with a subtype trap? Nope, not in this cube. How about bad fixing? This cube got bad fixing? Nah, this cube is sick fixing. Creatures? Yeah, it's got some good ones. Look at this guy. Kills your opponent's board. Alright, sagas? Yep, you got a lot of those. There's this one, and 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 this one. Alright, who's this cube for, though? That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. People have to do a lot of reading. Bring the reading glasses. Gonna need them. Thinking caps? Yeah, bring those. Gonna need that. Definitely. Alright, non-singleton nature? Yeah, of course. Gotta get that gameplay consistency. Loops, yeah, you got those too. You got this one and this one and this one, and oh yeah, that's just infinite turns. This one's the best. So you got this card and this card and this card, and oh, that's just a beatdown curve. Never mind. Well, you can still play 95 out of the 360 cards cube. Those are sagas. Yep, got those. And these two, those are bangers. 5 color, put them in your deck. Get all the sagas. Do the thing. Come play with the best card type in a Brooding Saga. Trauma Medicine for encountering Fable of the Rubric on turn 3, sold separately. Not intended for children under the age of 13. Please use responsibly.
Judge, what the f*** am I looking at? The ball pit, like its name implies, is an environment of unknown depths, filled with strange and wondrous objects in which one would normally not allow their vulnerable adult body to become immersed, were it not for the colorful allure of the spheres and the deep animalian urge to crawl into weird holes in the ground. The ball pit is built around 3 central rules. You can cast any card face down as a copy of Chromatic Sphere. You must draft all of your lands. This is a desert cube. You will draft a total of 60 cards, which form your final deck. No cuts, no sideboards. Because remember, you can always cycle a card by playing it face down as a copy of Chromatic Sphere. Gameplay-wise, the ball pit is a cube where most of your colored mana comes from cracking spheres, where most of your removal is
It's a vibe-based cube.
aimed at resonant power outliers, and where most of your victories come from catching your opponent off guard with hard-fought value. Design-wise, the ball pit is a beautiful chimera between every Timmy's magical Christmas land of gorgeous curiosities and every Spike's violent desire to ruthlessly squeeze the last drops of joy out of someone else's beloved childhood playthings. Timmy's get to steamroll their opponents with armies of souped-up golems and obscure gleaming contraptions, and Spikes get to answer the question, what if Pithing Needle had Cycling 1? Flavor-wise, the ball pit is what Vorthos and Melvin would co-write in their dream journals over a motel breakfast the morning after a lengthy bender in the chrome-themed jazz bar of a 1950s pulp science fiction convention. And if that doesn't interest you, I honestly don't know what else to say. So jump on in. Let the spheres guide you. The ball pit awaits.
Hey! A bunch of us were gonna get together and
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to CubeCon 2025. I'm Mason Clark, joined by my co-host Ross Merriam. And Ross, we are just about to watch Caleb Durward play Dana Fisher in a Cube match. But first, we do want to talk about the charity we are supporting here this weekend at CubeCon. You can use !donate in the Twitch chat to find it, or scan the QR code in the top left-hand portion of your screen here. And Ross, I'm so happy. In the first 40 minutes, we've already raised an additional $400 from when the stream went live today. At this rate, we're hitting the goal, and I love to see it.
Yeah, you'll have to see it. Thank you to everybody who's donated thus far, and please follow that link and donate what you can. It is a very worthy cause. It's the reason why we're all here on top of the Sweet Sweet Cubes.
Yep. And speaking of the Sweet Sweet Cubes, let's cut down to our feature match area and see that battle of Caleb versus Dana Fisher. Caleb Durward on your left, Dana Fisher on your right. So you're going to see a restless anchorage from Caleb. Oh, looks like, yeah, there's making sure we're good to go. And the pass of the turn here. Dual land from Dana. I thought it was a Botanical Sanctum, but I guess it's not. Ledger Shredder for Caleb.
That's what I thought too.
Plains into. Ooh. All right, Dana, you tricked me this time, and I'm really good at this. All right, it's Lotus Cobra. Final answer. That's a flower on it. And when she plays 4 mana with the spells next turn, I'll be right. As we're going to get Prosthetic Memory, do we have a 1-drop in our deck full of 1-drops here for Caleb? As it looks like we do, Ross. Curious Obsession on our Ledger Shredder. Trigger the Shredder going off. We're going to discard Elspeth Sun's Champion. Don't need that one this game because it is going by quick.
It is beat down a clock. So counter from the Connive. Now it's 2 counters coming from the Profts. So this is a 5-power Ledger Shredder with the Curious Obsession.
Yeah, time to draw a card. Okay, that Curious Obsession pick working out pretty well here. And we are picking up this card, and Dana is taking a chunk of damage.
Yeah, already under the gun, but does have the Lotus Cobra. Really, what Dana needs here is some removal. A removal spell on the Shredder will go a long way, and if she can remove it, the good news is that Caleb discarded one of his strongest late game cards on that Elspeth. So Dana can push the game long. She won't have to deal with that one. Caleb's deck will be a little bit less powerful.
Yep.
The Bant color is not known for having a lot of creature removal.
Yeah, they kind of struggle in that regard. Maybe she can get like an Elder Gargaroth or something in play. We'll update life totals for you here in just a second. As it looks like Dana has a Pain land. triggers her Lotus Cobra. I was right. And there's Llanowar Elf.
We all knew where that one was going when the draft started.
Yeah, I like to think that was her pack one, pick one, despite no evidence. And it looks like she's just holding up 3 mana. I wonder if Dana is our Spell Queller player. Wouldn't it be totally unreasonable, like Elf Queller, if your mana works?
Yeah, that would be a pretty nice curve here. Dana developing her mana, but she is already behind on the board up to this gigantic Ledger Shredder.
And there's a Mockingbird in hand for Caleb. He can copy the Shredder and then has another play with Fairy Mastermind to double connive and trigger the profs. All right, looks like we're going to lead on the Fairy Mastermind. Maybe sniffing out there might be some no goodness going on. Spectral Sailor going to get cast, trigger the connive.
Yeah. I think just saving the Mockingbird since he's down the Elspeth. He wants something potentially powerful if Dana plays something like Elder Gargaroth, some big idiot. So just going to leave himself the options. Doesn't need to go fully off with 2 Ledger Shredders. That's just unnecessary and overexposes him.
I like this as well. Put the counter on your Fairy Mastermind, play around, some sort of removal or blocking situation. Because if Dana doesn't have one of those, she's probably in big trouble anyways, as she gets chunked here for 6 more. I believe actually down to 9, which means she is dead on board if she doesn't have something here soon.
Yeah,
like
given that it's lethal next turn anyway, it made sense for Caleb to spread the counters around.
Yep. Smuggler Surprise coming down. And Caleb has that Spell Pierce.
Jesus.
Taking the wheel because Dana needs some help here as she is staring down a lot of power. I mean, this beats some of the bad Vintage Cube decks I draft.
This is not a bad curve from Dana with the Cobra making some extra mana.
All right, Vorinclex, the other one, as Caleb does have Vorinclex the Hungry. All right.
This is regular Vorinclex. That is a 6/6 with reach. But at this point, that's not big enough to contain the Ledger Shredder, which is a 6/8.
Could have gone either way.
Yeah.
The Ledger Shredder or, Multiversal Threat. Who is going to win? As Double Force also goes hand for Dana. If she somehow is able to stabilize here, getting those lands out of that could be huge. But
all Caleb has to do is fire up the Restless Anchorage, right? So at least that would force a chump.
Yeah, it would force a chump. I don't know if he'll want to do it, but he can do that. I mean, he still has access to the Mockingbird play we talked about before, and then can prof some other creature. I wonder if that's also basically forcing a chump. It's pretty close to it.
If he has another spell, he draws 2 more cards. He gets 2 counters on, say, the Spectral Sailor, and then Dana would have to block the Ledger Shredder to stay alive.
Yeah, you're going all in on using your last big card. Looks like, all right, Caleb's hand is Thraben Inspector, Mockingbird lands. It seems. There's a Sky Sovereign.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he notably does not have the Fifthel hand. Otherwise, the boat might just be the play.
No. He has the planes in hand.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, I wonder if Caleb's maybe trying to bait Dana into blocking the Fairy Mastermind and then Sky Sovereign it down.
So. And Dana takes the bait, blocks the Fairy, which is really the only block she can make.
Yeah.
She has to protect her life total somewhat. And it's boat time.
Vorinclex is down. And Caleb, still has this very big Ledger Shredder. And now Dana, down to about 3 life, I believe, needs to answer the board and has something that can block this Sky Sovereign, assuming Caleb is able to grow it. Have creatures big enough to crew it. Spoke there. We know Dana has a land for turn. She got some forest last turn, which means she's rocking at least 7 mana.
Gonna have to be something really powerful.
She's using, it looks like 7 mana.
Is this Titan of Industry? There was that does not look like Titan of Industry. Yeah, I saw one in.
I think it's a Stone Coil Serpent. I believe that is the canceled Universes Beyond Secret Lair Stone Coil Serpent.
So that's a 7/7. But once again, the Ledger Shredder, I guess Shredder is a 6/8, so it can attack into it.
Yeah, and I think Dana's kind of just hoping that this Sky Sovereign can't get crewed. I mean, a fair place to be. How you're going to win, even if it gets the attack trigger off. And we know Caleb has 2 spells. It's Here's Enduring Innocence into Thraben Inspector. We're going to connive. We're going to draw.
I don't know where Caleb would be without this Thraben Inspector, but I'm glad it showed up just in time to win the game all by itself.
Yeah. Well, it drew 2 for the profs. Pretty huge when you do the numbers. And then, boom, with our land, we're going to trigger the clue. Crew the Sky Sovereign, trigger the profs on the Sailor. Everyone's lethal.
Things were looking grim for Caleb, but then Thraben Inspector saved the day.
Ooh, you love to see it. I mean, that was a powerful start. And like you said earlier, Dana had a good start to the game. I mean, she didn't elf on 1, right? That was like the only thing that was like a little awkward, but she had a ton of mana for her deck that needs a ton of mana. And, just got run over because Caleb's deck can't produce draws that quickly. We're going to cut here to the post-board game. Looks like Dana is down to 6.
Dana brought her B game on the draw, and Caleb brought his A game on the play. And that was a problem. No. Now Dana gets to be on the play and see what she can do.
All right,
always love to be on the play with mana acceleration decks.
March of Otherworldly Light, pitching Invasion of New Phyrexia. All right. It's kind of like Force of Will.
Caleb steals the tempo advantage back, but he will be down a card. And
Suspicious Stowaway. I mean, Ross, if Dana doesn't have a play here, we're going to flip. Oh, excuse me, this is day night, pardon me. How silly to confuse Daybound, sorry. Does Caleb not have a Daybound token? Can we get a token for old Caleb there?
It's a Goldvein Hydra, Goldvein, right?
Yep, Goldvein Hydra. Very cool card. We can pull that one up on screen. So it looks like Caleb is at least making his land drops.
Dana playing the X spell there on turn 3 suggests no other 3-drop in hand, which means her curve might be a little high. So these next couple land drops will be important.
All right, Rona hits the yard. Extraction Specialist buys back the Rona. Tell me you don't love Magic. Tell me Cube isn't beautiful. I dare you. I dare you.
Caleb's deck just firing on all all cylinders. The only thing we haven't seen is Cauldron Ballista.
Yeah. Yeah, Dana's going to see that and be like, what? Who gave you these cards? I was on the other side of the table. How unlucky. This Hydra is nice. I mean, it can trade with the Extraction Specialist, more likely just, not going to attack in, so that way Dana doesn't get her treasures. It looks like we have a prairie here and a passing of the turn. All right, and
the pass means that we go to night. So Suspicious Stowaway going to get upgraded into a 2/1 that now draws cards instead of loots. And so that card that Caleb gave up early for the March has easily been recouped here.
Yeah, and this is one of the nice things. I mean, even if he had just looted away a land, right, or something big, would have made its money back. Because here's another Plains.
I think that tapped land there on turn 4 is going to loom large for Dana. I think it's pretty clear that her curve was high. She lost the Lotus Cobra, really needed to curve out, and basically had to take all of turn 4 off. And now Caleb is both ahead on cards and on development. Dana's behind on both axes, so it's just really hard to navigate your way back in, because if she plays for cards, she's going to fall even further behind on tempo and make lose quickly. If she plays for tempo, then she's likely to just lose the late game, even if she survives early.
Yep, Surge Engine is the play. Dana double checking that card. It does have a lot of text. Hydra. Gonna get Flood Pit Drowned.
Sure. Caleb knows he's ahead. He's going to try to press this advantage.
4 Data has Karuga, and it looks like a tap land. Solemn Simulacrum comes down. All right.
If Dana can build towards some really powerful cards here on 6-7 mana, something
6-7?
like a Titan of Industry, a Bonnie Paul, those are the kind of cards that she's going to need to catch back up into this game. I see Hydroid Krasis in her pool. She's going to need some of those cards.
Walking Ballista hits the graveyard off Rona. Probably nothing to worry about. Probably just a normal day in the office. As we are going to untap. And there's Sky Sovereign Console Flagship in the hand as well. We're going to activate Rona. Remember, it can't attack due to Extraction Specialist. We're going to discard Spectral Sailor. We're going to play a land
Get
and...
ready. Take out that Solemn, clear the way for this attack.
Dana draws a card for her troubles, but this is a tough spot to be as we are going to get in here. First 7. Caleb's going to gain 3 off the lifelink and draw a card off his Werewolf. You know it's tough when you have an experienced opponent like Caleb who's like got so much going on, he needs to take a second to do all the actions, you know? Someone like him, crisp, clean, but he's got so much going. It's like, yeah, okay, I didn't miss anything. We're good, go. As Dana, looks to have a very sweet deck here that would be great against lots of like traditional mid-rangey type stuff that you might expect from a cube environment. But, that's not where we are today.
She's just been a little bit slow out of the gates. In game 1, it was not having a 1-drop on the draw, and Caleb's draw was so aggressive. Here, I think it really was basically missing that 4th turn. She had solid plays on turn 2 and turn 3. Really, against Caleb's draw, needed another solid play on turn 4. Instead, didn't have it. Okay, here's one of the cards I was talking about. Hydroid Krasis is a good pickup. Buffer life total. It's a good blocker. She can play it as a 4/4 here, so it's out of range of the Sky Sovereign. It cannot trade with the Sky Sovereign, but it will check a lot of the rest of the battlefield here from Caleb.
Yeah, and you see the vision with Dana's Keep, right? Lotus Cobra into Solemn into Hydroid Krasis. It's going to be hard to beat. But
yeah,
here we are now. We'll see if Caleb can answer this Krasis.
What we haven't seen from Dana's deck is removal, or really any interaction to slow the opponent down. That's another thing she's been missing. If she could have interacted on that turn 4 after the tapped land, dealt with Suspicious Stowaway, held up a counter spell of some kind, then things would be going a lot better. But Caleb's just had free reign both games, and he is curved out beautifully. And it continues here. Turn 5, Boat. Turn 6, Elspeth. Elspeth can take out the Hydroid Krasis. Indeed it will. And then the Boat can take out the Goldvein Hydra. Now there's no attackers left to take out the Elspeth.
Does Dana have any life left for any of those things anyways? As it looks like we're attacking in here. I mean, maybe I'm doing the math wrong. This seems to be lethal. Maybe it's 1 off.
Looks like 13 to me. We have Dana at 12. Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah. And that, we talked about Caleb's draft looks very powerful. Looks like he'd be built lots of ways, could do lots of different things. And what we saw that game is it is brutal when it gets to curve out and do its thing. And I'm excited to see more of that as the day continues.
That was exactly how Caleb drew it up as he was drafting that deck. Cheap creatures, but still a lot of card draw, and able to get into the mid to late game and then drop his haymakers. And we saw that the Invasion was in his deck, the Boat is in the deck, and the Elspeth. We didn't see the Alrund's Epiphany, so I don't know if he went for all the beef in his pool, but he went for a majority of it, and he was able to use it very effectively because of all the card advantage that he generated from the cheap creatures. So he's able to be aggressive, but also play a long game. If Dana had had some interaction, which I think she needed, Caleb would have been able to keep playing. It would have been more of a struggle than those games were, but his deck was more than capable of winning through a couple well-placed removal spells.
Definitely. Well, don't forget, exclamation point donate to the charity. We are actually going to bring you another match this round, but we're going to set that up really quick here for round 1 of our draft. So stay tuned. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hey, a bunch of us were going to get together and test out my new cube. We were hoping to get an 8th. Would you be game?
I'd love to, but I'm pet sitting. My sister's out of town for a few days, and she really needed someone to take care of Bingus. I'd love to play, but I'm tied up here.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I was really hoping to get your input. It's a desert environment that has a lot of cool stuff going on. There's goblins, ramp, aristocrats.
It's 2025. Everything's a desert cube. Don't get me wrong, I love all cubes regardless of size, shape, or theme, but where's the spice?
Well, that's the cool thing. Thanks to the cube's other rule, the characteristics that make a card playable are kind of turned on their head. While staples like Bolt and Ewit are still very good, a lot of little-known cards like Apex Altasaur and False Prophet and Scornful Egotist are suddenly very playable. But Stadium Benders has to be my favorite, though. The card is just, it goes into every single red deck.
Hey, wait, hold on. You do realize that Scornful Egotist is an 8-mana 1/1, right? That has better stats while morphed than when you cast it for its full cost. How on earth could a card like that be remotely playable?
That's the cool part. Everyone starts the game with an emblem that gives their creature spells emerge. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you can sacrifice another creature that you control but don't necessarily own to reduce the cost of the cast spell. Think Harrogast but permanent. Most of the cube was designed with this rule in mind, and it should come as no surprise that some very cool synergies come into play when every single...
Welcome to the FemCube. This is your host, Anthony Adams, and I am one of a trio from the UberCube podcast. This cube has been an absolute passion project, and I want to start out by thanking May and my mother and everyone else for giving me perspective in order to build such an environment. Every card in here is a representation of the powerful contributions of women in Magic. So let's get into the cube. Let's start out with some of my favorites. We got a typical, very a peasant plus kind of idea about this cube. That's kind of the vibe, even though you'll see some powerful cards in here. But some of the favorites that you can win with are cards like Dream Trawler. This is an absolute bomb in this environment. Sublime Epiphany is another major card that just crushes people. Then let's go into the idea of something like aggro strategies, where Thalia, Heretic Cathar, just really stakes a claim in this environment. And then through intent, I have each primary color of a lead character or a major character like an Elspeth or Liliana or Chandra in this environment to represent the Planeswalkers. Then we have kind of your mid-range control where you can go do stuff like Samut or Vivian or Halana and Alana Partners. These cards, especially that one, absolutely just crushes people. The one card that I've been dying to get in this environment is a Young Pyromancer. I'm really looking forward to a woman representation of the art for that card. But Izzet Spells Matters is very powerful in this environment. You can also lean into like a Stacks and Taxes type of environment, which I love. There's a mid-range tokens. Then we got some ramp mid-range control with stuff like Bonnie Powell or the Goose Mother. This environment has really grown, and it's been through the feedback and the perspective of the community. I want to thank everyone for really supporting this. This is a passion project, and thank you so much for checking out the Cube. Happy cubing.
Hi, my name is Mike Bergman. I'm from Galesburg, Illinois, and I am the creator of the Foil Modern Horizons Cube for CubeCon 2025. I know that when most people hear the word Modern Horizons, they think of Modern Horizons 3 and all the broken cards that came from there. Don't worry, I feel you on that. I cut all the broken cards that came from that set. This is focused more on Modern Horizons 1 and 2. There are some 3 cards in here that make the draft overall a lot better. But some of the ones that are broken that I cut, for example, are like Psychic Frog, Ocelot Pride, all the Flip Walkers, etc. If you want the full list, you can go to cubecobra.com. This draft is focused more on synergy and the draft mechanics of Modern Horizons. One last thing I want to mention is the mana fixing is very good here. I did add Shocks and Surveil lands after I went to CubeCon a few years in a row, and most of the cubes that I've seen that people like have Shocks and Surveils no matter what the set or theme is. So the mana fixing here is very, very good. But thank you for listening to me, and I hope to see you at CubeCon.
Hi, everyone, and welcome.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to CubeCon 2025. I'm Mason Clark, with my co-host Ross Merriam, and we are here still with round 1, but match number 2. But before we get into the action here, we did want to call out the charity once again that's going on this weekend. You can use !donate or the QR code in the top left. Let's go, Ross. That number is going up every single time. We love to see it here, raising money for suicide prevention going on here. Great cause. This round, Ross, we have Rob McKenzie versus Adam Rice and the Selesnya versus Rakdos matchup. Rakdos, a iconic Pioneer deck. I'm excited for the action.
Yeah, to me, Rakdos midrange is the sort of premier archetype of this cube because there's so many ways to go with it. It's not a synergy-driven deck. You can just draft good creatures, removal spells, interaction, card advantage. But looking at Rob's Selesnya deck, it looks really cool. He has a lot of card advantage of his own between Brightclass Hero, Night Errant Neos, Collected Company, Dewdrop Cure. So this is not a typical, all-in aggro deck. This is a green-white creature deck that can generate some serious value, and that's going to give it a lot of staying power against the Rakdos strategy of Adam.
There's a Knight of the Ebon Legion. Yeah, and Rob's deck is the kind of deck I try to make work in Pioneer a lot. And, middling to various results, right? But one of the cool things at Cube is we get to play these cards. There's a Thalia coming down, an all-star. Love that art as well. But you get to play these cards that maybe you don't normally get to play as much, right? Like we talked last round, Azorius Flash was a flash in the pan and normal Pioneer, but here you get to play with these kind of sweet cards. Very, very awesome. As we are going to see, looks like maybe a mountain into a removal spell. Oh, this is a 1-drop creature.
Is that Blade of the Oni?
Maybe it is Blade of the Oni. Knight of the Ebon Legion attacking in. Thalia, first strike, takes down the Knight. Adam builds his delve count. Adam says, I didn't realize I had a first strike. And Rob, good guy, goes, yeah, dude, it's fine. It's a weird art. So love to see it here. Sort of, hey, didn't recognize what was happening here. Love that Plains. We're going to pass the turn back here. No play here for Rob. A little awkward in his Selesnya curve deck.
Yeah, it's definitely, even though he has a lot of value generators, still wants to curve out and play from ahead. And it's actually the Rakdos deck here that has the stronger early curve with a 1-drop into 2-drop and now a 3 to follow it up.
And Virtue of Persistence here on the adventure side. Locthwain's Quest, I believe, going to -3/-3. This Thalia, Guardian of Thraben.
Of course, paying the tax for the Thalia.
Whoa! I think we need to spend another mana on that, but we do have the mana. As it looks like we are going to be buffing us with... Excuse me, this is Touch of the Spirit Realm being channeled. Yeah. Pardon me. Misspoke with that. So that's going to flicker this out. Locthwain does go to the graveyard because it doesn't have a target anymore, so no longer on an adventure.
So Rob effectively gets both halves of the adventure card for his blink, but Adam does get to attack here, and notably, this is an attack for 4. So now the Knight of the Ebon Legion is going to get a counter on the end step, and when the Thalia comes back, it's no longer big enough to check the Knight, even without any pumps from its activated ability. So a big counter for Adam, and now Rob really needs to start getting onto the battlefield, or he's going to fall far behind. And suddenly, the Rakdos deck is the aggressor.
Yeah, and this was kind of always the secret mode that happened in Pioneer, right? They would curve out and sort of beat you down, but also just have a bunch of kill spells to make your life awkward. Rob does have Virtue of Loyalty in hand for a little flash 2/2, but with Thalia, that's going to be his whole turn mana-wise.
Yeah, you identified Thalia, I think, correctly as an all-star, but it is a little awkward in Rob's deck. He has quite a few spells.
Yeah, and we've drawn so many of them. Maybe we can get a little surprise double block on that Menace Blade of the Oni. Of note, too, Adam does have enough mana now that Knight of the Ebon Legion, not only does it beat Thalia in combat heads up, and the double block not on the table. So we're going to play a Sulphur Springs into a 4-drop. Ooh, a nice little kill spell here.
It's a blot out.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll take care of the Thalia. Now creatures continue to freely attack. I think we'll see the... Ooh. Thought we'd see the Virtue of Loyalty come in and trade for the Blade.
Blade does have Menace, unfortunately.
Menace, okay. I was like, there's probably an ability I've forgotten on that card.
Yeah. I've played a lot of Pioneer actually recently. It has been on Arena and I've been really liking it. And that's in the Rakdos deck these days because of Unholy Annex. And the Menace, I'm always like, oh, yeah, you got me again.
Don't worry, Mason. Unholy Annex is in this cube to go with the Blade. Unfortunately, not in Adam's pool. He didn't get the full combo, but Blade just as a, glorified Blade of the Sixth Pride. 2-mana 3/1. It's putting in some work.
It is surprising, like you would never play 2-mana 3/1 Menace, or anything like that, but it just is really good sometimes. You play against it, that's all it ever is, and you're like, dang, that was really, really frustrating. As looks like we picked up, I believe, Sheltered by Ghosts. Maybe that's not Sheltered. Maybe we already had that one, but a little awkward here. No land in hand here for Rob. So we're stuck on one spell this turn.
Yeah, and he's going to end up having to use significant resources to answer this Knight, which is not what you want to do against your opponent's 1-drop. There's a Coppercoat Vanguard.
Yep, Coppercoat Vanguard coming down. It's going to give Ward 1 and +1/+0.
I assume that Vigilant Knight came across.
Yeah.
Drop Adam to 18, but Coppercoat Vanguard here is just another Grizzly Bear. And it can't even double block the Knight. I guess you can double block the Blade. And then even if there's another removal spell, still kill it, but Adam can just use the removal spell before combat.
Yeah. It's a tough spot. Knight Errant of Eos is in the hand for Rob, so if Adam just spends the turn developing, Rob can maybe spend the turn developing back, but really needs some lands in order to be double spelling here. Catching back up. So it looks like Adam's maybe just thinking about shoving in.
Yeah, this might be a trade that he's fine with. He doesn't have the Unholy Annex to go with Blade, so there's no pressing reason to keep it around. And the more you minimize Rob's battlefield, the harder it's going to be for him to ever make a profitable block on the Knight of the Ebon Legion.
Yeah, and I wonder if maybe Adam is thinking about just upgrading his Knight too, just to push a bunch of damage. Maybe he has like a 2-drop to go with all this. As it looks like we are going to stomp the Coppercoat Vanguard, since it does not have Ward. Gives each other human Ward. And then we're going to up the Knight of the Ebon Legion. E-Boy up to 6.
That'll drop Rob 2/6 and get another counter on the Knight. So it'll become a 4/5. Ooh.
Yep.
We missed that trigger.
Luckily for Adam, still lethal. We'll still get there. It looks like Invasion of Gobercon's going to come down. This might be a Rob saying, let me look at your hand here real quick before I pick him up. This looks like Blood Crypt.
And Hostile Investigator?
Yeah, Hostile Investigator.
Not a bad card to grab, though Adam can still cast it next turn, and I think Rob just doesn't have an answer to this Knight.
Yeah, I think that is the case. We know Lay Down Arms is in Caleb Durwold's deck from our draft portion. One of the few removal spells that could catch the Knight here. Oh, but we do have a Kithian that can chump block. All right. Okay. Not perfect, but we play on. Invasion of Gobercon, really powerful battle here. But in this situation, not the perfect card.
No, and at this point, Rob needs a removal spell for the Knight just to have any chance of stabilizing. I'm not sure if he has one in his deck. Okay. Does have Shelter by Ghosts and Portable Hole.
I think Shelter by Ghosts is in the hand.
Oh, just hasn't had an opportunity to stick it on a creature.
Yeah, I guess he could have played it plus Kithian, so maybe that wasn't in hand.
Yeah.
That would make a lot of sense, as we are going to see Knight attack here. Force the chump block. Yeah, and then Adam did draw Restless Vents, so we've played that creature land. And it has access to Bone Crusher Giant if you want to play that. Could be worried about a damage-based removal spell on your Knight, but probably not the end of the world if that happens to you.
Not a lot of damage-based removal spells in Selesnya. It's going to be more of the white removal there.
Yep, we're a mana short to play a Hostile Investigator, thanks to Invasion of Gobercon. Does up it by 2.
Yeah, but I like the Bone Crusher Giant here because it combined with Restless Vents is also lethal. So just a chump block on the Knight is no longer good enough for Rob to survive.
All right, there's that recruitment officer we saw. And it looks like Rob is gonna have to move things on to game 2 at this rate. We're sort of just having to chump block constantly, and this Restless Vince will get in even just a little bit and make our life awkward, but let's see what we can pull out here. Oh, okay. Q droplet, bring it back too. I mean, that's good. You still have to chump. I guess you can trade your Kythian for the Bone Crusher Giant now.
Okay.
So you're at least making some headway on it all.
Good luck.
Oh.
Withering Torment, the draw, and then plus the Blood Crypt we know is in Adam's hand, can animate the vents, and that will be a lethal attack.
Yep. Yeah, and Rob's just going to pick his cards up. Seen enough there. We're going to head on over to game number 2 here and see if Rob can get us a game 3. But, you just kind of saw creatures plus removal spells. Pretty good.
Yeah, and we didn't see any of the more powerful top-end cards from Rob because he was stuck on 3 lands the entire game. He needs to get into the Knight Errant of Eos, Bright Glass, Gearhulks of his deck in order to contend in that mid-range game against Rakdos. Instead, it was all just kind of cheap 1-for-1 creatures, but he didn't come out particularly fast. He was both playing from behind and playing with underpowered cards.
Yeah. Adam here with a Kamano faces Kakuzan. Coming down, take 1.
Once again, taking a more aggressive posture.
Yeah, I mean, with the right to like a Blade of the Oni here, that'd be a 4-2 menace. Pretty frustrating. We'll have to see what the follow-up is on her turn number 2 here. Looks like we have an Outland Liberator as one of the cards in Rob's hand that I was able to make out. Yeah, and this makes sense. So let's see what the backside is before we maybe commit our Disenchant. Although you can even pop it this turn anyways.
And it's still an enchantment on the reverse side, so unless it's something like Haywire Might, your Disenchant will stay alive later. You can prioritize other things.
Nice little sign card there.
This does put pressure on Adam to have a spell here. Because if we go to Knight, now you get the Kumano faces Kakuzan for free. You also want to play a creature here to take advantage of the second chapter. So this is a big turn for Adam to have a 2-drop creature.
Yeah, get that day-night. Get that day-night token. One of the mechanics of all time. Right up there with Devoid, in my personal opinion.
It's sort of like half a mechanic because it's the same as a slightly different mechanic that we all prefer it would be to maintain consistency, but it's not.
Oh my.
That is a lot of words. The name of that card.
Yeah, I think...
Is that Jadar?
I think that's Jadar the Ghoul Caller. At the beginning of your end step, if you control no creatures with Decay, you make a 2/2 zombie creature token with Decay. This art's kind of cool. I don't know. I really like the OGR in this card. That's one of actually my favorites from that set.
I don't see a lot of sacrifice synergies to go with this. So Adam just playing it as another beatdown creature. So, he is a Rakdos midrange deck. He has good removal and some top end, but a very aggressive build of it.
Yeah. And, getting in, we saw in game 1 was pretty good. Might be good enough here for game number 2, as it looks like Rushline's coming down into Mosswood Dread Knight.
And
a standard scammer.
Rob could have gone for the adventure half and maximized value, but with all the creatures on Adam's side of the battlefield, he needs to play a little bit of defense, and Mosswood Dread Knight is great at that. Block a creature, then you play Dread Whispers, draw a card, and whittle down Adam's battlefield that way. So, unlike game 1, Rob has adequate defenses here early, and hopefully he'll make a 4th and/or 5th land drop.
All right, there's Kamana faces Kakuzan flipping over. Let's see what we have here. All right, there's Lochthorn Sworn again. This is going to handle the Mosswood Dread Knight. It's going to go and get itself triggered. You can adventure it like you talked about.
Yeah, but now the attack is much better, and it's harder with Rob under more pressure to take the time to play the Dread Whispers.
Mm-hmm.
See if Adam wants to offer the trade for the Jadar. He does not.
Yeah, I like this, just hidden for 4.
Yeah.
Get the
Adam
pressure
doesn't
going.
need to be fully aggressive here. Be as aggressive as possible without risking your long-term value. So it looks like we took
Little
out
black
the
sock.
Kumano. Yeah. Block. Take out the Kumano. Get my trade 2/2s while also preventing max damage. That will open up the possibility for Rob to cleanly, double spell this turn with Dread Whispers and something else. I do think I see the Invasion of Gobekon back in the hand, so that's not a turn that impacts the battlefield. But at 19 life, he can afford to take 4 damage next turn from Jadar and the Decayed Zombie, and set himself up with a little bit of value for later on in this game. And if the Invasion can poke a hole in Adam's curve, stop him from following up, with a play next turn, all the better.
All right, looks like we are going to start with Dread Whisper.
Yeah, start there, see where you draw. Maybe he finds a better 2-drop, something he'd rather play.
The Virtue of Loyalty is the pickup.
Okay, that could be a great holdup here. No, goes for the Invasion. The Virtue would have been nice because Adam might have attacked the Jadar into it, and then you can trade for the better of the 2 creatures.
But hits Hostile Investigator and Shieldred. Now, this is not Shieldred the Apocalypse. This is Shieldred proper, the 5-mana one.
Plain Shieldred.
Yep, plain Shieldred. MDFC Shieldred. Shieldred already had a backside. Now she really does. As we are
Rob taking the Shieldred, opening up Adam to have Hostile Investigator this turn. So he's putting himself a little bit behind with that decision, but Shieldred is incredibly powerful. So there's definitely strong motivation towards stopping that from coming down as long as possible. Adam will have to get to 7 mana before he can cast it.
Attack for 4 here. And it's probably the Investigator. Yep. A card that I think we would have seen more and more play had Pioneer support continued, but just wasn't in the cards for now. So we're going to discard a Plains.
The unfortunate news for Rob is that Hostile Investigator is both a strong 4-drop on this play and gives Adam something to do with his mana the next turn. He can crack Clue, then play a spell that he draws. So he's really allowed Adam to curve out really nicely this game by taking the Shieldred with the Invasion. So hopefully he has a strong play here to start catching back up on this battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
Something like a removal spell plus the Dread Knight would be fine, or just a really good 5-drop. I mean, this 5-drop is Night Errant of Eos. That's not good on this board.
Yeah, it's Night Errant Virtue, and obviously we prefer to get the 2/2 / we play the Virtue now. You don't have anything going.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Lurrus of the Dream Den is in hand.
And what's the card in the graveyard again? That's the...
All right, looks like we're just going to hold up and pass.
Discarded Plains when he didn't have the 5th land and now can't double spell.
Yeah, it was Outland Liberator we used earlier to blow up Kumano.
So yeah, that could have come down as just a Grizzly Bear each turn with the Lurrus. But instead, yeah, Rob definitely behind. He needs Adam to not have a significant play here.
Yeah, and from Adam's perspective, I think he's pretty happy just to, if he doesn't... Oh, there's a Gleeful Demolition on our own Clue to make 3 1/1s.
Okay, that'll play.
Yeah.
Let's keep the pressure on.
I was going to say, from this spot here, Adam, especially now that he has more pressure on the board, is very happy just to attack in. And, if Rob wants to keep spending 2 or 4 mana, to, draw a card, put the Dread Knight in play, we're in a great position to win that, as here comes our army of goblins.
Yeah. Adam really has 2 options here. It's either attack with just the Decayed Zombie, offer the worst trade possible for the Dread Knight, or attack with everything and say, I'm going to try to kill you quickly. And if you trade for the Hostile Investigator, that's fine.
Oh, fine. Yeah, I've chosen
Adam takes this in-between route. Now we get the Investigator trade, but don't get punished for it by taking the extra 2 damage.
Yeah, exactly. That's my companion.
So that's a win for Rob.
Yep.
I announced to have my friend.
And we're going to need some of those wins.
But at this point, if Rob can just play a big creature of some kind, he can contain this battlefield pretty easily. He does have to worry about the looming Shieldred and the Virtue of Persistence, but...
I mean, I think even this Lurrus and buying back the Outland Liberator into next turn Virtuing, your Lurrus is lifelinking, you can't really get attacks in, and then it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger every turn.
Look at the name and we'll see how it goes.
Oh, Cataclysmic Gearhulk. That's a blocker.
That's Brightglass.
Brightglass, excuse me, Brightglass.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
And Rob does have the Portable Hole. He can find that as one of his targets and take out the Jadar.
Okay, I mean, Paw Patch Recruit.
Recruitment Officer, that's a fine one.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of good options here. There's also Kythian and Elvish Mystic. So those are the 5 1-drops. We'll get 2 of them.
All right, yeah, and I actually really like getting this Officer, because you're probably going to want to trade off of something, and then your Lurrus can just get it back here. So probably want that more than a Kythian on this board state. Then Paw Patch Recruit's obviously great.
Yeah, just got the cards that let him use his mana. Did not go for Portable. I wonder if Rob boarded that out.
Yeah, I mean, in the first game, there was neither the Ebon Legion, but everything else,
And Blade. So
I guess,
you saw some targets, but maybe he's just thinking this is the Rakdos deck. They're playing more big creatures. And also maybe thinking, I want to maximize threat density.
All right, so Rob attacks his invasion. Adam says, yeah, it can take 2 down to 1. And here's Portable Hole just hiding out in hand.
Okay, that is a better explanation.
Yeah.
Had the Portable Hole already, so yeah, that's a great turn for Rob. Now he has the biggest threat on the battlefield. At this point, it becomes about figuring out a plan to answer Shieldred and Virtue. And he already has the Virtue covered with Lurrus for the Outland Liberator. So it's really just Shieldred that's the problem, and Adam is potentially a turn away from casting it.
Yeah, and also, Ross, we have the Castle Lochthwain still. Or excuse me, the Virtue of Persistence, misspoke there. Which is depicting Castle Lochthwain in this art, which means we're going to be able to buy that stuff back, because I think we just bladed the Onid and reconfigured.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean...
So, a little awkward to do that on the zombie, because the zombie can only attack once. So, but also, this is still not a good attack, right? We're +3/+1 menace, and then you double block, and the Gearhulk's first strike takes it out.
Yeah, maybe I was gonna say maybe the plan is to attack with some of the goblins as well.
Oh no, it makes a quick creature a 5/5. Okay, that's different. It's not just +3/+1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Reconfigure a normal ability.
Yeah, I think this is just a solid 5-point attack. And that Blade is a problem, because Adam has plenty of fodder. He can just keep firing in with 5/5s, and the Brightglass Gearhulk can't check them.
All right.
Oof. I liked Rob's play of the Portable Hole last turn, but I bet right now he's wishing that he had it for the Blade.
Yeah. We'll have to see.
Well, if Rob has a 6th land, he can play Lurrus, play Outland Liberator, and take out the Blade that way.
Yeah, that's true.
He does. He discarded that land early to the Hostile Investigator, and I think he's really missing it right now.
But yeah, at the same time, though, if he just goes Lurrus, buy back Mosswood Dread Knight, that's got to be like so powerful here, right? Like you can just keep up.
Yeah. You can afford to put Dread Knight and the Knight token in front of a 5/5 and just trade that way, knowing that the Lurrus will recoup your card advantage later on. So I think this is a good spot for Lurrus.
Yeah, and then if the board stalls out your Virtue in the next turn, once again, just completely. Oh, this is maybe a sign that Virtue is going to get played here. So we can untap the Brightglass Gearhulk.
And that will also make it a 5/5. So now it checks any demon that is equipped.
Oh, and we attack the... Yeah, the invasion gets attacked. That's if it flips, that's gonna +1/+1 the team, and also be able to sacrifice to give indestructible hexproof.
Okay, so I think it was Knight at the invasion, Gearhulk at face, and so Adam chumps the Knight in order to keep the invasion around. May have wanted to triple block the Knight and just get it dead, because then there's only one blocker after the Virtue of Loyalty, and now your Menace Demon gets through.
All right, untap land is a good spot for Adam to be, always a good thing. But Liliana of the Veil,
but he's
not a bad. Short. Yeah, he has a mana short, but
still a good draw. But he's 1 mana short of both reconfiguring the blade and taking out a blocker.
Really tough spot here. We're seeing Invasion of Govardhan, knocking out this 5-drop for the whole game has been so impactful.
What this really is a huge punish for Adam chump blocking last turn and not triple blocking with the goblins. If he could right now trade a goblin for that Knight, he would do it in a heartbeat. And then the Liliana takes out the Brightglass Gearhulk. He still would get an attack in for 4 with the remaining goblin token and the Blade of the Oni. And the threat to reconfigure on the following turn means that Rob would need a removal spell or 2 blockers in order to stabilize.
Yeah. I think I like this from Adam here, that he's thinking, can I do anything in this spot? Like, can I, attack in a weird way? What can happen here? Just, making sure not to lose any points. As here comes Liliana.
Yeah, unfortunately, the first strike on the Brightglass Gearhulk gets rid of any sort of cheeky attack. You could try to send in the Blade and get a double block, but you still don't get to trade for the Knight token that way. So yeah, all Adam can do is just play the Liliana and pass. And
well, can Adam attack with the Blade because it has Menace?
Oh yeah, he can attack with the Blade and put Rob to 3.
Yeah, I think that might have been the schmoove, as the kids say.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Adam is kind of losing the value game, right? He wants to get this game over with. He's got Rob at 6, so missing that 3 damage, also big.
Yeah, you may be supposed to just attack with everything and just hope to rip Bonecrusher Giant too. But we'll have to see here. So it looks like Rob's sizing up what we want to do here. We're going to attack the Liliana.
And Rob gets to freely attack, knowing that his creature's untapped from the Virtue of Loyalty. This will, with the 6th land, this is also a great turn for the Lurrus to rebuy Outland Liberator and prepare to answer Virtue of Persistence. If Adam finds a land, it would make multiple bodies, they'd all get pumped,
Like this decision here, just let the Liliana die, keep your board. You're gonna have to push damage to win. All right, there's Lurrus of the Dream Den. Multi-format all-star band card coming down, and I think Mosswood Dread Knight's coming up. All right, I like this too. Outland Liberator makes it so that the Virtue of Persistence is not really a great play. And this is gonna be a 4/3 lifelinker here on the Lurrus. Once get our end step.
Yes, we should untap the Gearhulk, get counters on everything, have great blocks. And even if Adam finds land 7 for the Shieldred, I think Rob's board is still better.
Ross, it was Bonecrusher Giant on top. Oh, if we had made the attack last turn, we would have stole the game. But I'll tell you what, we're going to get a game number 3, it looks like now at this rate, because Rob McKenzie is in a great position. Bonecrusher is definitely a good draw. Even here, you can still, do a little bit of damage, play this card, but... Whew.
the Stomp no longer kills anything because of the virtue of loyalty counters. So, nor can you set up any sort of good attacks.
Stomp you to Rob, and then play Bone Crusher Giant.
Is there any more direct damage in the Rakdos deck?
Well, we have the Kamano faces Kakuzan we played on turn 1. We have this. Do you have like a lightning strike or something?
No, it's more black than red. I think things are looking grim here for Adam Rice in game 2. Just didn't quite get over the finish line, and really was punished for the decision to chump instead of trade. Because if he trades for the knight, then he just gets the attack in for 4 easily after the Liliana, and then the Stomp is lethal. It would have been an incredible sequence of draws.
Yeah, tough spot, but that happens. Not the end of the world. Adam can still win game number 3 here. These players do have 19 minutes left in their round. Rob's going to get in here with his first striking Gearhulk and his Outland Liberator.
Yeah.
Happy to trade that off
profitably, and the card I can recast from the graveyard.
Paw Patch Recruit still in hand there from Rob from that Bright Glass Gearhulk, along with the Recruitment Officer from multiple turns ago. So we know Rob can at worst spend all his mana this turn.
Yeah, can replay Dread Knight from the graveyard, kick or Offspring the Paw Patch Recruit, and play Recruitment Officer, make 4 more creatures that are going to get pumped by Virtue of Loyalty.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that'll end this game real quick.
All right, looks like we're maybe going trade with the Liberator as the line.
Trading is not going to get Adam in a good place because he doesn't have any sources of card advantage, and Rob does with the Lurrus. Adam needs to start thinking about what are the possible avenues I have to deal 5 damage. No matter what I have to do, what cards I have to sacrifice, all that matters is this last 5 points of life on Rob's side. So he wants, flyers. He wants direct damage, some sort of reach. And checking his deck list, I don't see any sort of like big haste dragon. Goldspan Dragon would be a great card here. Thundermaw Hellkite would end the game.
Glorybringer.
Yeah.
We'll do something at least. No Thundermaws in Pioneer, Ross. Get used to it. Maybe
There's
it'll get
Hazoret in Adam's deck. That's a source of direct damage, but it's really slow.
Yeah, and this Lurrus, if the Hazoret does come down, can start attacking. All right, 7th land. So we can now play Virtue or Shieldred. Probably don't want to play Virtue, given the Outland Liberator Lurrus combo.
To play a Shieldred, and Rob can just sacrifice the main Paw Patch Recruit, I guess, or the Recruitment Officer, either one.
A little drawing going on here, getting a little Paw Patch Recruit bunny. Really good at drawing. I'm learning how to draw a bunny right now, and I mean this unironically.
Well, Rob, you have a 3rd game to play, and there's 16 minutes on the clock, so...
To be fair, Rob is like, I'm attacking you for lethal next turn, do what you want, Shieldred comes down, he's like, whatever, I'll sack the bunny, I'll sack the Recruitment Officer, get my bunny in play. Bunny does have a counter on it. Not the end of the world. As there's Innkeeper's Talent. That's a good way to keep growing and growing and growing. All our creatures about to have Ward 1.
Innkeeper's Talent or Hunter's Talent?
Innkeepers.
It's Innkeepers?
Yep. Hunter's Talent would be nice too, don't get me wrong. You can tell he's got a little mole man on it. You just wait. Hello, Ross. How are you today?
Yeah. Hunter's Talent has got like a little hedgehog archer.
It does, yeah.
They're
Obviously.
kind of similar.
Yeah. Well, maybe
I kind of want it to be Hunter's Talent because I think it's better here, but
he also has Hunter's Talent in hand.
Okay.
He has both.
No, I think it was just Hunter's talent. I think I'm just the greatest.
I refuse to be wrong. So I'm gonna chill down. It's crazy what happens if you just say something. You know, it's like you say you're pretty confident. People are like, I guess. As Hunter's talent is gonna get leveled up as well. It's gonna +1/+0 the team.
I mean,
Well, and +1 +0s and tramples a creature. So now the Bright Glass Gearhulk can become a 7/6 trampler.
Which I think is lethal. Maybe not lethal, but very close to it.
Pawpatch Recruit is 3 more trample, and the other 1/1 is a 1/1 trample. So that's 11 trample, and you can chump the.
Yeah, I didn't get the Sun.
Yeah.
The card that he's played 3 times this game, and I still can't remember the name.
Outland
Liberator. Jesus.
Hey, you know, a little Hunter's talent for me, Liberator for you.
Yeah. So this should be 9 coming across. Should be 7 trample -2 toughness, and then the chump on the Liberator. So Adam will fall to 5 and have no battlefield, no hand, and no hope.
Yeah, and this is a spot where Adam, you just want to pick up your cards, buddy. And let's just go to game 3, give you the most time. I don't. If you had, some sort of dragon, I get it, but what are you gonna do? As Lurrus is gonna get back the officer, everyone's gonna untap, get big.
Yeah, I first picked one, remember, and then just kind of went from there. Seems like a very reasonable.
And that's Mountaina. That's not gonna do it. So we're gonna head on over to game number 3 here.
Okay.
Adam's deck very aggressive. Could very easily just run over Rob here.
Yeah. Both decks have the capability of aggressive starts, but that means they often have the aggressive starts run into each other, and then the games go long. And both decks also have quite a bit of card advantage, so players are going to have to play pretty quickly here. Now under 12 minutes to finish this match.
Restless Vents to start the game. Ooh, K with the dragon.
Okay,
And
Rob
Kitty.
now with the 1-drop.
Stomp, a classic play pattern from Pioneer. Let's see if we have it. Oh my. Is that Vran, the Thran Disciple? The when something is sacked, deal 2?
I believe so.
Oh my. Vran, Executioner of Thran, excuse me. Yeah, whenever one or more other creatures you control die, each opponent loses 2 and you gain that much life.
So that's a nice synergy with the Jadar.
Yeah, that's a good one. I've Cauldron familiar with this card before.
And Adam chooses not to make the trade with the Kithion. So that's a sign that he has a plan to trigger this Vran.
Yep. Some mountains to pick up here for Adam. Pawpatch Recruit and a passing of the turn here for Rob.
No acknowledgement of my brilliant rhyme.
I can't rhyme, so I can't acknowledge a rhyme. And that didn't rhyme either, in case you were thinking, did Mason just make a really good joke? No, I can't rhyme. I talked about it. I have that and bird blindness, and we don't need to talk about this. As we
Maybe
are gonna, yeah, we are gonna see a Murderous Rider answer Pawpatch Recruit.
That is an expensive answer, but the body from Murderous Rider is also valuable. So this might just be Adam trying to get his value because he wants the 2/3 lifelinker.
Yep. Also, some of his removal spells are damage based, so Pawpatch Recruit can be a little frustrating at times. You know, Virtue does X amount of damage. Strangle, I believe, is in this deck. So
big turn for Rob. I think.
Oh.
You know, no additional threat. That's what I wanted to see from Rob that turn.
Maybe there's a Virtue hiding in hand. We've seen that a couple times. This Gleeful Demolition, boom, takes down the Portable Hole. And there's Preacher of the Schism in hand as well for Adam. It's looking nice here.
Yeah, that's a great play here. Could play that or the Murderous Rider if you think there might be more removal from Rob. Try to bait that removal with the Rider first. Sure.
Yeah.
The
Can't attack with that.
Is summoning sick.
Hold.
Yeah.
They'll probably catch it in a second. This is a time-shifted match. We can't get that fixed, but it'll be okay. We will learn to live in these trying times.
We'll persevere.
Mm-hmm. Touch of the Spirit Realm in hand here for Rob. Iganjo, sign that we don't have many lands in our hand, as we'd love to use that as a kill spell.
Either absolutely needs a white source or doesn't have another land, and I think it is going to be the former.
Well, Lurrus buyback Portable Hole. Oof.
That is nice.
That's pretty good.
And there's the Pawpatch Recruit sitting there, and you can offspring Pawpatch Recruit with Lurrus from the graveyard. It's an additional cost, not an alternate cost. You can't pay 2 alternate costs, but you can pay additional costs with 1 alternate cost.
I'll believe you.
So, for example, you can't dash Rogovan with Lurrus because that's another alternate cost.
But an additional cost you can pay.
Yes, I learned this playing Rogovan and Underworld Breach.
Okay, I believe this is knockoff Skull Clamp that just got played.
Transmigrant's Crown.
Transmigrant's Crown, that's right. This card was previewed and someone insisted for about 20 minutes with me that this was better than Skull Clamp. It is Skull Clamp again, and I was like, whatever, man. As we are going to see it attached to this Murderous Rider, and right now it's looking pretty good as a little 4/3 lifelink comes in.
That gets almost fully negated by the Lurrus coming back, right? So that it'll just be you take 1, I gain 1, and then the
I was really hoping Adam had Bone Crusher Giant as the follow-up. Yeah, it's a lot worse when we can't kill the Lurrus. But to be fair, you know, if Lurrus is gonna be engaging in this game, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough one either way. Creature this gives him in Hazoret in hand for Adam.
Those are pretty good leftovers.
Yeah.
I don't know if Rob has a way to take a Hazoret off the battlefield.
Few people do. Well, there's the Touch the Spirit Realm that we're playing right now.
And he has Sheltered by Ghosts. Okay, so he has 2. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a lot better than most. And, you know, Adam here is going to have, if he draws land, he can play Hazoret for the huge blocks. Has Preacher of Schism no matter what. Can still draw Bone Crusher Giant to be a great play here. Also has Lochthwain Sorn that we've seen a couple times this match. Great way to answer Lurrus. Still develop your Preacher. Maybe stabilize a bit here. Looks like we do Swamp.
So now Adam can play either creature and equip the crown to it. I don't think that Hazoret is the one you want. Harder to answer, more expensive, leaves you open to more double spell opportunities next turn.
Which you really do want. As here comes Hazoret. We are going to see the equip like you talked about. If Homeboy dies, somehow it will get a card.
And this is the question. Do we see the attack? And the answer is yes. Rob wants to get in there. This is 7. Yeah. Or Adam wants to get in. Yeah, Rob has an easy answer to these attacks. So jump block with Paw Patch, recast next turn.
Yeah, but I like this from Adam, you know? Like, it's not going to get much better, actually, if he just, like, kind of sits around the back foot, right? And at least this way, he's, like, committing Rob. Now, obviously, like you said, we can just Paw Patch over and over. But also gave Rob a chance to maybe slip up. I think if Rob didn't block there, he'd actually be in pretty huge trouble, despite everything that's going on. So we are going to see Lurrus attack in with Kytheon for 5. Rob up to 16.
Adam down to 8. So he has to be wary of his own life total because there's also multiple creature lands on the battlefield for Rob. He has Lair of the Hydra and Cave of the Frost Dragon. Adam doesn't have a good answer to that cave.
Yeah, and here's Brightglass Gearhulk coming down. Looks like Rob searching up Recruitment Officer and some other one.
There's Elvish Mystic is the last one drop. There's 5 in the deck. He's already drawn 3 of them.
Looks like he maybe cut Elvish Mystic. That makes sense. You do that a lot, you know, and Pioneer typical. So whatever. Brightglass Gearhulk good enough as is right now. And we have the mana to play this Recruitment Officer. Our green was spoken for, so we can Paw Patch with Lurrus. So we need green for the Gearhulk. And Adam. It's gonna need a good one here. Bone Crusher Giant would be, I mean, I think it would be a pretty great play. Shieldred.
That is a good one. It's like 2 blockers because it takes out an attacker.
Yeah, the only problem is because of Hazoret, you can't attack first, right? You can't like get the chump, you know, and play. So Shieldred comes down.
I think at this point, Adam needs to be playing defense.
Yeah.
If he lets himself get too low, the Cave of the Frost Dragon is there to finish things off.
Definitely.
And it's not like he's making much progress towards killing Rob with these attacks because of the Lurrus. So, but he's continuing the aggression.
All right.
Getting paid off because Rob is blocking aggressively. So now the attack not looking so threatening because Shielder does check both creatures.
Okay. Looks like Kellen's in hand, along with Coppercoat Vanguard. I mean, if we just buy back Paw Patch, like you talked about, that would do a lot of work. Play that, play Coppercoat, build your board up.
What Rob could do is also Kellen for a couple maps. Adam has an artifact, so you'll get 2 maps, and you can grow the Bright Glass Gearhulk out of range of the Shieldred.
I like this. Yeah, and if you got a bunch of lands top of your deck, you weren't winning anyways, so skip those turns. Yeah, he points out that's your little artifact. Here's
2, please.
my maps. Yep. Buy one, get one. We're going to start off here by popping on the Bright Glass Gearhulk. Let's see what's on top. And, oh, it's a Plains. All right.
Yeah. One land is fine because Rob didn't have a land this turn anyway, so that's basically free. Really? Oh, no. 2 lands is rough.
It's rough. You know, we had the upside of we were going to draw those the next 2 turns, so we skipped ahead a couple turns. You know, flooding out there could have been an issue. Rob, you know, happy to have lands in his Lurrus deck, can just keep presenting. Can play Kellen, can play Officer. Kithian also is technically indestructible with enough mana, so you got that going for you.
Love this. Love the Offspring Paw Patch.
Yep. And the rabbit we drew in game 2 is coming back for game 3. Call it planning.
But
I wish our rabbit had a carrot.
The Shieldred transformation is a real problem.
They're all 1 and 2 drops.
Yeah, the backside of Shieldred's really good. As here's Preacher of the Schism. I think
Preacher not as much of a problem. Adam, I think, granting Rob some reprieve. Maybe has a double spell here, another 3-drop.
Yeah,
A dual spell would be great, like a Withering Torment.
That would be really good.
That's a mountain.
Your Hazoret.
Discarding Hazoret. Oh, Hazoret. Oh, he thought Hazoret could go to creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
that would have been a strong play.
Yeah, that plays great. And Adam, if that was an MH3 card or a current card, it would work that way. But unfortunately, not the case.
That's only 2016 busted. It's not 2025 busted.
Yeah. That card was so hard to beat in the day. I mean, Hazoret was so good. Oh my goodness, what a Magic card. All right, well, Rob does lose 2. Adam's attacking in. But now Paw Patch Recruit can go under the bus here. You can just run it back.
Yeah, if you're planning on offspringing it, if not, then you might as well jump with the 1/1 and play a different 1-drop, right?
Yeah, maybe leaving his options open. We know he has another land for turn, so he has 7 mana available to him. We know he has Coppercoat and Kellen, so that's 4. 3 with the Paw Patch is 7. I can do math as well, Ross. I don't do the fancy math, you know?
Don't worry, I'm here for that.
Yeah, as we do have Paw Patch. Look, looks like our recording may be freaking out a little bit.
So,
all right.
Paw Patch gets Offspring from the graveyard again. Kellen is cast. And it looks like the Gearhulk came in.
Yeah, it looks to me like, so we skipped ahead a little bit there. There's a little bit of an issue. So basically what happened is we're sharing what we can. Looks like the board stalls out for a turn, and then we attack with everything for Rob to present lethal as we were starting to hit turns there. So congratulations to Rob. Good game from Adam. What a fun round we had there. Those 2 decks were very awesome. It was cool to see them back and forth, especially this aggressively slanted Rakdos deck. We saw the Kamano. We saw Hazoret, which is a sideboard card of the Pioneer one back in the day. Really cool round. We're going to have more of this cube for you just in a second, but we're going to set up that round 2 feature match. And make sure to donate to the charity here. You can do that with the QR code in the top left or !donate, as I was about to say there. Going to a great cause. So we are going to take a second here and set up round number 2. We'll be back in just a minute. See you all soon.
What is up, Cubers? My name is Sam Pratt. I'm from Chicago. I'm host of the Rough Drafts podcast and designer of Sam's Arena Cube. This is a deep, replayable, and fun cube experience that pulls exclusively from the Arena card pool. The cube strives for a balance of power and synergy. The power level's relatively high. I'd describe it as power forward or power motivated. So you'll find cards like Fury, Mother of Runes, Ancient Tomb, Reanimate, but this is not intended to be a power max showcase of the most broken cards in the client like a Johnny or Minskin Boo. Instead of prescriptive 2-color archetypes, draft lanes are intended to be open-ended. You can expect classic archetypes such as white aggro or blue control, but that's just the beginning. For synergy, there's an emphasis on the graveyard across all colors. You'll also find sacrifice themes in black, artifact themes in blue, and discard themes centered in red. Your deck should have a plan. Good stuff piles can comfortably 2-1, but trophy decks almost always have some sort of synergy aspect. A big focus point of the cube is exciting build-arounds. This includes individual build-arounds like Scavenger's Talent, Lurrus, or Field of the Dead, but also includes toolbox packages like Stoneforge Mystic or Micromancer. There are also a handful of cards that ask things of your mana base, monocolor payoffs like Mystic Sanctuary or Rathalos, and domain payoffs like Territorial Kavu. The mana's good, double fetch, double shock. I've intentionally excluded Triomes, so we're hitting the sweet spot of 2-color decks being the norm with ample opportunity to splash. My favorite things to do in my cube: I love Priest of Forgotten Gods and the Sacrifice decks, I love building around Monument to Endurance, and I've recently had a couple really sweet near mono blue decks that end the game looping Cryptic Command with Mystic Sanctuary. My goal for this cube is for you to walk away feeling like you drafted something sweet, and there's a lot of really cool stuff to do in here. Happy drafting.
Hi everyone, my name is Noah, and I am the creator of Sky and Sea Cube. The initial thought that seeded my cube was, what if a set was designed around one central color, instead of 5 colors all fighting for supremacy? How would that shape the story, the draft, and the gameplay? In Sky and Sea Cube, a powerful blue leyline dominates the stage. Planeswalkers will form decks built from a spectrum of blue-aligned themes. You will sling spells against opposing blue mages, and cast wizards, sphinxes, frogs, and of course merfolk to ride the waves to victory. You may also employ the services of 3 other colors. Green may offer you ramp, white may offer you buffs for your flyers, and black may help you take better advantage of your graveyard. This is a highly synergistic draft environment, where players will often assemble multiple, overlapping, and powerful packages, such as double spell, double draw, top deck manipulation, enchantments, flash synergies, swarms of birds. There's a lot to uncover. And for everyone that sees a blue-based cube and assumes it's going to be their worst nightmare, don't worry. Creatures are king in this environment. Artifacts, mill, and other notorious blue strategies take a backseat when blue doesn't have to compete against the creature efficiency of the other colors. Now, the battle roars from beneath the waves and screams across the wind. I hope you enjoy it.
Why are there 2 of these in here? Are they roommates? The tabletop cube is a simple cube, in the same way that the wise old woman you know who plays mahjong for 20 hours a week would call her hobby a simple game. That is to say, it's clean and elegant, but you would be naive to think that what happens on the tabletop is anything short of an all-out war. The tabletop cube aims to be an accessible environment. It avoids all double-faced cards, all Universes Beyond cards, and includes no finicky mechanics like Monarch or Dungeons. At its core, the tabletop cube is an unpowered vintage cube, with its own set of power outliers, crazy turns, and occasionally salty mass land destruction. There is no Minskin Boo, there are no Modern Horizons 3 energy cards, but you can still go wide with aggro, go tall with ramp, go to time with control, or go absolutely bananas with a 4-color lands pile that makes no goddamn sense until you spot the 2 copies of Lotus Cobra. On that note, the tabletop cube breaks Singleton. It runs the increasingly common suite of double fetch lands plus double shock lands, but it also doubles up on City of Brass, Wasteland, Stoneforge Mystic, Snapcaster Mage, Gravecrawler, Thoughtseize, and these little guys. If these choices make you think, looks like a boomer cube, you would be only partially incorrect. I do run lots of cards that were released recently, like Rust Harvester and... Judge, am I a boomer? The tabletop cube is inviting. It aims to help 1,000 players get into Cube, not to be 100 players' favorite cube. It's on the simpler side, but it's gorgeous and resonant and attracts some of the most fun sorts of Magic players. So pull up a chair, put on your pre-release stamped reading glasses, and make some new friends at the tabletop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to CubeCon 2025. I'm Mason Clark, joined by my co-host Ross Merriam. And Ross, we are in round number 2 of the Pioneer Showcase Cube. I'm excited to see that. But before we do that, let's talk about the donations that we have coming in here and some of the, side perks, I should say, and rewards for donating here. As you can see on your screen, we have a very cool play mat that is available. It's for like the CubeCon tail mat's unlimited here. The Starry Night play mat, I really like that. That's one, $25. Nice one, yeah. Sold out. All right, you got me there. Let's see what else we have here. We got Secret Lair Foil Edition. That's pretty awesome. Lots of cool incentives. You can check all that out by doing !donate. Donating to suicide prevention is what we're raising money for here today. A great cause. Get a little bit something back too. It's a great way to go about it. And speaking of a great way to go about things, Ross, round number 2 is about to kick off, and we have a great deck we're about to bring to you. Esper Midrange is coming up, a fan favorite.
Yeah, definitely a fan favorite. This is where the Hallowed Fountain that we saw Caleb pass in pack 1 went. White is the splash color. And you say midrange. I look at this deck, I look at it as Esper Control. There are 3 creatures in this deck.
Listen, anytime I see Kaito, I just always think mid-range. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I love Kaito.
A lot of planeswalkers, but I think Kai is hard casting this Kaito, and with all the removal that he has, there's a ton of removal, early counter spells. I think it can pretty easily get to turn 4 on a clear board and cast the Kaito. So this is going to be a very different matchup from Caleb. If we're here for round 1, he played against Dana Fisher on a Bant deck that had very little interaction. Caleb had the run of things both games. Kai has a ton of interaction that Caleb is going to have to slog through. So his card advantage engines are going to be very important in this match.
Yep. Kai also is probably one of the best pack 1 pick ones in the whole cube with Lutri, as you can see on the bottom of the screen here as our companion. That's an easy one to fit in your deck. You can find a way.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good spells to copy as the game goes along.
Godless Shrine for the turn. Rona loots immediately.
Fortunately for Kai, Caleb has the turn 1 unbeatable Thraben Inspector.
Yep, Ancestral Recall, as some would say. We're going to see 2 mana. Is this a Profs? It is. That's really good. Yeah. Caleb's the one with the Spell Pierce as well, which might be brutal in this matchup. An attack here for 3.
Yeah.
Kai's going to fall.
Although 1 mana interaction for Kai is black, is Bloodchief's Thirst, cut down Thoughtseize. So with just the Azorius land untapped here, there's not going to be any interaction coming.
Yeah,
now,
and
Kai does have a copy of Split Up and does have 2 white sources in play. So Split Up turn 3 for both creatures would be excellent.
There's white sources critical. Kai has a lot of good white cards, but is more splashing when it comes to the mana base, playing to play them off curve. And that's Split Up in hand, Ross. Cut him up. Put him up, boys. You're going to the graveyard. I can see Ross here. It's just at a loss of words, smiling. He's just like, I'm caster cursing Caleb to death here. As Caleb loses his board.
It's a 2-for-1, but the Thraben Inspector still leaves behind a clue. So Caleb is not actually behind on cards from that play. It's more of a tempo play. Kai catches up, and now Caleb has to keep playing this game. And he's more than capable of doing that. Has another source of card advantage with the Suspicious Stowaway, gets a counter on it from the Profs, and cashes in the clue. So this is still a great turn 4. Now Kai is once again staring down a threat that he really needs to answer. This is one that he can just answer with spot removal.
All right, double checking Stowaway. All right, there's Narset Parter Avails, which tricked me into thinking it was the Legistar that's in Caleb's deck. That one really good into Suspicious Stowaway.
Now both players are going to read Suspicious Stowaway, which I certainly don't have to because I know exactly what the card does. It is not a May, so Stowaway deals combat damage to a player. Caleb will be forced to draw and discard, and the Narset will stop the draw. So Caleb likely going to be attacking the Narset instead, since the Stowaway does not trigger off of combat damage to Planeswalkers.
a little bit of a critique here from the Vision team on Bloomborough. Why is it not Narset part of Wales? She's a whale. As a Shark Typhoon's picked up here, and what seems to be Kai's oops all Esper creatures deck.
Yeah, only 3 actual creatures, but there's a lot of token makers. There's Wedding Announcement, there's the Wandering Emperor, the Shark Typhoon.
A lot of good there. Watergrave comes down tapped. 3 steps ahead in hand here for Kai as well. It's a good card. Caleb plays Sky Sovereign Console Flagship. Oh, baby.
Excellent play. Takes out the Narset. Now the Stowaway can loot when Caleb connects with it. Caleb has played Boat in all 3 games we've watched.
Yeah, and it's been good every time. This is a great card.
He's just out there on Lake Superior, riding around on his boat, having a great time.
Ooh. What is the so it's a secret lair. What do you think the theme is of the secret lair? Is it like
better be both
animal robot? This looks like a boat, but also like the frog. You know what I mean? Like it's got the big like throat thing at the bottom. I don't know. Maybe it's from Bloomborough. Maybe on Bloomborough the boats are frogs. I don't know.
You know, the boats are also frogs in my dreams.
Yeah.
Hey, Kai very far behind at this point. Needs to find some answers to these threats. Instead has a Jace the Perfected Mind. So Kai drawing all of the card advantage, but not really enough interaction. Can shrink the Stowaway, which will make it an ineffective attacker and an ineffective crewer of the boat. But if Caleb can just crew the boat here and Kai doesn't have a removal spell, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Kai really needs Caleb to slam some big card and then no more Lyset. If we can get through that, we have some other reactive cards in hand, and maybe we can, keep enough answers going, use Jace eventually to draw a couple cards, and maybe take over this game. Caleb did hit his 6th land and wants to play it. Obviously, we could potentially loot that away later, but we're just going to pass, it seems, and flip.
That is a great turn for Kai. I mean, Caleb still gets to go to Knight, transform the Stowaway, gets to use the Fountain Port, so it's not a completely blank turn, but it really gives some reprieve to Kai when he was under a lot of pressure. Now he gets to untap, set up his interaction, and try to pull back ahead in this game.
Caleb's Fountain Port that we talked about in the draft that can really come up and be useful and being great here. If Caleb doesn't even have a play, we can just make a fish. Surprisingly good here. Kai has a use for the mana. Obviously, we could Lutri, get that picked up if we wanted to. But here's Fairy Mastermind.
So now it's make a fish or activate the fairy. He goes for the fairy activation.
All right, and this town ain't big enough, Ross. It looks like we're spending 5 mana on it. So we're going to bounce 2 things that our opponent controls. I was going to say, I imagine the Fairy Mastermind has to be one of them if you're doing it now.
Yeah, bouncing the fairy will prevent the Mastermind from triggering, so both players will get a card. Yeah, just bounces the boat to keep his Jace around. The boat will just trigger when it enters and get 60% of the way there.
Yeah, it's one of the awkward things, right? If Kai bounces any other card, then you can crew the Sky Sovereign. So it sort of just has to bounce the Sky Sovereign if we want to keep the Jace around.
Yeah. Boat is a good card.
Boat's really good. By the way, this town ain't big enough Lutri. A lot of value.
Fortunately, not enough time for Kai to set up those value plays.
This is the constant cube environment with me. I'm either brutally efficient or my dreams are too big. As we see 5 mana here coming down for the boat.
Get out the way. The boat's coming.
Yeah. Caleb holds up mana. We know it's Fairy Mastermind. Also keeps us on nighttime in the day-night cycle here. Reckoner Bankbuster in hand for Kai. We saw that in the early packs for Caleb.
It's another Planeswalker-esque, card advantage source. Kai needs is his removal. Where's the Bitter Triumph? The Nowhere to Run. That would have been a nice one with this down.
Yeah. It looks like Swamp tapped immediately. Maybe Bloodchief's Thirst? Oh, Thoughtseize.
And that is interaction, but prefer to be interacting with the battlefield.
Yeah, I wonder if Kai's plan is like, because we know we have a 3 steps ahead. Maybe counter this, mastermind, and then work from there. So we have Spell Pierce in hand for Caleb. So okay, he's saying choose what you want. Extraction Specialist also, along with March for the Whirly Light. This is a tough one. I mean,
yeah, the rough part is you really want to take Fairy Mastermind, but then Caleb just gets to extraction it back. So do you take the Specialist for the max value? Yeah.
I think you take the Specialist, and with the 3 steps ahead, you can counter the Mastermind, and then you take up your Jace, or you take up your Jace beforehand, excuse me, and that puts you in a pretty good spot. You can even kick your 3 steps ahead because Spell Pierce is stopping you from doing anything else. Maybe try to find some of those answers you were talking about.
Really rough for Kai that he needed to spend the full 5 mana on this town. If he had able to bounce any of his own things and leave up the mana and counter the Sky Sovereign on the way back down, the rest of the threats are a lot easier to answer.
Yeah, it looks like Kai is going for the kick 3 steps line, most likely, for not bank bustering. And here comes Mastermind, and here's 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, he's really trying to keep this boat from getting crewed, and Fairy Mastermind plus a fish from the Fountain Port would have been enough. With the Jace shrinking the stowaway, now Caleb just has a lonely boat with nothing to run over, and that's sad.
Very sad. Looks like Caleb drew something with a lot of mana.
Does Elspeth?
6. That's pretty good. And you have Spell Pierce up.
Yeah, that is both unbeatable and cruise the boat.
Oh my goodness. Which is going to now attack Kai, I assume, and then shoot the Jace. Could have gone either way, really. As it looks like Shark Typhoon will cycle, and then we're going to march for 0 on the Shark Typhoon. Ay caramba! Things are not looking good for Kai here. You know what? Caleb taking the Elspeth Suns champion is going to probably beat Kai here and also be the Rubbins. Like, that was probably a card Kai wanted. It's like, who else wants Elspeth? It probably Wheels to me.
Caleb took that early.
Yeah. Yeah, we was picked like 3 or 4 of, one of the middle packs.
And we know Kai was somewhere in the 3 seats to the left of Caleb because Kai has the Hallowed Fountain, which didn't wheel, and that was pack 1. Yep. And this is looking grim at this point. Kai does have a Bitter Triumph that can take out the Elspeth. He could clean up a bunch of tokens with Gix's command. But what I'm not seeing in this Esper deck is a good way of clearing away an artifact. There's no disenchants on the white splash. So the boat is just not a card that Kai can really take off the battlefield very effectively.
We have the Wandering Emperor, so we can use that to answer the boat once it's screwed and attacks.
Sure.
Yeah, you see sort of Kai flicking it around in hand. He's like, I can do this, but there's still this Elspeth that's hanging around. It's just such a... I mean, wait, he has the Bitter Triumph too. Wait. When he pitches the Plains, he might have just enough, but then there's Spell Pierce, which stops...
Yeah, so he has to keep the Plains. He knows about the Pierce.
Tough spot.
If you're Caleb, this has to be ringing alarm bells, because your opponent has 1 card left in hand. They kept a 6th land and discarded a Reckoner Bankbuster instead. So you're thinking either 6 mana card or 4 mana card, and he's playing around the Spell Pierce.
Yeah, Caleb might think something like Settle the Wreckage, which might make him think about Emperor, or vice versa. So we might see a little bit of a interesting attack this turn.
Now, all of our players have access to all the cube lists. They're made public before the event. Unclear how much homework any of them have done.
Yeah, especially because a lot of people go to CubeCon, they draft like 5-6 different cubes, right? Some people run back the same cube more than once, but here's the Wandering Emperor. Yeah. And beautiful art.
Caleb doesn't get the Sky Sovereign into combat. He just, makes a lethal attack without risking it. And now the Wandering Emperor is forced to answer Suspicious Stowaway. Kai will go up to 7, then fall down to 4.
Yeah.
And now he's empty-handed.
Yeah, it looks like Caleb. The way he was posturing made me kind of think he maybe had a land that he was thinking about playing, but maybe he wants to hold it because he does have lots of looting in his deck. But has Fountain Port, which you can use to both make homies and sack them and draw more cards. So a lot of uses for mana. Tough spot to be. We do know that Caleb has used most of his top end, actually. We discard the Alrund's Epiphany to the Stowaway back on turn 3. We obviously lost our Elspeth, and Sky Sovereign's been a thorn in Kai's side as Lutri's coming to the hand.
Which is a 3-2, I guess. That's
Yeah,
bigger than 1-1.
Yeah, it's so awkward.
With the Fountain Port generating a fish every turn, you need multiple blockers, so you can cash in the Wandering Emperor here for another 2-2. You still need an answer to the boat.
Yeah, I like this play from Kai. You gotta just make your token and then hope that Caleb outthinks himself.
Yeah. If Kai drew Urtai
would be great.
I think that's his only out here to the boat.
Does Caleb have like a portable hole type card? Maybe that lay down arms? Ooh. All right. Warden. Let's put on the stack. It resolves. We're gonna make a fish. Looks like a bird. That's because you're bird blind. It's a fish.
Let's crew the boats and
yeah.
But once that happens, Kai gives up the charade.
Fair enough. You found the line. Well, let's head on over to game number 2 and see what's going to happen there. There's a very tight game happening there. It was super fun to watch.
And really, if you look at the deck list with the curves and the construction where Caleb's heavy creatures, Kai is very light, you would think Kai would be the deck that's advantage going long. We saw Caleb has a very powerful top end. He's very strong synergies, lots of card advantage. So Kai really has to treat Caleb not like he's playing an aggro deck, really like he's playing a very powerful mid-range deck, and make sure that he is very well equipped to play the value game while also protecting his life total. That's a difficult, duality to strike.
All right, well, perfect mana for Kai of the Esper variety on turn 2 here.
Caleb once again with the turn 1 unbeatables. It's really been Thraben Inspector guiding him to victory in every single game.
He has had exactly what he needs in a ton of spots, which he got by going a card deeper.
Yeah.
Which he did on his first 2 turns.
Completely unbeatable and unfair. Frankly, I'm shocked that they even allow it in Cube. It's just too powerful. It's the best card in every...
Spellqueller comes down, eats the Malcolm. That's a good present, Ross. I'll get you a Thraben Inspector cube. Just all Thraben Inspectors.
The person who plays 80 cards wins.
yeah. Thoughtseize target you. Floodpit Drowner comes down.
Okay, so Caleb taking a pretty aggressive posture here, not wanting to lose the Drowner to the Thoughtseize, wants to get in some attacks. Okay, Phantom Interference, the reply, so Kai will still have his Spell Queller as a blocker or an attacker. You might want to get aggressive with just the Thraben Inspector back.
Caleb's got some good ones. Ledger Shredder, Fairy, Mastermind, Walking Ballista are the left behinds.
Oof. Yeah, all 3 of those are good. It'll really just depend on what Kai has for interaction. He's going for the Ballista.
Yeah, I was going to guess that I wanted Mastermind just because things are awkward, but I guess the idea is Walking Ballista is also maybe you don't have a kill spell, and if Caleb just goes like land Ballista and levels up for the next few turns, you could be in trouble. Reasonable enough. In the back of my mind, Ross, the idea of the 80 Thraben Inspector cube is going. This is the problem with going and playing cubes, You're thinking, how do I make that work? As Ledger Shredder is going to get played into a Plains and immediately into Fairy Mastermind, we're going to loot.
This Spell Queller is giving Caleb a lot of fits. He has a bunch of cheap creatures. He can't really attack. Hasn't been able to set up his card advantage as well as he did in previous games. So this will be the biggest struggle he's had so far. Now,
Discards a
notably,
land.
he hasn't found any of his top end yet, and this game is likely going along. So maybe he can just develop a game plan around knowing that eventually he's going to find the Elspeth, the Boat, the Alrund's Epiphany, the invasion of New Phyrexia. And those can help carry him.
Yeah, Kai takes up
advantage here.
I mean, Caleb has Activate Fairy Mastermind as a way to move through a bunch of cards, maybe force Kai's hand. But you're right, we're going to have to get one of these top end cards, and we do have plenty. Looks like end of turn. Oh, we're going to play Spectral Sailor. Oh, and yeah, we're just going to activate Sailor itself, not give Kai any cards.
Only I may draw.
All right, nowhere to run. He's going to answer Spectral Sailor. That feels like a win, as much as you can have one in this spot.
It's fine, but Caleb still has the Fairy Mastermind to draw cards.
Yeah.
And he'll be quite happy to draw 2 to Kai's 1.
Yeah, I mean, here's Mockingbird. How about 3 to Kai's 1?
Okay, here's the engine. It's Utah Kindred.
Yeah. Oops, all Utahs. As this is a awkward spot to be.
These turns of reprieve where the Spellcaller is holding off all the attacks would have been a great time to land a Planeswalker of some kind. You know, Jace, Narset, Wandering Emperor, Kaito, any of those. But Kai hasn't had them. That turn where he just bought Lutri and didn't do anything else, that was a big turn for him to put some pressure on, and instead he put none. Now Caleb has had all the time in the world and set up a card advantage engine. This deck, Caleb is doing this with nothing but 1 and 2 drops.
1, 2, 3.
And he's the one favored going long. That is beautiful deck building, where your deck both has an early curve. You're going to punish your opponents for stumbling, potentially have aggressive draws like we saw against Dana in round 1, but you still have so much staying power.
Yeah, and Caleb here hits the land drops, has plenty of things to do with the lands. We know it has like Alrund's Epiphany in the deck too. Could foretell that.
Plenty of busted draws in this spot.
Yeah. Looks like Extraction Specialist is going to get played. Flood Pit Drowner in the graveyard. That would tap the Spell Queller.
And now Caleb has some sizable attacks. He can even fire up the Anchorage and make this 7 or just 5. Could play another spell, connive under the Shredder, make it 6. Plenty of options.
Also just has, worst case scenario, do nothing. But instead we have Agatha's Soul Cauldron with Walking Ballista in the graveyard.
These were Caleb's first 2 picks of the draft.
Yeah, and here, if we discard a spell, which we do in Enduring Innocence, now the Shredder's a Ballista as well, assuming the Agathos does resolve and gets to use its ability. So now we're going to have multiple of these.
All Caleb's missing is the Prophetic Memory.
Yeah. And here comes the team.
Here comes Santa Claus. 6. And
yeah, and it looks like we're going to wait on the Agatha's activation for right now. We don't want to go too quickly here.
At this point, Kai really needs one of his sweepers. Split up Gix's command.
Oh, I wonder. No, that's not it. Never mind. I was thinking Caleb maybe was wanting to use his abilities in different ways, but no. This is just waiting. Yep. Stun counter on the Spell Queller. Lutri and some unknowns in hand for Kai.
Yeah. If one of the unknowns is Gix's command and you put counters on the Queller, kill all the small things. Suddenly it's just an Extraction Specialist against Trespasser and Queller. I guess the Soul Cauldron can pump one of these creatures.
Yeah, maybe that's what's just going on, is Caleb's wanting to
attack first and force the action with the Cauldron.
All right, yeah, so Trespasser's going to target, I assume, the Walking Ballista. Oh, sure, go for the Endurance. That way you can't negate it. Yeah. That makes sense. Caleb probably down to trade a life for his Agatha.
Caleb either has to go, forego the Walking Ballista until next turn or give up the Endurance. Decides to get his counter and deny the trigger.
Probably pretty good just on like Thraben Inspector. Just like actually build up this little creature. That way your ones that you don't want to lose, you're not putting more eggs in the one basket.
But that would be the worst play into Gix's command.
It would be the worst into Gix's command. The best in the split up if you're going to block like this.
Yep. This is the best in the split, just the one Caleb has seen.
Yeah, I would say, Caleb knows split up. I don't think he knows there's Gix. Wedding announcement in hand for Kai.
That's so pretty good slow here, and only on the ground.
There's
no more lives in hand, but he's already too far behind on board. Caleb has tons of mana.
Yeah, I think they are setting themselves up to split up on the next turn. Like, you know what I mean? I don't even know if they have it in their hand, but like you make this play, you hope Caleb goes all in, and then you're like, boom, stabilize. Because if you do split up tapped, you lose Spell Queller, although maybe that's just not the end of the world compared to Fairy Mastermind activating again. Tough spot to be in either way. Agatha's activate, Walking Ballista underneath. Put a counter. Where's it going? Looking like Flood Pit Drowner, Fairy Mastermind proper.
Okay, so
and now
this is an attack. Yeah, let's ping the blocker, and now you have an attack for what, 7, 10. I mean, you can make it 12 with Anchorage, and then the 2 remaining counters is lethal. But there could be Wandering Emperor in Kai's hand. There could be other removal spells.
Yeah, I think you just do it. If there is an Emperor, you at least get to shoot it down. Yeah, Flip Adrena is Vigilanced. Got that going for you. Just put Kai in an awkward spot. Like you said, this is 12. Get a map token. We're going to flash in Lutri.
Sure.
Yeah, and we're just going to extend the hand. Lutri can get pinged. We're just going to be in a super bad spot. Can't really stabilize it. And it looks like no more lives when the last cards left in hand. So congratulations there to Caleb, 2-0.
I mean, awkward for Kai, where game 1 they were kind of short on interaction early, and in this game they were short on card advantage when they had some time to deploy it. So just drew the wrong parts of their deck in those games, but Caleb's deck continues to be incredibly impressive.
Really, really good deck from a really, really good player. Hard spot to be, but a lot of fun still left to be had. Exclamation point donate, or scan the QR code on the page here in order to donate towards the charity here of suicide prevention. There are some rewards I can see on the bottom of your screen, like the Starry Night playmat, the baseball secret layer. Check those out, see if there's anything you want, and donate to a good cause. We are going to take a quick second here in order to set up our next feature match, and we'll be back in just a minute. See you soon.
Hello, my name is Kyle Ferguson, and I am from Hartford, Connecticut, and welcome to the Control Cube, a draft environment built for players who love stack battles and control mirrors. If you're looking for aggro or infinite combos, this is not the cube for you. Here, victory goes to the player with precision, sharp lines, and the most patience. For a deeper dive, check out the Cube Reviews episode featuring this list. Thank you to Ian Braverman for having me on. In this cube, interaction is everything. With over 45 counterspells and half the cards playable at instant speed, nearly every game becomes a tense dance of responses. There is only one archetype, control, but it becomes in many forms. With strong fixing and a wide color spread, you're free to build your ideal control shell. Just know that your opponents are doing the same. Blue is the most dominant color. With 90 mono blue cards and most of the multicolors being blue, it has the most tools available to it. There are iconic control cards like Cryptic Command, Blue Sun Zenith, Spell Pierce, and Force of Will that are present, and blue offers you a flexible approach to managing your opponent. every color is also available at a lesser extent. White offers exile and clears things with Solitude and Consul's Judgment. There's a Ketchermos sub-theme. There's also Burn with Lightning Helix and Flage. Black excels at hand disruption. It disrupts hands, graveyards, and libraries with Thoughtseize and Gonti. Red pressures your opponent's life total with cards like Lightning Bolt and Goalie-Bringer being the most aggressive color, but still not being an aggro deck. It also hosts the most blue hate with cards like Pyroblast and Burnout. Green offers ramp and recursion with cards like Primeval Titan and Wilderness Reclamation to out-mana your opponent. There are creature lands like Celestial Colonnade, recursive engines like Elixir of Immortality, and powerful planeswalkers that will turn a long game into a locked game if you don't have the answers. You'll need to be ready for anything. Artifacts, enchantments, planeswalkers, graveyards, even your own library. Some games go long, and yes, decking is real. Cards like Clear the Mind or Endurance might be the only thing standing between you and defeat. Draft carefully, play precisely, control everything, or lose trying.
What's up, Chaff aficionados? I'm Ben, coming at you from Morristown, New Jersey, and I'm a co-host of the Draft Chaff podcast. You know Draft Chaff, that stuff you find laying around after F&M draft? Well, we've been gathering all of your forgotten but beloved cards and giving them a second chance in the Draft Chaff Cube. We have some limited archetypes you really won't see anywhere else. Check out Green-White Splinter Twin. Kind of looks like a pile of counters and tokens until you look a little bit closer. We also have Is It Free Casting, which asks you to cast huge spells way ahead of schedule. We have Golgari Spider Spawning, which is, you know what that is. And we also have my personal favorite, Red-Green Power Pingers, which balances Enrage, Power Matters, and Burn for some unexpected value. Other archetypes you can expect to see are Simic Flash, Boros Heroic, Orzhov Aristocrats, Dimir Reanimator, Rakdos Madness, and Azorius Flicker. Now, I know I'm describing color pairs, but even though draft archetypes are centered around color pairs, they're not rooted there. These archetypes are supported across all colors, so no two drafts of the same archetype or color pair will look the same. You could draft Blue-Black Reanimator, then Blue-Black Flash, then Blue-Black Spells, then Blue-Black Madness. Or maybe you could put together Orzhov Reanimator, or Selesnya Flash, or Is It Madness? It all really works. We have plenty of other hidden archetypes too, so keep an eye out for those during the draft. We've also got conspiracy cards and a whole list of achievements to spice up the drafting and the gameplay. If you get one of the achievements, let me know and I'll give you some stickers. The best part about this cube is that you probably already own most of it, and the average cost per card is just 25 cents. We hope you enjoy drafting the Draft Chaff Cube as much as we have. Happy CubeCon.
Hey, what's up, y'all? My name is Harrison, also known as Is It Skill. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I'm excited to tell you about my Epic Experiment Cube that'll be at this year's CubeCon. This is a splashy Spellslinger environment where each drafter starts their draft with 2 copies of Epic Experiment. Their inclusion in your deck is optional, but it is encouraged, and it's supported by a unique density of instants, sorceries, and premium mana fixing. There's a color-skewed cube that leans towards red, blue, and green, but there are plenty of powerful white and black cards to pull you into those colors. Now let me tell you about some of my favorite archetypes that you might see. Okay, for archetypes, we have your classic Burn deck, a package that I like to call Spelltwine Reanimator, Go Wide Token Aggro, your classic Control Shell, Go Tall tokens with Populate, Domain Ramp, Flashback Synergies, and Self-Mill deck looping featuring Laboratory Maniac. All of these archetypes use Epic Experiment in one way or another to support them, and there's also packages of other micro synergies that are present, including Madness, Amass, Food, Crimes, Dragons, and Graveyard Lands.
So what is...
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to CubeCon 2025. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam, and we are still in round number 2. We are going to get down to a feature match in just a second, but first, make sure to donate, !donate if you want to do that, and you can use the QR code at the top left here, raising money for suicide prevention. There are rewards as well, as you can see here, things like these playmats, secret layers, and so much more. Take a look if you're interested in donating Kitty Nuggets playmat, kind of like that. Chicken nuggies are yummy. But the only thing better than chicken nuggies, Rob, in my opinion, excuse me, Ross there, as I'm having a bit of a day here, is watching Magic. And we have Dana Fisher playing her teamer deck that we're going to see in round 1 versus Adam Rice, who we also saw in round 1 playing Rakdos.
Yeah, both players are 0-1 here, trying to avoid getting into the 0-2 bracket. And an interesting matchup. We didn't get to see a ton of her deck because Caleb had some really strong aggressive draws in their round 1 match, but looks to have a pretty nice little ramp-oriented green deck. So against the mid-range strategy, it's really about getting to those high-end powerful cards.
Yep.
Now, Adam's Rakdos build, which we saw against Selesnya in round 1, is more aggressive than you might expect. There's a couple 1-drops, some more aggressive creatures here we see with the turn 2. That's the Blade. Yeah, Blade of the Oni. So his aggression is going to come in handy in this matchup because I think Dana's late game is going to be a little bit more powerful than Adam's deck can handle.
Okay. I accept your terms.
All right.
Little Voice of Resurgence action.
The Voice of Resurgence, that's right. It looks like all swamps here for Adam.
But is that a mountain at the end of the hand?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe there's like a triple black card. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to hide that we're Rakdos for now. So it does look like Liliana can come down.
That's a very strong curve. Has pressure, has the ability to start whittling down Dana's resources. The Voice of Resurgence, though, is awkward. Makes the Edict effect on the Liliana pretty poor. Also pressures it if Adam just tries to race to the ultimate.
Yeah, I wonder if Adam here with the Crocs in hands plan is to maybe tick up and just discard the Croxa and try and, sneak not having to pay that 2 mana. All right, Forest for Dana. Could hold back here if you want to, maybe block this Voice of Resurgence if you think you can kill enough things in Edict. Also could just attack here for 3. We talked about Adam's deck is very aggressively slanted. Rakdos.
Adam does go for the defensive line, planning to block this Voice of Resurgence. I certainly don't like the no attack, no block. You want to do one of those things. So now the Liliana's on 2 and your Edict isn't that good.
Yeah, and here comes Solemn Simulacrum. That's going to go get us a basic, get us towards Dana's. We saw in round 1 a bunch of Hydras that she had.
And this is a great curve for this matchup for Dana. She's building towards her end game, but she's doing it with value creatures. So it's going to be hard for Adam to whittle down her resources when Voice of Resurgence is a 2-for-1 and Solemn Simulacrum is a 3-for-1.
All right, here's that Mountainia we spoke about a second ago. Looks like we have another mountain in hand as well. And Hostile Investigator.
That is a nice one. It checks both the 2/2s in combat, also synergizes very well with Liliana. So Adam will get a clue from the Hostile Investigator trigger, and now when Liliana ticks up and forces Dana to discard a card, oh no, you only get 1 per turn, but on subsequent turns,
yeah,
he can start stacking clues with the Liliana.
And there goes Karuga. And this is a way you sometimes beat these ramp decks, right? Is you just actually make sure they don't have a card to play. Now, obviously, Dana has a card left over. She probably kept the one that's best for her.
There's a big threat or an answer to the Investigator. Because if Dana can kill the Investigator, she can come across and kill the Liliana too. She'll be empty-handed, but Adam will be near empty as well.
Yeah, maybe Dana goes like Hydroid Crisis here. That could be a pretty good play.
Especially if she drew a land.
Yeah.
Definitely has some powerful cards in her pool. And she discarded Karuga, which would have just been 5 mana, 5/4 draw a card. So presumably the card she kept is better than that.
Yeah, I think she's thinking about attacking and like, if blocks go a certain way, am I happy with all those outcomes? And it looks like Dana is. She's going to attack down the Liliana. Obviously, Investigator can eat whichever one of these it wants to. I like the block here on the Voice. Hope maybe Dana's doing this out of desperation. Obviously, you know, there's something good in hand with the Karuga. Voice token.
Green and white elemental.
Always love the story on Voice of Resurgence's Arch getting swapped at the last second. All right, it looks like 5 mana is what Dana is going to spend. And it is going to be, Nissa to complete it. Hey,
that is a strong one.
Makes sense to discard Karuga and leave that one behind. She's going to take 4 life for her trouble, but I think she's going to be okay as Ascended Amethyst is going to make I assume at least, an Phyrexian Horror immediately. We could answer the Blade of the Oni for -1. Not wholly unreasonable.
The problem here, though, is that Shadow Spear onto the Blade gives Adam a lethal attack on the Nissa. Because the Blade has Menace and they're both 4 power. Dana only has the 2 blockers.
Yep.
And I guess that, well, no, that if Dana had just left the creatures back, sure, the Liliana's on 3. Ostensibly, it could take out a blocker, but then Dana could sack the Voice and then it replaces itself. So I think that attack exposed her Nissa.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe also had originally the plan of killing the Blade of the Oni, but then realized, oh wait, Shadow Spear. Looks like we have a Kamano Faces Kakuzan here for Adam. 1. Taste it. I think it goes to Walkers too. One of those cards in the red deck that just randomly hits Walkers. Yeah, taste it. Nissa down to 3.
You get both. Each opponent and planeswalker they control, so. Now Adam doesn't have to equip the Shadow Spear if he doesn't want to. What is that last card name? Is that Creature of the Schism?
I think it's the kill spell. The bite or whatever. Withering Torment. I don't know why I thought the art's in the getting bitten, but yeah.
So now Adam can Withering Torment the 4/4. The Blade can attack down the Nissa. Since it's at 3, you leave back the Hostile Investigator. Don't want to. I guess Hostile now can attack since the Voice token is a 2/2.
Yeah, well, you also get to take up Liliana. Dana discards her last card, and you investigate again.
This is an incredible turn.
Ay, caramba.
The Kumano Faces Kakuzan was oddly effective as a 1-drop on turn 5.
You know, they don't make cards like they used to. Our 1-drop scaled the game a bit better. As what did Dana have? Look, it was Hydroid Krasis. That was our best card. Oh no! And she is going to be able to kill the Liliana, but Adam's got 2 clues. The damage has been done.
Yeah, now just a land coming. So Dana's behind on resources and behind on the battlefield. And things are only going to get worse over these next few turns with the Liliana ticking up. I guess she can attack the Lily.
You can answer the Lily, which you might as well, right? But the Shadow Spear from Adam's going to make it so that racing isn't very good. Looks like Dana wants to keep the Solemn. I guess she does have the very tricky activate my tapped Prairie to grow my token to block your Investigator. Maybe trick Adam.
That would be a nice play.
Yeah, and if he doesn't equip the Shadow Spear to the Investigator... Ooh. Blade of the Ebon Legion. E-boy here. Yeah, I think Adam... Yeah, he's going to get the counter from the Kamano because he did take up to 2. But I don't think he sees the Prairie activate line. So if we don't use the Shadow Spear and we go into the Investigator...
If Adam doesn't equip Shadow Spear in the Investigator trades, then the Blade only comes across for 3. So Knight won't get a second counter on the end step, but...
All right, looks like we're going to equip the Shadow Spear. Maybe, okay, I was going to say, maybe we're equipping it to the Blade just to make it a 4. But okay, now we got the Investigator up to a 5-4. Blade of the Oni does have Menace. Yep, so you get in for 8 here. Force the Chump. Yeah, activate so you take less damage from the Shadow Spear Trample. Great play there from Dana.
Yeah, very heads up play. Unfortunately, just doesn't do quite enough. But a necessary play to stay alive. So Dana will take 2 trample plus 3 from the Blade. 5 total, go to 3. So the Knight should get a counter on the end step, but I don't think that matters much.
Yep, and I'll land off the top from Dana. We're going to head to game number 2 here, as she's just getting beaten down in every game so far. Dana would just love what happens to 3 turns, no attacks. You know, let's just play our lands, love the game.
Yeah, she built up towards a powerful endgame, but Liliana restricting her resources was huge. Liliana was the all-star for Adam in that game and has been against ramp decks for many years.
Yeah, as Breeding Pool tapped for Dana, doesn't have Llanowar Elf. Adam with a mountain. No Kabano faces Kakuzan. I was going to say we could see the curve again. Mountain number 2 for Rice, as it looks like Adam's just like, you're going to want to read this one. I know you're going to want to, everyone's wanting to read this one. It's Transmigrant Crown. Think of it as, you know, the pioneer version of Skull Clamp. As Botanical Sanctum comes down and passes, what does Dana have?
Oof.
Did she? Yeah. Maybe she mulliganed and we just missed it. That definitely could be the case.
She has some turns here to get ahead, and instead is not taking advantage of it. There's Preacher.
Yeah, here's a Smuggler Surprise.
Okay, so this should set up Dana for a pretty good turn 4.
A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. That's an Uro to the graveyard.
It's a good one. So we get Goldvein Hydra, and what's under that Hydra?
That was Meringue River Regent.
Okay. Yeah, some very strong cards there. At the very least, we get a Goldvein Hydra for 3 here. The 3 is 1 short of where you want it.
Oh, that
okay.
Polyraptor?
That is Hulking Raptor.
Oh, Hulking Raptor. Okay. That one's better, actually, for our deck.
Yeah. 5/3 Ward 2, so the very least can trade with the Preacher, but maybe Dana wants that mana next turn. She's got plenty of things to use it on. Could get a big Hydra down. Could hard cast Meringue River Regent.
This at my Epidem, there's a guy that really likes to play like Gruul Dinosaurs. I have fought this card a lot. It's surprisingly difficult to beat. It's like you're on the draw, they ramp it out, and you're like, I can't pay Ward 2. What are you gonna do? Play a big dinosaur? And they do every time.
Yeah, of course.
As Transmigrant Crown's going to come in on the Preacher. The Preacher's going to get in. Tied life totals means we get both halves of the Preacher.
Yeah, so this should be a card and a vampire at the cost of just 1 life.
A deal I'll take many times over. As Dana is going to fall, I believe, to 16 here, excuse me, because the Preacher of the Schism is +2 +0'd. Yep. Ward 2.
Yeah, don't want to do that.
Oopsie poopsie. I think Adam might have missed the Preacher trigger.
Not the best time to read your card. Okay.
Alright, whatever. CubeCon. Love the game. We'll call it a deal. With Drew Bonecrusher Giant. As we have 5 mana plus the Raptor, and that's Titan of Industry. Finally, Dana's getting to play her big cards. And this is a heater and a half. Goodbye, Transmigrant Crown. I imagine we're making a Rhino. Honestly, anything we want. Shield token, also unbeatable. You know, lots of good choices here.
It's like Rhino and Disenchant are the modes for Dana, and she is in the driver's seat in game 2 with plenty of gas left behind. Still has the Meringue River Regent and Goldvein Hydra from that Smuggler Surprise in hand.
Oh yeah, this is a banger moment. I ephemerated this card the other day. A little Titan of Industry. Pretty good.
Adam probably needed to Withering Torment the Titan on end step just for efficiency's sake, but Probably a little rattled after the missed triggers earlier.
Ross, you know I've been doing this for a long time. We call it an oopsie poopsie in the biz, and we move on. We made a mistake. It happens. You'll make many more. Ross has lots of them on coverage. It's okay. It is
bigger ones than anyone we all will ever make.
Yeah. I like to bring up in coaching, Ross, that I've lost more games of Magic than you've played of Magic. So let's just, and a lot of them are my fault.
Yeah.
So, Preacher attack in here for 2. Gonna get the Vampire this time, as we have
Good news
less
for
life.
Adam is that he has a game 3. He won game 1, so this is a freebie.
Yeah. This was a scouting mission. I wonder if Adam maybe has forgotten Titan doesn't have a shield counter. Because if you think the Titan has a shield counter, like maybe, you course corrected in your head, right? You made a little mistake there. All this makes a lot of sense.
I'm not going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, exactly. As passing back here, Dana still has Meringue River Regent, which can just come down and unsummon these 2 cards and be a 6/7. This has happened to me a lot in Standard, as the control deck just turns the corner. And then they get Viva Cultured and die. But we don't talk about that part. As we played the Meringue here.
Has the 2 mana floating from Hulking Raptor, so only 4 lands needed to cast Meringue River Region. Yeah, okay, bounce your 2 things, attack you for 12. And at this point, Adam's deck just has no outs.
Yeah, we're packing them up. We're seeing what Dana has in her deck. Does she want to give us any information? Yeah, and Adam's like, all right, you got me. You don't want to give any more hints as to what's to come? Game number 3 here.
Okay, Adam going to be on the play. We'll look to have a more aggressive start. Kumano or Knight of the Ebon Legion on turn 1. Early Liliana will be great. Wants to put Dana under pressure because we saw what kind of top end she has. The Nissa Ascended Animus, the Hydroid Krasis, the Titan of Industry. Those are very scary cards for the Rakdos player. No 1-drop for Adam, though.
Yeah, and Adam has
Dana, however, does. Llanowar Elves, the perfect 1-drop for this ramp strategy. There's your Pioneer gameplay. Llanowar Elves stomp.
My heart be still.
This is truly the Pioneer showcase.
Innkeeper's Talent. This is a card I really love.
Love it so much you thought it was Hunter's Talent.
Yeah. Because I wanted to be Innkeepers. All right. Looks like Adam drew a spell. And yeah, we have Murderous Rider taking a little read ski poo. Worst case scenario, got Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah, welcome to the Bone Zone.
Yeah. And this is what Bone Crusher Giant was doing for years in Standard and Pioneer. Just answer your early play and then either answer your next play or start killing you. I'm happy with all outcomes.
Got all the angles covered.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they're flat.
Yeah. Listen, if they're, 2 toughness, I got them. Less than 3 power, I easily got them.
There's Hydroid Krasis in Dana's hand. You could play that as a 2/2 and draw a card. It's just no 4th land. Ooh.
That
is a 1/1 that will not draw a card.
I have a lot of respect for Listen. I can't hold out on value. I just got to get on board.
Yeah,
it's
with the Innkeeper's Talent.
Yeah. Ooh, Molten Collapse.
The missed land drop for Dana is killer. If this was a 2/2 Hydra Crisis and drew a card and became a 3/3, trades with the Bone Crusher Giant, game has a completely different texture.
Yeah, just...
Suddenly Dana's stable on board, has 4 lands in play, likely drawing into a 5th with the extra draw step. Everything going really according to plan. Instead, this is your missing land drops and under a ton of pressure, and there is even more. This Blade of the Oni keeps showing up for Adam Rice, and it has put in a lot of work.
It's really good. 3/1 Menace is just, I know I said it in round 1, surprisingly annoying. And, Adam's deck honestly does look in this game, I should say, looks exactly like Pioneer from a few years ago, right? There's just like, they kill everything, and they play their creatures. Gosh darn it. Solemn Simulacrum coming down. This is big.
Yeah, huge draw. Dana finds her 4th land, plays Solemn, gets land 5. Talent will give the Solemn a counter. Now the Solemn can check Bone Crusher Giant, and if Adam uses another removal spell to clear a path for the Bone Man, Dana has enough mana to start playing something really impactful, and Adam might not have another removal spell in tow. We know there's the Murderous Rider from earlier. I think I just saw the Liliana of the Veil too.
Yeah, I think we just drew the Liliana.
That would be a nice way to deal with this Solemn Simulacrum, and then save the Murderous Rider for the follow-up.
Yeah, really like just playing Lily here. Also just starts threatening the hand if you decide to do something different than Murderous Rider on the next turn. Some more options. Big part that we didn't really talk about there, getting that Plains is also fixed Dana's mana. Should put her in able to cast all of her card territory when it comes to those requirements. 7 coming across the finish line here.
How is Dana at...
And thank you so much, Yellow Hat, for the raid there. We'd love to bring you lots of cube action today. You can also donate to a good cause. The link on screen or ! Donate. We are in round number 2 here of the Pioneer Showcase Cube. We have Caleb Durwald in our finals. We're seeing who else can meet him there.
How is Dana at 10 right now? Bone Crusher has come across twice and Blade once, right?
Yeah, I think our life... Well, I think our life total person maybe accidentally gave a life on the Krasis, just out of habit. Which, you know, understandable. We'll get it fixed in a second. As here comes Bonnie Paul. This is not an understandable card. Very big. As Boo token comes down.
Big cow. So, yeah. Now the battlefield is stable again. Adam has 1 removal spell. This is going to be close. The Menace on the Blade may be key for Adam getting over the finish line here, because Dana's hand is pretty clearly stacked with spells. You know, she missed her 4th land drop, now has found lands, so she's going to have impactful plays for the next couple turns. Adam can't close the game in that time frame. Those powerful plays from Dana's deck will likely take over the battlefield and put her in a winning position.
As here comes Blot Out.
So that'll take out the Bonnie Paul itself, so that's the highest mana value. But
Blue left behind. Okay. That's a land.
And yeah.
It's a Solemn. She drew the... Okay. Drew land. It all makes sense.
Yeah, drew land for turn to play Bonnie Paul, drew land off the Bonnie Paul trigger.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, let's see what we have here. Voice of Resurgence. Okay.
Good against the Liliana tick down.
There's Uro.
That's a nice one. Dana's graveyard is stocked. Gets her a little bit of a life buffer.
Uh-oh, you don't want to have to read Uro. That's not a fun one to learn at KubeCon.
If you're wondering what Uro does, it's everything. Does all the things.
Yep. And it looks like we could even put, thanks to the forest, level up the talent. Or maybe... Oh, does she have a... Is that Bushwhack? It's some sort of fight spell. That's for sure. And taking down the Blade of the Oni, super huge. And I think she can attack in on the Lily.
I think that's a tail swipe.
Tail swipe, okay. Big Girl Blue can come on in if she wants.
Okay,
She's not gonna, we're going to hold back on D.
That was a great turn for Dana. She unloaded the rest of her hand, completely stabilized the battlefield, insulated herself from the Liliana minus, and set up Uro for next turn to take over. Really, everything she needed to do that turn was available, and now Adam is the one in trouble.
All right, Adam has a bitter triumph in the Murderous Rider. But like you're saying, Uro, such a good card when the games are about this kind of stuff, if you can just start deploying it. Rider going to take down Big Blue. You my cow, Blue, as it goes to the graveyard. That is on an adventure. And
now
then
Liliana can edict away the voice. The token that comes back is just a 1/1. And now the Bone Man can get in and put Dana to 4. Does Adam have another removal spell left for the Uro?
I think there's a Bitter Triumph in hand. But Dana's graveyard's really big too, thanks to Liliana. But this is a time-shifted match, so hopefully those players notice Murderous Rider, but we can't do much to fix that now. We live and let live. Uro. Smart. Play one of the best Magic cards ever printed.
There's a Yavimaya Coast in Dana's mana base. That's why her life total is a little off. She's taking a couple pings.
Oh. That's how they get us. Well, Uro will forgive all sins, just like us.
Still with a few cards left. I don't know if it's enough to re-escape immediately next turn, but Dana now also has 2 more cards to deploy. One of them's a land.
Yeah, she also, I was gonna say, she can now level up this talent. It isn't perfect. It gives Uro ward, excuse me, one of those lands coming in off the Uro trigger, the other for turn. So now Adam does have to use all his mana if it is Bitter Triumph, like I think in hand. Has a Hazard in hand as well.
Adam's been stuck on 4 lands for a while, so emptying his hand has been difficult.
Oh, that's not Bitter Triumph. That's Vran Executioner.
That's not going to do much.
That's really bad news if you're an Adam fan.
Uro beating a Thoughtseize deck. That's what we saw in Pioneer about 5 years ago.
Yep. It's what you see basically every time, honestly, this occurs. Uro, one of the more fun cards, I think, when you're the one casting it. And one of the more unfun cards when you're against it. As here comes the crown. I do appreciate when Adam plays the cards in his deck that he knows are suspect, he shows them to his opponent. But when he plays the rate monsters, he's like, Bone Crusher. you know Lily.
This is 6 powers, so the Uro can attack freely. It's going to be an 8/8 or a 10/10. If the talent,
it's more, it doubles, right? Yeah. It gets out of control. I mean,
see if Dana found another creature off the top. Maybe she wants to start pumping that one instead.
She has a lot of big things. I mean, imagine the Titan of Industry here. That might be what she's thinking about too, is she has some like medium play she could grow, or take the chance of drawing a card like Titan. Just doing the math here. She will go to 13 off the Uro trigger.
Yeah, they're very important. They're mostly, so like I had the,
All right, it looks like we're going to hold back on defense here as Shieldred. Yeah, the no attack is interesting. Shieldred's going to be huge if it can come down, but there's no land for Adam. We do have Hazaret.
That is at least a good blocker for the Uro.
Yeah.
Now things are kind of stable. Dana missed, I think, a key turn to get an attack in. Either put Adam to where the Uro is a lethal attacker, which could be relevant, or draw an extra card.
Yeah, draw the card.
There was 6, potentially 8 damage on board, and really, I mean, with Hazaret, it would have been an attack for 11. And so that would have been pretty punishing. Maybe Dana actually did need to leave the Uro back. She would have been at 13 and gone down to 2 if she didn't find anything.
Did she smuggle a surprise this game, or is that last game? No, she's going to get the Bone. All right, Bone Crusher goes down. She goes to 5.
And the Bone Crusher dying should trigger the Vran.
Yeah, which means she's down to 3, and Adam's up to 21. Yep, we just see him point to Vran.
And now Dana has a hard road because she needs to attack with the Uro to gain life to get outside of range of Hazaret's activations, but she also needs to be able to block these attacks.
Now, if there was ever a card in Magic to get her out of this spot, it is Uro. It does most of what we're talking about, but the rest of her deck has got to be kind, and like you said, missing that attack may be very costly here. What was the card maybe she has like a counter spell in hand, like a negate or some card like that she sideboarded. All right, Uro's attacking in for 12. It's a ton, but just the one thing she's kind of going.
just a blocker won't be good enough here, right? Adam has enough mana to equip the Crown to the Vran and activate the Hazoret, put Dana to 4, and both attackers are lethal.
But yeah, Dana needs to. If Dana draws Titan of Industry here, all right. So Rand's chump blocking. Oh no! Adam is maybe accidentally misstepped here, and Dana does look to have drawn a spell. A huge turn for Fisher.
Yeah, I didn't get the Sunfall. I took the 3 over it. Oh, really?
3 lands.
Wow. I'm gonna try to ride this Hazoret.
Somehow just didn't draw. Like my removal spell was in.
There's the Smuggler Surprise. Okay, so she's just doing the mill mode. There's a Vorinclex. There's a Lotus Cobra. All right, Vorinclex to hand. She can play that, Ross.
Yeah,
that thing is big.
She also could have just used the other 5 mana spree and put 2 creatures into play that she finds, no matter what they cost.
I think Dana has some card in hand, and she wanted to like potentially leave it up. But I don't know what it could be in her deck.
There's got to be some reason there.
Yeah, cause I think she would have also played the land a turn prior if she had it, just because she does have so many big cards and cards like Smuggler Surprise in her deck. And she has like no looting. But yeah, I mean, Adam has this Shieldred, which is gonna be about lethal, but not quite.
If he has to tap out for Shieldred, then Dana can sack the Vorinclex to it and take 5 and go to 1.
Yeah.
But Adam can also move the Transmigrants to the Hazoret, make it big enough to eat the Vorinclex. That is a Lotus Cobra.
Yep.
Nice insulation from the Shieldred and just another blocker against removal.
Like this, he was doing like a side to side, and he was like looking straight.
So that might have been the reason Dana didn't commit more mana. She wanted to, just in case she bricks. And she figures I have enough mana to cast what I find, but if I completely brick, I need to be able to play a blocker.
To like stack my hand.
Land is the draw for Adam.
Yeah. And I was playing like a 4-color. Like.
All right, Murder Strider is the play. You can equip the Crown too.
Like 7 lands.
Heavy is the Crown.
This is awesome. Yeah.
Move the Crown over to the Hazoret and attack.
Let's go.
So the Vorinclex can't block easily. Dana will just chump with the Cobra.
But yeah, because of the Adams blocked last turn, he's still at 20. So he gets to keep gaming. Despite there being, I mean, there's 20 power in play if you put the talent on the Vorinclex.
Dana can also transform the Vorinclex. Mill 10 and then get 2 creatures from the milled cards onto the battlefield.
Not too shabby. Yeah, you see her counting. We know she has another land in hand as well. I mean, she gets to kind of free roll all this because she wants to block the Murder Strider. She'll attack, Murder Strider want to block, then she could flip. There's a land for turn, it seems. Could be possible Dana plans to attack with Vorinclex and then transform and hold Ura back on D just in case she whiffs.
Gonna be hard to whiff on 10 cards, I think.
You would find a way, Ross. As here comes Golden Rain.
I have drawn 10 lands in a row in a match. I've done that.
Yeah, I can see it right now. You're in the feature match area, you flip, you hit no creatures, and you just start running the numbers.
Is this Goldvein Hydra lethal?
Because maybe it's a lot. It's just Nissa. And well, yeah, because also it enters with double. Does it enter with double counters because of
Yeah,
talent?
the Goldvein Hydra was a cast for X. It was 4 and gets double counters from the talent. And now the Nissa Ascended Animist can +1/+1 trample each creature for all of Dana's forests.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh. I think if she just ultimated the Nissa, this was lethal because now even the Uro is trampled.
Oh no, I think she did. It's on 7 because 7 times 2 is 14, and then it minuses for 7.
Oh, the Innkeeper's talent works with the Planeswalkers, who's not just creatures. Oh yeah,
yeah,
any permanent. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So I think this is Giga Super Omega.
Oh, yeah. We were playing a close game, and Dana decided to drop the hammer. I was like, okay, we're done here. Attack you for 60.
Yeah, that's a memorable moment to say the least. And whew, all right, well, congratulations to Dana Fisher winning that round. We have still the finals, the trophy match here to see who Caleb is going to play and all of that and take the crown. But before we do that, exclamation point donate if you want to donate to suicide prevention. We also have a QR code on the screen during the feature matches here as well with this donate page in the top left-hand corner. There are rewards here if you donate, so you can check out those. Some of them are sold out. Other ones, we still have lots available. It looks like this Taiga Altered is on the line. That's pretty exciting. Check that out. And we'll be back in just a couple minutes with the trophy match. See you soon.
So what is the modular cube? Well, it's all about the modular ability. No, that's a lie. There is a lot of cards that care about counters in this cube, however, but that's not all it's about. No, it's actually called modular because normally there's a few different modules that can be mixed in, but in this CubeCon version, though, you don't have to worry about that. It's just about the archetypes, the synergies, of which there's a lot of emergent synergies, things that overlap across the archetypes. Lots of cards, both familiar and unfamiliar, that you can mash together into something new, hopefully. Yeah, here you'll see things like slivers, both the old ones and the new ones. You'll even see them in duplicates and across all 5 colors. You'll see some pretty big power outliers, but recontextualized in a way that they won't run away with the game. You'll see a few of the weaker conspiracies and several alternate win conditions. You'll find that removal is good, but it's not great. The multicolored cards should all be fairly obvious signposts that'll pull you in a specific direction. And you will notice that the mana fixing is asymmetrical. You will see different lands in each color pairs. And if you 3-0 the modular cube, please sign a basic. I hope you enjoy.
Hi, I'm Andrew Dorsey, creator of the Red Terror Cube, and I want to give you a brief rundown of what it's about. First, it's not a mono red cube. It is a red aligned guilds versus Zorius cube. So Boros, Izzet, Gruul, and Rakdos all got together and decided to try to beat up Azorius, with a little bit of a mono red sprinkled in. So what is red? Red is basically everything. It can do almost every role, but I think the important part is that it's not going to be the 1-drop creatures 2/1s. It has more of a haste style, burn, adding damage, doubling damage to Inflame Tyrant sort of situation. That's what it's going to be. It's more of a tempo-y-ish red. One of the goals for this cube overall is to have a lot of back and forth, have a lot of creatures in the graveyard, no board stalls is one of the guiding lights for my creation. Boros is going to be equipment. It's not going to have any of the busted ones like Batterskull or Cauldron Complete. It does have the Sword of Cauldron, which is my favorite, and it can do a lot. I've been trying to work on it. It has a lot of the Mirrodin cards, and it's kind of equipment value. Blue-red has the kind of mostly the burn style, Gutter Knight, Coruscation Mage, Scalding Viper, Eidolon, Great Revel, kind of this package of when you cast a spell, deal some more extra damage. So more of a chip damage. Blue-red is more of chip damage, and then it has this small giant theme of just running you over with doubling giant power. Pretty good. Black-red is a more Death Touch menace, mid-rangey, value, steal your stuff once in a while, and then reanimate, and just value cards. I think black-red is just value cards. And then red-green is going to be just big monsters doubling their own power, and then you're just going to hit them with the Berserk, and then they're done. Blue-white, I went with a harder control deck. It's got Dragonlord Ojutai, probably the top end, just sits there gaining value, and it's a big threat, and yeah, so that's what it's going to do. Everything is kind of pointing towards there's just a more tempo style to all the games. There's a couple combos, all will be one, with Red Terror, and dealing any damage with the red source is just infinite damage. I wanted red to have the biggest powered creature, so Infinity Elemental it is. I threw in Fling. There's some other kind of combo-y cards, but these are kind of 4 one-turn kill combos. You get them, then you win. I like combos, so there you go. I hope you guys, everyone that wants to play, enjoys themselves. So see you there.
Hi CubeCon, my name is Brian from Cleveland, Ohio. Welcome to the Tiny Axe Bar Cube, a microcube with one brutal twist. You start at 5 life. Shout out to BoltCube for the inspiration. Tiny Axe strives for nuanced card evaluation and creative lines through low starting life totals, graveyard recursion, and near perfect information in the second and third games of a match. Before I begin, feel free to scan the QR code down there for an in-depth primer. Tiny Axe has some unique rules that radically change card evaluation, so let's start there. The biggest change of all, each player starts at 5 life, like I said. It's a microcube. That means the card pool and deck sizes are tiny. Card pool is only 160 cards. The draft consists of 2 packs of 10 cards each, and each deck must be exactly 15 cards. Because of the small deck size, we throw out the rule that says basically you lose if you try to draw a card in your library.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to CubeCon 2025. I'm Mason Clark, joined by my co-host Ross Merriam, and we are here to bring you the trophy match of the Pioneer Showcase Cube. Ross, it's been amazing so far. We've watched Caleb pilot this blue-white tempo deck that has this good top end to be undefeated so far, but Fan Chen Yang has a Jeskai control deck that's going to try and battle out against it here. But before any of that, exclamation point donate if you want to donate to a good cause here with a suicide prevention. Also a QR code in our feature match area. It'll be on the left or right side of your screen depending on the setup there. And these are some of the things you can get here. CubeCon table mat, have that for your cube draft. Everyone comes over to the house, has a good time with the official art going on there. Exclusive to this year's CubeCon, support a good cause. And Ross, speaking of a good cause, let's see if Caleb can lock up the trophy, get 9 points as these players are in a tournament system here, and see if they can lock those up. Starting off with a 3-0 is, and you're going to find this hard to believe, Ross, the best you can do.
Yeah, definitely the best. And, this is a long weekend to Cube, but starting out 3-0, giving yourself that cushion is exactly where our players want to be. And both these decks look excellent. We haven't seen Fanchons in action yet, but I'm looking over the deck list. Very, very classic Jeskai control deck. White is a relatively light splash. It's mainly Izzet. Has a lot of the spell synergies in the cube with Chromos Seed Shark and Third Path Iconoclast. A ton of cheap removal, good planeswalkers, and a really powerful top end. So I think this is going to be Caleb's toughest challenge yet after we saw him win 2 pretty quick matches in rounds 1 and 2.
Well, this is his second best start we've seen yet, as a Warden on turn 1 into Thraben Inspector. Mockingbird copied the Warden. Ross, this is like the standard deck you were promoting a little bit ago with Convoke here.
He had to wait until turn 2 rather than play Thraben Inspector on turn 1, but he has 2 of them, so it was worth the wait. And Thraben Inspector, it's just been unbeatable all day long. It's the best card ever printed, and I don't see what Fanchon can do from here. Just can't stand up to that power.
Has Lockthorn Whale in his hand, so you can at least put the Warden on top. Looks like a Ledger Shredder is going to come down, and now we're going to connive. Excuse me. We're going to activate the Warden and Scry. The spell would let us connive. If you have something like Spyglass Siren, it would be absolutely berserk when it comes to activating this Warden. Basically a constructed deck. Caleb might also just have Spell Pierce.
That's what Caleb's deck has looked like all day. It just looks like a constructed deck.
Yeah. And yeah, we're just going to actually attack here. And there's Lockthorn Whale. Warden can go wherever you want. Put it on top.
He'll quickly grow out of range unless Fanchon has some removal. There's one sweeper is an Anger of the Gods. That would be a nice one here.
Yep. Has the adventure token, came prepared. Ooh, and there it is, Anger of the Gods. That's going to exile everything, clean up the battlefield, and Caleb's just drawing a silly little 1-2. Now, he's got those clues left behind to still activate, but we missed a land drop last turn. I imagine we're going to miss it this turn.
Yeah. The reality is the Anger of the Gods killed 3 creatures, but 2 of those creatures left behind clues. So in the long term, that's still just a 1-for-1. Caleb is still set up to play a long game here, but so is Fanchon. Fanchon has a lot of powerful top end for the late game as well. Things like Hullbreaker Horror, Teferi Hero of Dominaria, and Torrential Gearhulk.
I mean, honestly, Lochthorn Whale, if you can get to it right now, is looking pretty reasonable. You know, if nothing big comes down, just 6/6 big. All right, there's Surge Engine.
This is really the first game that we have seen Caleb's opponents profitably interact with him.
Yeah.
Dayspec didn't have a lot of interaction. She was trying to do her ramp thing, and Caleb was very aggressive. And then the interaction out of Kai's deck from Esper just wasn't that impactful. Even when they had something like Split Up, it just didn't do enough in the face of the card advantage. But right now, Caleb had a very aggressive draw, not as much card advantage to back it up. And the Anger of the Gods is going a long way towards blunting that aggression and giving Fanchon time to set up and build towards his end game.
Memory Deluge. Big play here.
Yeah, he's a little behind on the battlefield, but there's a lot of good cheap spot removal in Fanchon's deck. So if they untap, answer at least one of these threats, maybe both of them, they should still be in fine shape moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Then they'll have the Hornlock Whale and the Flashback on Memory Deluge set for the late game. So Fanchon can really prioritize having answers and finding answers off of this Deluge. With
Odawara? Shivan Reef into stock up.
Hey. This is a little more curious because now Fanchon has minimal mana left to interact. As long as one removal spell lands, that's still fine. If Caleb has the Spell Pierce for a removal spell, Fanchon may find themselves too far behind even with this grip full of cards.
Yeah, I think I spotted a Ride's End potentially in the stack of cards, but I'm not sure if it was taken. I do believe Ral Crackling Wit was taken, which will do a good job of starting to produce bodies.
No removal spell played after Caleb tapped out. Wouldn't have minded Ride's End then.
Yeah, I think that's it on top. Maybe Fanchon's waiting.
Here's Enduring Curiosity. Ride's End will take out one of the attackers, but another one will get through and Caleb will draw another card. Enduring Curiosity, an excellent card for this matchup.
Yeah, we saw Caleb tank a lot on this pick during the draft. It were Cataclysmic Gearhulk. It was early on and we were very white, but this sort of pivoted us to blue and was heavily rewarded. As this is the first time Caleb's actually played the card in the draft too. This here's to Fairy 5 and Chandra, Hope's Beacon. Deal 3 to these. And there's a reason Fanchang's also 2-0.
Yeah, that's a big play. The Enduring Curiosity sticks around, but Caleb has no other battlefield to show for it, so he's going to have to spend this turn rebuilding and then hope Fanchon can't just untap and answer his creatures again. And the Chandra is still around potentially. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Walking Ballista X's to shoot the Chandra.
But if you're the control player, you've already cast multiple card draw spells, you're making all your land drops, your grip is full, you now get to untap at 14 life, and there's no pressure on the other side of the battlefield. This is exactly where Fanchon wants to be on turn 7. He gets to play more card draw here this iteration, find more land drops, make sure he has interaction for whatever Caleb has left. Really a clinic in playing control here from Fanchon Yang.
Yeah, and you see Fanchon respecting the Spell Pierce that they know is in the cube. Kind of, wanted to wait here. Now it's shoving. Maybe seemed a little silly there. Like I say, we could have done this before, but decided to EI. Looks like we decided what we got off that's enough to really kind of take our lead. And yeah, Teferi, not a weak card. As Spectral Sailor's going to come down.
Okay, not bad.
It's untapped for 2.
But yeah, there's got to be a removal spell there. That Lightning Strike.
Yep, Lightning Strike takes down Spectral Sailor. Teferi. If you played Standard in this time, you know what this is like. As here comes Sky Sovereign.
It doesn't look nearly as impressive here, though.
Yeah, and Chrome Host Seed Shark from Fanchan into Hall of the Storm Giants. Odawara still in hand. We could Odawara to protect our Teferi if need be. We're in a bit of a pickle here, Ross.
There's a Hall of Storm Giants. Yeah, Fanchan really has everything going here. That Anger of the Gods was really the key to all of this. I think without that Anger, Fanchan doesn't have the breathing room to spend the next couple turns playing his card draw spells. Played Memory Deluge on 4, stock up on 5. Because he had that breathing room, reloaded with the card draw spells on 4 and 5. Since that point, they've had all the answers. And of course you have all the answers. You just looked at 9 extra cards.
Yeah. You know what? That seems to work out consistently, but I can't tell why. As okay.
Yeah. Just get to play for free. Don't need to wait for it to be tapped. Rides End works great with Torrential Gearhulk.
Yeah. If you're local to this area, you know Fanchan, very strong player. He's won a couple NRGs, always as well, these sort of things. And Chrome Host Seed Shark loses the stun counter. But Torrential Gearhulk, be still in my heart. I own 12 of this card. We're not going to talk about it. I kept thinking I didn't own them, and I kept buying them for tournaments. And then one day I found them all. As a
There's a 5/5 incubator from the Rides End too, so this is a very quick turnaround to end the game.
Fable the Mirror Breaker in hand for Fanchan.
And there's still, 10 cards in hand, approximately. Sure, let's play Fable.
This is the Pioneer Showcase Cube. Cards like Luris are also legal, kind of showcasing the history of Pioneer / those kind of standard formats. The time frame, as it were.
Incredibly powerful in a constructed format where you can fully build around it. It's hard to go into a draft and say, I'm only taking 1 and 2 mana cards.
Yeah. Even though you could argue Caleb's deck actually did that very well for a long bit of it. Like a lot of the draft, obviously some powerful 4 and 5 mana cards have been stabilizing us. As Enduring Innocence is going to trigger off the stowaway. A Collector's Cage. Okay. Let him cook. Elspeth Sun's Champion does a little bit, not enough.
Yeah, especially with the Teferi. Fanchan can just tuck that Elspeth away.
Okay, Alrund's Epiphany. That's the hit. Because then we get another turn. And then from there, we figure it out.
Yeah.
And we hit Agatha's. And we take our Ballista. I need you to cook with me, Ross. I can't be cutting all the vegetables by myself. We gotta find the line.
There's a lot of dicing that needs to be done here to make this soup.
Okay, our Enduring Innocence gains a power as well. Oh, Brazen Borrower, the unbeatable.
Okay, is this a lethal attack yet?
It's got to be so close because the Incubate token's flipping. Yeah.
Yeah, and Teferi can clear away a blocker. Yeah, it has to be a lethal attack. Both players realize it. Fanchan takes down game 1 in, we've watched Caleb. This is the 5th game we've seen Caleb play. Won both rounds 1 and 2, 2-0, 4 pretty easy games. He was ahead almost the entire time. That's the exact opposite there in game 1. Fanchan, from the moment they played the Anger of the Gods, was in the driver's seat and never gave it up.
All right, tap lands at each other. The Restless Cycle. Collector's Cage. Okay. So probably a pretty big sign that Caleb has some of his more interactive cards. His deck has a lot of really powerful 2s and 1s he could have played. So it's either that or very much valuing the cage. And the cage gets abraded. Oh, what was... Oh,
that could easily have been Caleb saying, I don't want this cage to get countered. And instead, Fanchan shows him the exact right removal spell to remove it. Okay.
And Enduring Innocence, huge get here. That's going to stabilize the battlefield. Give us a little threat and makes every creature that isn't something that's super big to worry about into a card draw spell. Stock up.
The only exile removal for Fanchen is Ride's End. So if Caleb, who's seen Ride's End already, just keeps the Enduring Innocence out of combat, you can make sure that that ability to keep drawing cards stays around maybe this entire game. Fanchen could bounce it, counter it on the way back down. He could tuck it with Teferi. Those are all very clunky answers. Enduring Innocence is an excellent card for Caleb in this matchup.
All right. Caleb's got 2. Rona. Draw a card. By the way, that Enduring Innocent art, so amazing. Caleb's going to risk it on the Ride's End. Going to start getting some pressure. Might have a hand that doesn't have anything else going and just can't afford to sit around. Fanchen might be able to hard cast it.
There is definitely incentive for Caleb to try to end the game quickly. You know, as strong as his late game is and has demonstrated in the earlier matches, this is a different kind of matchup. Fanchen has a really, really powerful late game himself, so I don't mind the attack, but see if he gets punished.
All right, here's
that's
Anger of the
exile.
Gods.
How could I have forgotten? Is there Spell Pierce?
Oh, no Spell Pierce. Brutal here.
Still only a 1-for-1 because the Enduring Innocence triggered once, but yeah, that is rough for Caleb.
All right, Fairy Mastermind comes down. We have a Walking Ballista in hand. I think we have an Alrund's Epiphany too. I'm curious to see if Caleb wants to try to draw 2 via the Mastermind or just play like a Ballista and get on board. Looks like he's wanting to draw 2 potentially.
Yeah, he doesn't have a ton of pressure, so he needs to prioritize getting some cards here, but then again, lines up the removal spell, strike in response. Now both players only get 1 card. Keep that exchange level.
Yeah, Fanchen very happy to have the turn play out that way. We 1-for-1 and I draw, and I make a land drop, excuse me. Cool. Sounds good. As Caleb plays the 5th land here. Remember, Caleb knows what's under the cage. We don't. Something like Elspeth Sun's Champion could be hiding out over there.
Yeah. The card that I'm looking for here, if I'm Caleb, is Invasion of New Phyrexia. The Anger of the Gods has been cast already. Invasion could be an excellent one if the game goes long.
Ooh, I'm going to foretell a card. Could be anything.
Nobody knows.
Yeah. Just hanging out with my friends. Just, ominous birds are coming. As here comes Malcolm, speaking of birds. An attack here could be huge. Here's Loxhorn Whale. How much is Alrund's again on the Epiphany side? Is it 6?
7.
Still okay. But you get the bird.
No, 6 on the Foretell side. You're right.
Yeah. Okay. I spent a lot of time watching my opponent kill me with that card over and over.
Okay. Caleb's going to want to get some stuff on the battlefield before going for the time walk, so I like this.
Okay. So Surge into Ballista into Confounding Riddle. That's going to counter that.
Okay. So now it's all about what these last cards are for Fanchen. Can he stop the Alrund's Epiphany? Kill the various creatures. If not, the Epiphany could let Caleb close this game quite quickly. Given that Fanchen passed with a grip full of cards and a bunch of mana, I'm imagining there was some interaction left over.
Yeah.
Maybe a torrential Gearhulk here. You could, flashback Lightning Strike, hit the anchorage, block the Surge engine.
Whole horror.
Yep. That'll do big.
Yeah, that's gonna block the Surge. And even with Caleb, Caleb's only thing that can really cleanly get us out of here as like an Elspeth, but there's just so little chance of that ever resolving at this point. Spectral Sailor goes to the yard off the maps.
What Caleb was really missing for this matchup was, a negate, a mana leak, some effect like that to stop some of these high-end cards from Fan-Chan or stop the card advantage. Just a little bit of interaction. Trying to grind through this deck straight up has really proven, impossible. It's proven very difficult. Fan-Chan's deck is very, very well built, has all the tools that you want in this style, and I think my favorite part about their deck, 13 non-basic lands.
Yeah.
Fan-Chan prioritized taking that fixing, taking it early, and still filled out the deck with very powerful cards, but has incredible mana.
Okay, so Ross, while you were gone, Fan-Chan main phase and said bounce, but our only legal target was Hullbreaker Horror. We got a little confused with the Epiphany card. So the Epiphany is coming in pretty clutch here, as the Hullbreaker Horror is in hand now. So we got that going for us.
Yeah, if there's nothing to do with the Epiphany.
Could have gone either way. Get Lost is going to get this Restless Anchorage.
Yeah, here, have 2 maps instead. The Epiphany is not going to be able to do everything by itself. Okay, there's a use for 2 maps.
Whoa, yeah, I'm a little surprised by this.
Caleb knows he just needs to find something good next turn.
Yeah.
Can't putz around.
Sure. Believable. Alrund's Epiphany.
Okay.
No iteration like we had in Standard to take multiple turns.
But there's just no good attacks here for Caleb because of the Hullbreaker Horror. You can get in for 2 next turn with the birds.
Yeah, you can scry this turn to set it up. I do like this play from Caleb. Like, if you have nothing going on, like, you are just dead. Well, you're almost assuredly dead, I should say, once this Hullbreaker Horror hits the battlefield again. So just take your turn and try and scry and get something. Obviously, Hullbreaker Horror can't be countered.
And this was another reason to use the maps, right? If Caleb hadn't hit land off the second map, now this Warden would be a 4/5, and he'd have 6 damage in the air, where Hullbreaker Horror is ground-bound.
Yeah.
So I think he was setting up the turn knowing that he was going to be able to use Warden's ability with the birds on the Epiphany turn. So trying to get this thing into the air. He may still be able to.
All right, Curious Obsession on a bird.
I wouldn't have minded. No, it still isn't.
Okay, Curiosity.
Okay, so this is 3 damage in the air plus 3 cards.
Yeah, let him cook.
This is where Caleb could really use his own Get Lost or that, Soul Partition that he passed in Pack 1. Just some answer to the Hullbreaker Horror. It's going to be hard to March of Otherworldly Light, a 7-drop.
Mockingbird, okay.
And goes for the high upside play of leveling the first Warden fully.
Keeps the card on top.
Fan-Chan is at 8. They're in a bit of a tricky spot, depending on their hand. This is a big turn. There's not too many cards left. Fan-Chan's hand isn't very good. Caleb is very much in this game, and a pass of the turn is exactly what Caleb wanted. Still not out of the woods. Could definitely be some powerful instance, but...
Yeah, a card like Memory Deluge is probably one of the best things for Fan-Chan, as it is both an answer problems and a powerful spell.
Offside Eidetic Memory for Caleb. Can he get this other Warden in the air?
You can tap. Well, the other warden is a mockingbird, so it is flying.
Oh, it's
right?
it's already in the air. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So this is all in the air. This is 9, a lethal attack. So there's got to be some response for Fan Chen.
Just a lot of mana. Oh, there's a Lockthorn Whale.
Play the whale, bounce the 4/5 warden. Okay, bounce the token, limit cards. But this is still 7.
And then Odawara this. Okay.
So now this is only 3 coming across, but 2 cards coming for Caleb from the Enduring Curiosity. And is that empty hand for Fan Chen?
It's empty hand, yeah.
Wow. Okay, big draw step then.
Yeah, we need Deluge, something like that. And Fan Chen has a lot of power. If he can survive, Boomerang River Region is the kind of card he would love to have, although we saw that in Dana's deck.
This Enduring Curiosity has reshaped the game for Caleb. What a huge card. This would be an incredible win.
Fan Chen, a lot like that Pegasus and the Hornlocked Whales are about to get eaten up. Extraction Specialist, bring back Spectral Sailor.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Looks like we're going to play the Warden. Yep.
Yeah, plenty of things to tap to that now. And Caleb's at 21, so not in any real danger of dying to the crackback. Oh. And here it comes to win the game.
The Inspector. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty huge. I don't know what Fan Chen can do at this point. Yeah, well, Caleb's double checking the creature lands.
Oh, there's a creature land there. That's the Restless Spire, so that's a 2/1. Yep. So this is 15 power on board. Yeah, still really difficult for Fan Chen to kill.
Yeah, it needs to be Deluge. It has to be something like Deluge. We already stock up. Consult the star charts.
Chandra, is that going to do enough?
Chandra would help. You could
bounces
shoot down
something, then shoots down 2 things, but nothing coming. Wow.
And what looked to be like a lost game for Caleb, he pulls it out.
Yeah, when your control opponent untaps with Hullbreaker Horror and cards in hand, it's rare that you get to win.
Yeah.
But Caleb showing the power of his deck. It was a lot of 1-drops. Warden was huge, and really, of course, all glory to the Novice Inspector. Brave Inspector, sorry, that came in at the end.
All right, mold 5
for Caleb.
That was 2, yeah.
Oh, you're in the finals, game 3, playing for the trophy. That's rough. But Caleb's deck has tons of card advantage. Can definitely recover from a mulligan to 5.
All right, we're getting in for 1. Pass. A lot of flash creatures in Caleb's deck. Fan Chen would have loved for Caleb to tap out for some creature and then just go something like Anger. But he'll accept a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, a Spell Pierce from Caleb. All right. That was big. Do we have Enduring Innocence here?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we have Curiosity. We have Innocence, not Curiosity. I mean, that's good. Anger of the Gods would be backbreaking here, but Caleb's on the mold of 5. What are you going to do?
I can't play.
There's Anger of the Gods, Fan Chen. More like Anger of the Calebs with that happening. And whew.
It's 3rd straight game. This time it was on turn 4 instead of turn 3.
To be fair, Caleb's drawn in Inspector every game so far. So, an eye for an eye. Fountain Port's pretty great here, though.
Yeah, it is, but it's not a second blue source for Enduring Curiosity.
It can be with another land drop. As Ral, Land, and I think Torrential Gearhulk were the 3 there, for Fan Chen. Have to imagine the land, if it was there, is going to get exiled, so it can be played this turn, as Fan Chen has not played one yet. Oh, it was a Get Lost, excuse me. I thought that was one of the Pain lands, but it looks like we did draw that for turn there, the Hall of Storm Giants. Spectral Sailor. Okay, if Caleb draws Island here and goes Curiosity, that could be huge. Doesn't have it. It's going to pass the turn back. Shivan Reef.
I think he's giving Fanchon a few too many turns to set up here. There's Teferi.
Yeah, I have to imagine this is going to be a tick up. Draw a card from the old Spectral Sailor. Draw for turn.
Boat here would be one short of answering it. There's no haste in Caleb's deck. This is going to be tough. Even tougher than the last game.
Yeah, you have to imagine, even if Caleb had 2 more cards in hand, he would still be in such a precarious position here.
Just thinking, trying to come up with a plan that can get him back into this game.
A lot of thinking going on. Here's Rao Crackling Wit. Make an otter. I mean, Caleb can draw a card with Sailor here. Draw turn. Needs to hit some land so he can play powerful spells. Needs to hit powerful spells to have powerful spells. Rest is Anchorage.
At this point, he just needs to get on the battlefield as much as possible. It's the only way he's going to deal with these planeswalkers, and if he doesn't deal with them, they will win the game, and rather quickly. So whatever Caleb can do to get creatures on the battlefield and start attacking, he has to do it, and just hope Fanchon doesn't have the removal to stop it.
Sailor's just trying to keep Teferi in check, but Teferi's happy to never ultimate and just draw an extra card every turn. As Caleb has a Walking Ballista. If it resolves, he can answer the Otter token as potentially a thing. Has a big body too. Deluge will respond to the Prowess trigger. Small misstep there from Fanchon. He'll somehow learn to live with it.
Could have deluged in response to the Walking Ballista.
Yeah. A little, what does the ultimate do? You're not gonna win, Caleb. I'm gonna let you in. You're not gonna win. For those at home who don't know, like, as we pull up the Rao Crackling Wit, it is basically what matters is you get an emblem where all your spells have Storm.
Yeah, and there's a Lightning Strike in Fanchon's deck, so I imagine he would just set up a large number of them at Caleb's face.
Yeah, do them a couple times, and Gear Hulk do it again. You know?
Now you're on the trolley.
Yeah. As Chandra Hope Beacons here, surely a beatable card for Caleb.
Yeah, it's the third planeswalker you have to deal with that also kills both your creatures.
Tight play from Fanchon. We draw our cards, play our lands, and then we play our unbeatable card. That way Caleb doesn't feel as bad. If we'd done this in the opposite order, he'd be like, you had it all and you get to draw, and that would have made him sad. As we are going to see Walking Ballista to get activated, I assume. Chandra's Hope Beacon, by the way, does copy our first spell every turn. Surely a beatable thing. Ral could still be activated here. I'm excited to see how that works.
Yeah. You could put 0 mana, destroy 2 target planeswalkers in Caleb's hand right now, and he'd still be very far behind.
I could give him the Elder Spell. Yeah, he could have the Elder Spell. He just can't. Yeah, I'll give him a Manamorphose too in these times. All right, this is his best card probably in the spot. Yeah, Invasion of New Phyrexia. Make some Knights.
The Chandra gets to take out 2 of them immediately. And then the Ral makes another blocker.
Also, Teferi can minus if it wants.
Yeah, just on board easy answers to this. Maybe if this was for like 9 might have been enough.
9, yeah, 9 would have been good. I don't know if it would have been enough, but it would have been good. that goes without saying. The coverage moment. I need this Teferi to not be a Teferi. It needs to be a battle. You're killing me here. Just a reminder for those at home who haven't played with this card, because it's a weird card. I wasted a couple rare wild cards on it. It's a Planeswalker on the backside. We did the flip the invasion.
Yeah,
So.
got to attack the battle down. This Hornlock Whale in Fanshan's hand, that can take out a knight.
I do love, thank you card viewer at home, putting up battles. Very helpful. Take a little bend. Stretch it out with me, all. To the left, read the invasion. To the right, balance it out. Fanshan's thinking about what way do I want to take over this game. Because I'm going to start by ticking up Chandra. It's a pretty good plan.
That's not a good sign for Caleb. That means Fanshan has a better play than kill 2 of your knights.
Oh, he does. He's just going to right end, which triggers prowess, triggers the Ral. Gain some loyalty for the next kill spell via the Chandra's loyalty. Then we're going to tick up the Ral, make another Otter. It might look like a core to you, but it's an Otter to me. Teferi still here can minus, can plus. Oh, maybe it already plus and I missed it. That's my bad. Yep, and Caleb packs up. He's like, didn't draw it. Such is life. Congratulations there to Fan Chen Yang. Great deck for the trophy match there, and showed, a lot of heat in those games.
Yeah, the 2 games that they won, 1-3, pretty easy affairs. And Caleb rolled over his first 2 opponents. The deck looked really awesome, but Fan Chen, just everything you want for a Jeskai control deck. Cheap removal, counter spells, card draw, planeswalkers, and just enough top end to make sure that he has inevitability. So really, and again, I said it before, also perfect mana.
Yep.
Assembled all those pieces in the draft that you want for your spells, while also selecting 13 non-basic lands. So really must have, had some great wheels, put himself in a great spot, and takes down the trophy.
We'd love to see it. Well, we're going to see if we're going to cover another match in this cube draft. We're going to take a second to figure that out. So while production figures out for us, so bear with us as we see these players lay out their decks. Got to get the picture ready. Fan Chan. Let's see here. It looks like Caleb's still showing us the sideboard out in this matchup too. It's a little look for those at home.
Both players want to show off their decks. What did you get? What did you get? Oh, you 2 must have taken this in pack 2. I wanted that to wheel. You jerk. Classic cube combos.
Very much so. Give us 1 second, as by the way, we are still just trying to figure out what we are going to be doing here. All right, and we're just going to come to us really quickly here, because let's be honest, Magic is great, but we're better. And it has been a blast so far to commentate all these rounds with you, Ross. We're going to take a quick second here, take a break, but before that, ! Donate if you want to donate to the charity on here. As you saw, there is a QR code you can also scan during our feature matches for that as well. And it looks like we're going to watch one more game here going on. More cube for us. We are going to take a quick second to set up that match. So stay tuned and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hi CubeCon, my name is Brian from Cleveland, Ohio. Welcome to the Tiny Axe Bar Cube, a microcube with 1 brutal twist. You start at 5 life. Shout out to BoltCube for the inspiration. Tiny Axe strives for nuanced card evaluation and creative lines through low starting life totals, graveyard recursion, and near perfect information in the 2nd and 3rd games of a match. Before I begin, feel free to scan the QR code down there for an in-depth primer. Tiny Axe has some unique rules that radically change card evaluation, so let's start there. The biggest change of all, each player starts at 5 life, like I said. It's a microcube. That means the card pool and deck sizes are tiny. Card pool is only 160 cards. The draft consists of 2 packs of 10 cards each, and each deck must be exactly 15 cards. Because of the small deck size, we throw out the rule that says basically you lose if you try to draw a card and your library is empty. Finally, as if this cube didn't have enough little weirdsies, it's also a bar cube. And what's that mean? There's no counters, no dice, no planeswalkers, and the only token in the whole cube is food. And as you might imagine, food goes pretty hard when you start at 5 life. Couple deck building tips here. For 15 card decks, you really want to have 5 to 6 lands. Make sure you have enough mana sources to cast all your spells and use all your abilities, and think about how many times you might want to use an ability in one turn cycle. Games often reach a point where both players have empty libraries, so it's crucial to include ways to recur key cards from your graveyard and exile threatening cards from your opponents. And like I said earlier, or alluded to, life gain is way more impactful, so food are great. A simple heuristic to reevaluate any card that has life gain on it is just imagine the life gain was 4 times as much. All right, 1 card build arounds. There are some really cool cards that kind of radically change how you play the cube. These are all first pickable, but you got to commit to the bit. So I'm going to go through those real quick. First one is Laboratory Maniac, everyone's friend. Just because you can't lose when your deck is empty for drawing, you can win with Labman. Things you want to pair with Labman are ways to obviously draw cards at instant speed, ways to protect Labman, and ways to get Labman out of the graveyard. Next up is Yudaro. Yudaro Wandering Monster is a beast. Obviously, with 15 card decks, you can see Yudaro to cycle him 4 times pretty easily in a game, and an 8/8 trample haste ends the game quickly. Things you need to pair with Yudaro: ways to keep the board clear so you survive to cycle him 4 times, ways to gain life and draw cards like Candy Trail, and then Tomb Trawler is a really good pairing because A, it's a good blocker, and B, your opponent is going to try to exile Yudaro from the graveyard with the cycle, like with the shuffle trigger on the stack. So you have to get him back into your library before they exile him, otherwise your whole game plan might fall apart. Finally, Feasting Troll King. It's a beast. If you can cheat Feasting Troll King into play on turn 2 or 3 of a game, you are likely going to win that game. So key cards to pair with Feasting Troll King. Make sure you can discard him into the graveyard. Make sure you can make foods to feed him. But it's going to be a good time if you can kind of bring everything together and get Feasting Troll King online early. A couple notes about things that aren't in the cube because they would just be kind of broken or make the cube not fun. No land destruction. With 5 to 6 mana sources, any sort of land destruction could shut off your complete splash color or something like that. Direct damage, nothing, no damage that goes to the face. It'd just be too broken. Lightning Bolt would be the best card in the cube by a country mile. And finally, to support the whole like recursion subtheme when you're supposed to be looping things out of your graveyard, so the only way you can exile things is from the graveyard. Yep. And that's it. Hope you have a blast at KubeCon. I always do. And if you see me, if you play Tiny Axe, say hi.
Welcome to Uber Bears Artifact Cube. This is your host, Anthony Adams, one of the 3 hosts from the Uber Cube podcast. If you want to learn more about this cube, check out the show. You can find it on all major podcast players. Now let's get into this cube. So what you can expect this year for the 2025 main event, and this is the 4th run of this cube, is that every single year I go back and I take all of the feedback, I come home and I make this cube better. And one huge difference that I've had, one boon, is I've leaned more into the counterplay or the protection of the artifacts. And this was a major feedback or criticism I received last year. So now you can expect, yes, you have a disenchant, but now you can counterplay it with certain things like giving your cards protection or indestructible. That's a major boon to protecting things like, say, for example, your birthing pod, or maybe you're attempting to do something like the KCI combo. So I've really listened and I've learned. What you can expect also is complexities, building machines, looking for things such as my good friend Stu has told me, which is the deck to beat. You can expect cards, say, for example, like Patrolling Peacemaker that leans into the counters decks. Things are going to get large, wide, and they're going to go tall. You can expect to deal with that, but you can blow them up with Requisition Raid, or you can put more counters on them. Or you can lean into what I believe is my favorite personal strategy, the Rakdos Sacrifice, where trash for treasure out that artifact to get something better, and then Whip of Erebos, the one you tossed in the yard. I love these type of complex playstyles. I hope you enjoy this cube. It has a lot to offer. Check out those sweet mech lands I've added, and don't forget this Titan cycle, which is just bangers in this cube, bombs. But thank you very much for checking this out. I hope you enjoy the podcast, and other than that, happy cubing.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KubeCon 2025. I am your host, Mason Clark, and my co-host, Ross Merriam. And Ross, we are going to show you one last draft from the Pioneer Showcase Cube. But first, I want to give a big shout out to everyone who's donated so far. We had a big $500 donation come in. That was awesome. Thank you so much for that. And if you feel you're able to donate and help out this amazing fund, feel free to. There are some bonus rewards here as we see some of these names on the screen here, including, hey, Dana, we saw her in the feature match area. Thank you so much to everyone here. Shout out to Pioneer Cube. We love to see it. But we're going to head on down to our feature match as we have Kai on your left, with the Esper deck we saw earlier, and then Warren on your right with a little bit of a new deck for us here, Ross, as we haven't seen much Warren.
Yeah, Warren is on a Gruul beatdown strategy with a pretty notable high end. So sort of like beatdown ramp hybrid here. Curve goes all the way up to Vaultborn Tyrant.
Fair.
So starting off with the Lovestruck Beast is a nice one. Kai, of course, on a Esper control deck. Lots of removal, lots of Planeswalkers. Sorry, Lovestruck Beast. You're going to be lonely. Bloodchief Circe takes out the token.
Elvish Visionary coming down.
It's a nice card for this matchup. Both gets Warren towards his top end and generates a little bit of card advantage.
Let's see here. Jace the Perfected Mind. Heater card. Coming down, gonna shrink this this Llanowar Visionary.
Now, what haste threats are there for Warren to play here to try to take out the Jace? Reckless Stormseeker isn't quite enough.
Looks like we're using 3 mana, all of it green. For Tireless Tracker. Nice. Get that clue.
Okay, this is a nice setup for Warren, generating a lot of card advantage against the deck with lots of removal. So now there's multiple threats Kai has to be wary of, though the Jace will continually check the Llanowar Visionary.
Looks like Kai's got a No More Lies in hand and a Split Up.
Split Up is probably their best card in this matchup. Definitely one Kai will look to set up and get a lot of value out of.
I like this from Warren, though. Into turn, pop the clue. Now your Tireless Tracker at least has some power to it.
Yeah, should have a +1/+1 counter. The 3 there, that die is representing the shrinking from Jace. So yeah, 4/3 Tireless Tracker now being shrunk. It's a 1/3. Llanowar Visionary is a 2/2, so that's 3 power potentially coming across for the Jace. If Warren has a land and cracks the clue, that pumps the tracker further. That'll be 4 power, still 1 short. So they really need a burn spell or a haste threat if they want to answer the Jace.
Oh, it's the Huntsman, the Grave Titan clone. Enters, makes 2 wolves, and then is a wolf and werewolf lord as Urtai is going to come down. Kill that, or counter that, excuse me, and draw a card for your troubles.
Yeah, definitely don't want Tovolar's Huntmaster resolving there.
Well, Elder Gargaroth was the pickup off this Urtai, so that's something for the future turns.
Gargaroth, though, is at least one that Kai can handle with a removal spell, right? Or needs to untap and attack with it, or block with it before they can start getting some value. So, yeah. Counter the card that creates a significant battlefield from just a triggered ability. And now the Urtai can help protect this Jace as well. Kai has a built-in plan here. If they can just sit here and stall out the game, eventually the Jace ticks to a giant amount and mills out Warren.
Yeah, we see this happen in Constructed every now and again. Often it's like, Jace and then Jace again. In Limited, it is not actually that much to mill your opponent out, right? You start at 40 cards, you draw 7, you're pretty close already, you know what I mean? He comes down to 15. You are going to see just mill 3 and draw a card. Kai feeling the pressure here, sort of like, hey, I can't beat any other spells. Did draw a spell
I needed a land drop. I think they
land drop.
Swap off of the Jace and played it, so digging for their 5th land drop and found it, so good on them. Now just needs to interact this turn, because with no creature shrunk by Jace, this is the turn where Warren could easily attack down the Planeswalker. Still needs a little bit of help, though.
Yeah, let on Smuggler Copter. It resolves, so now could play Lovestruck Beast. Could also just crack 2 clues, draw 2 cards. We're gonna crew the Smuggler's Copter. Looks like we're not actually.
He thinks that. I guess if there's like Reckless Stormseeker, you could crew Copter and give it haste with the Stormseeker.
Yeah, but if you're gonna do that, all right, we're just gonna attack with the tireless tracker.
Yeah, and if Kai goes for the block, Warren can pop a clue, pump the tracker outside of the range of Urtai's power, and it becomes a chump.
All right, looks like we have a Shark Typhoon. And so you could also do Spell Queller.
This is more of an adolescent shark.
True.
It's not a baby shark. A little bit bigger.
It does have some gusto to it, though, as a 3/3.
This is 5 toughness. And Warren could pop a clue and trade for both creatures. Must have a plan for this mana. And wants to play the Elder Gargaroth. So resolves that in case there was a counter spell in Kai's hand. Now it's a big test. Is there a removal spell?
Yeah, let's see here. Worst case scenario, Jace can mill 3 more and draw a card. It's getting close to that draw 3 mode, although still got a bit of work to do. We do have a split up as well that we can just use to kill our Urtai, kill the Gargaroth, and there's the untapped white source we need with the planes in hand. That was going to be the big question mark for Kai. Yeah, and I mean, you hate to 2-for-1 yourself, but also you hate Elder Gargaroth to be around.
Is that a Ride's End at the back of the hand, though?
No, Fanchen had Ride's End.
Yeah, Fanchen has that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not another white card. No, that was just the split up that got moved back there. So
yeah, I think the hand
no more lies.
Queller.
Yeah, it's things that don't answer the Gargaroth. So very awkward for Kai to use what I think is their best card in the matchup in this way, but the Gargaroth will take over this game very quickly. Kai could cash in the Jace to draw another card, maybe find something better. Like Bitter Triumph is in the deck. Bloodchief's Thirst could get kicked.
Oh my goodness, we are picking up Lutri. Are we going to try and copy the split up to get everything? Is that the
I think
plan?
they might try to just play the Lutri and double block.
Oh, sure.
The
Okay.
Gargaroth is shrunk to 3, and it would be a 1-for-1 trade, but Warren would get a Gargaroth trigger. And no additional creatures. If the Gargaroth gets blocked, the Copter's not enough to kill the Jace.
Yeah. What did the... Okay. And so now we're choosing the 3/3. Warren wants that over a card. Does get to loot with the Copter. Played a land for turn, so I have to assume has another land in hand. Looks like, though, Kai doesn't want to flash in the Lutri for the double block you talked about. Maybe a little scared of, like, just a shock.
Yeah, although if your double block gets blown out, you at least then get to untap and split up for untapped creatures, and you get the Gargaroth and the Beast token.
Okay, Jace down.
Give up the Jace.
Yep.
Make sure Warren gets his attack trigger from the Copter.
Yeah, it's probably one of those moments where Kai was like, I'm going to respond to the trigger and thought through exactly what we wanted to do. And then it's like, oh, okay, yeah. Let's finish resolving that. Eldritch Evolution. Going to hit the graveyard there off that Smuggler's Copter.
Not a bad one to have in your Elder Gargaroth Vaultborn Tyrant deck.
Yeah, a little bit of a combo. As there's Nissa who shakes the world.
But only
no
2
more
mana left.
lives. Oh my goodness.
Look, Kai gets paid off for the patience this turn. If they had tapped out for the split up, then the Nissa would be an entirely other problem. The No More Lies now gets to trade profitably.
And there's Gix's command. I mean, you got the split up for this one, the Gix for the next. Guess you could just also Gix now, though. I think you kind of want to hold. You can just buy back like your Urtai, for example, or do other stuff.
Command kills their biggest thing, so that'll kill the Gargaroth, plus rebuy something, or plus kill the Llanowar Visionary if you kill smalls.
You could also just 5-4 your Urtai. Like, kill your thing, make my guy huge.
Yeah, kill your Gargaroth, go to a 5-4, yeah. I think Gix's command was a great draw. That's a much cleaner answer to this Gargaroth than the split up would have been, and now the split up is still there. Does go for the pump on the Urtai. The attack, and this is going to incentivize Warren to potentially play creature, use that to crew copter, attack with everything, and then Kai gets to untap and split up the board other than the copter.
Yeah, and that's a really powerful place. Warren here does have some clues left behind.
Could have popped one on the end step there, a little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably just announced it, but didn't carry out the actions.
Yep, so now you get to draw for turn.
I do see Vaultborn Tyrant in hand, so the hits keep coming for Warren Fish, just playing all the top end. Elder Gargaroth, Nissa, Vaultborn Tyrant. This is just a little bit too much beef.
Yeah, and you can split up now if you want. Warren plays Mountain for turn. It's going to crew the copter with the beast only.
So has some plans for the mana with Llanowar Visionary. Wants to spend 2 mana, probably.
Yeah, it's got a clue.
Yeah.
Outcast Liberator going to the graveyard.
That's too small ball for this stage of the game. We're looking for
just draw cards.
5 drops.
Yeah. Don't need that silly card for babies, not for us. Not for us. As we've got a Spell Queller still in hand here for Kai. Just is not having
nowhere to run off the top. Yeah, that's not going to be much help here. Can hit the copter, but at this point it's the Vaultborn Tyrant you got to worry about. Kai's Esper deck very much a Dimir base splash white, so the removal is more black heavy, which means not a lot of exiling effects.
Oh my. Okay, that gets Spell Quellered. All right, Ulvenwald Oddity, Quellered. We don't need to worry about everyone getting big and hasty. If Spell Queller dies, we will. Lovestruck Beast, by the way, still just hanging out in Adventure, can come down and crew the copter at any point.
With the Queller in play, Kai has to be very careful with their split up, though. Don't want to accidentally lose that one and give back the Ulvenwald Oddity.
And here's Verdur's Gearhulk coming in, gonna crew the copter in response to the trigger. Although I think you have to declare targets. I guess you can hold priority.
Yeah, let's figure out what we're doing with the trigger, then the crew can happen.
Well, but I think what we're wanting to do, because that ability targets, right? Like, you would want your thing to be a creature.
Yeah, so trying to pump the copter, but that is not going to be possible here.
Yeah.
The copter has to be a creature when the Verdurous Gearhulk trigger goes on the stack, since that's when targets are declared. So
yep. So we could have done it with like the Visionary, but we decided not to.
Yeah. So Vaultborn Tyrant gets pumped up because there is 7 toughness on Kai's battlefield, 3 from Queller, 4 from the pumped Urtai. So Warren pumps the Vaultborn Tyrant up to 7 power so that a double block is still a trade, and then the Tyrant would trigger and the Oddity would get cast. So not a great double block for Kai.
Does Vaultborn Tyrant have an activated ability I don't know about?
It has a triggered ability when it dies.
Yeah, it has a trigger when it dies. You were talking about it again. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're pumping it. I misunderstood what you were talking about before.
Pumping it with the Verdurous Gearhulk.
Yes. I thought you meant itself for some reason. I was like, wait, what's happening? It's like, I played this card a lot. I creativity into it. Nowhere to run in hand. Might be able to do some shrinkage. Draw a card, gain some life. All right, and Nowhere to Run's going to answer Copter. Boom.
Both creatures get in. This is still not a great double block on even the Beast token, since getting the Beast to 6/6 means that the Urtai can't trade with it by itself. The Beast just trades with Queller, then Warren gets back his Ulvenwald Oddity, and Kai doesn't really get anywhere. But now the split up has been set up. You answered the Copter. Most of your opponent's creatures are tapped.
They will get one trigger, but It's not getting better.
Yeah, this is the time for Kai to use the split up.
And then Voltborn Tyrant will come back as an artifact copy. You'll gain another 3, draw another card.
Kai is at 6, so this Voltborn Tyrant is lethal.
Yeah,
is there another creature to set up a double block with the Urtai?
And Warren has drawn a lot of lands this game, but eventually we will stop and we will just keep it coming. A lot of this due to Tireless Tracker early in the game.
Yeah, but Warren has just drawn a lot of cards this game. Between Tireless Tracker and Voltborn Tyrant, he's been the one generating the card advantage. Kai hasn't really been able to do that. Got the Jace down early, drew 1 card off of that. Has generated card advantage off of the sweepers, Gix's command and split up, but hasn't been able to cast any card draw spells to really refuel their hand.
And a great play here. Bushwhack, fight the Spell Queller, get back the Ulvenwald Oddity. It's going to
with enough mana to transform it.
Yep. And I believe that actually because of the fist bump, this might have been the game 3 that we watched between these players. Oh, never mind. It wasn't. That was just that was a good game fist bump. Okay. I was like, oh, okay. We watched game 3. No big deal.
That's the CubeCon fist bump.
Yeah, that's just, good game. And it was. Darkslick Shores, pass the turn. Donation link, top left. Consider donating. Draw, pass, forest. No elf. Unlucky Dina Fisher in your pod. What are you going to do? Second land, pass. Forest again. Tireless Tracker in hand. Excited to come down eventually. Kai with an island. Thinks to myself, do I want Lutri? Nah, pass.
Very slow start for both players. Normally, I would say that favors the Esper deck, but we saw how much top end Warren has in his deck. So, pretty even exchange.
Llanowar Visionary gets Spell Quellered.
Not an even exchange. Now Kai is in the driver's seat. And notably, Warren does not have any red mana.
Well, I think there's a Carplusion Forest in hand. I think Warren's just been slow and...
Warren's deck is also nearly mono green. There's 4 or 5 red cards. They're all single red, so...
Okay, so we can afford to just play that on the turn. Tight play, love to see it. Lutri coming into hand after the land drop for turn. Warren gonna spend 4 mana. And oh my goodness. Is this a Questing Beast?
Oh, yeah.
Ayos míos, papi. Down to 16. Needed that one against Fanchan earlier.
That's a good punish for Kai tapping out to buy the Lutri. Presumably, there's some removal in hand. That's why Kai felt comfortable committing the mana. But if they don't have anything, Questing Beast is a fast clock. And makes it difficult for Kai to play Planeswalkers. If there's no removal, that's probably what Kai would want to be playing. Something like a Narset or a Jace.
Can't stop damage either. Don't even consider it. And don't try and chump block it with, your wedding announcement token. It's not going to work either. All right, Cake Bloodchief's Thirst. Bam.
A little expensive, but that works.
Listen, it's the Questing Beast. All right. As here comes Elder Gargoth, maybe? Oh, it's the dragon.
Shivan Devastator for 3 with Bushwhack. Oh, yes, that is a turn.
Give me a. Oh no, the Spell Queller hits play, buddy.
Yeah, you get to cast
a card.
Let's draw a card. Yeah, let's make sure we do our things. That is a play.
Yeah.
Haste Dragon, kill your thing, play my Visionary, draw a card. Now Warren firmly ahead in game 2.
And Warren's feeling good. He thought all that was happening and he wasn't casting his Visionary. So when he gets the Visionary, he's like, let's go.
That's just a bonus, Mason. A nice little bonus.
Yeah, it's just a good, clean time. Okay, Alondra the Dusk Rose, I believe, coming down here. Powerful card.
Saint of Dusk, the new
Oh,
one.
I see. My bad.
That's the
much better than Dusk Rose.
Yeah, the Foundation's Elenda. 4/4 lifelinker. Does not stop the Devastator.
Here's the tracker. Here's the forest. Here's the clue.
See another forest in Warren Sand. Not sure what the other two cards are. He needs to find some of that top end. Because his mid-range stuff kind of loses out to this Elenda.
I think his hand is Forest Gargaroth.
Okay. Great time to use the Nowhere to Run, take out the tracker before it can grow out of range, and now your non-size dependent removal can target the bigger creatures like that Elder Gargaroth.
All right, attacking for 4. Kind of a swapping going on. Bunch of cards in hand.
Oh, play.
Probably nothing to worry about.
It's not a ton of instant speed stuff for Kai. They have a lot of big creatures and planeswalkers, so.
Scavenging Ooze in hand for Warren. Pretty good pickup.
Okay. This could be Shark Typhoon. This could be This Town Ain't Big Enough. This Town would be nice for Kai. Pick up that Nowhere to Run, take out the Devastator.
All right, Verdurous Gearhulk after the Scavenging Ooze. Looks like Scooz is going to get 2, and the Devastator is going to get 2. Devastator now trades with Shark Typhoon token.
And I imagine if the card in hand for Kai was This Town Ain't Big Enough, that would have been used by now. So if there's something here, it's probably... Oh, no. Okay. Stop. Are we stopping this? Yeah.
Yeah. It does look like we're stopping this. We're going to bounce 1, Nowhere to Run. Yeah. Can we Lutri too?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Play Lutri, play This Town, bounce Lutri plus creature, bounce... although there's not much else left to bounce, right? You don't want to bounce the Verdurous Gearhulk or the Llanowar Visionary. So the one This Town can bounce Nowhere to Run and Scooz, and then the Nowhere to Run can take out the Devastator before it gets pumped by the Gearhulk. So as cool as that play would be, it doesn't actually get you anywhere better than just the This Town.
A little bit of... Yeah, but have you considered that we're gonna get them? No serialized Lutri. Yeah. We just, not committed to the bit.
And there's no window here for Kai to be able to double bounce the Nowhere to Run either, because once the Lutri copies the This Town, you have to choose targets.
Yep. If it worked the other way, that would be very, very good. Okay, eat the Spell Queller. And it looks like Kai... Basically, the idea here is I can attack in, Nowhere to Run if you block, so your creature will die.
Yes,
Warren's going to force
more
that
of a tempo plan.
Yeah. Oh, and we ripped Thoughtseize. That's going to answer the Devastator.
Kai decided to use the Lutri to copy This Town and just bounce 2 more things of Warren's. And now there's a lot of juicy cards in hand. Kai needs to try to end this game. Sees the Elder Gargaroth. I imagine that's the take, but Devastator is a problem, and Scooz is a problem.
Yeah, I think Kai drew Thoughtseize. Probably thought, okay, I'm going to answer the dragon. Life's good. Learned that this Elder Gargaroth has been around for forever. And now if it comes down, Kai is in a terrible spot. But they kind of... Yeah, they just have to take it. But like you were saying, Llanowar Visionary, and Scavenging Ooze, that just stabilizes the board as well. There's so many creatures in the graveyard.
I think that this is a great turn for Warren to play a Visionary plus Skoos. Has the 8th land in hand. We'll have 3 mana left over, and you can use Skoos 3 times, and it'll outpace both creatures on Kai's side, and then you still save the Devastator for a later turn. You could then play the Devastator for 8 on the following turn. You have 8 lands and the Llanowar Visionary, and it's an exact 2-turn clock on Kai at 16 life. So it's a very natural curve here for Warren to double spell this turn, use the Skoos to stabilize the ground, and then go to the air with the Devastator. Perfect. No nuts. And once again, this has been a game for Kai where they just didn't have much card advantage. I think that's what separated this Esper control deck from Fanchen's Jeskai one that took down the trophy. Fanchen was chock full of card advantage, had Expressive Iteration, Stock Up, Memory Deluge. But Kai here just kind of running out of gas. And then the really powerful top end for Warren's Gruul deck has been the inevitability of the matchup. Kai hasn't had anything powerful enough to match.
Threats get it done.
At this point, even the Scavenging Ooze is a major threat as a 2-drop. Shivan Devastator is a huge threat. There's Warren also with some mana sinks that can scale well into the late game. It's a nice little green deck.
Yeah. Life total buffered up here as well, up to 12 now. And there's Sunspine Links. Can't quite cast that one yet, but great way to swing things here.
Yeah, that one came in out of the sideboard.
All right, Skoos coming across. Hit for 5. Hit for 6. Activate the Skoos before damage. Eat the Elder Gargaroth.
I just got spoiled with no balls earlier. So now I keep healing.
All right. Copperline Gorge in the hand. That's a tapped red land, but that does mean next turn we're going to have the Sunspine mana.
Zika's Chariot?
That is a Zika's Chariot. If, you know, the Shivan Devastator stuff wasn't an issue, the Sunspine wasn't an issue, here come the cats. Looks like nothing there for Kai. Looks like there was some thinking on the end of turn, but plain something's in hand.
It's Plains Isolated Chapel just came off. Not sure what the other card is, but it's going to have to be real good.
I think it might be Shieldred's Edict.
That one's not very good. It's a cat or a Llanowar Visionary. Now Warren draws the mountain, so they have enough mana to Sunspine Links and Shivan Devastator.
Yeah, and it might be devastating. All right, looks like Kai does have some mana, so maybe it wasn't Shieldred's Edict.
I think they're just separating the lands to do the links count.
Oh, sure, yeah. It is
5
Edict,
non-basics
yeah,
to 2. So Kai down to 5, Warren down to 11. And now just the Devastator should be enough here. There's 6 lands still untapped and the Llanowar Visionary.
Yeah, Sunspine Links is also turning off Lifelink, even if there was some way to block.
Yeah, so you can attack into the Elenda, not really care.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. We'll just attack with everything.
Make more cats. Kai, would you like to activate your Shieldred's Edict? Let's just fist bump, call it a day, maybe.
Yeah, Shieldred's Edict not going to be enough, and Warren Fish gonna take this match down, get a 2-1 in this first cube for our main event.
Yeah, and that's gonna do it. It looks like, I think the players are just kind of talking. I think, you know, there's nothing. I mean, we put a Plains in the middle of the battlefield, right? Yeah, maybe these people know each other, have chit-chatted here at CubeCon. One of the cool things, get to meet new people, fellow lovers of Magic. While we're waiting here, as they're reaching this up, ! Donate to donate to the charity. And we're going to cut back here as these, it is over. The players are just chit-chatting, split up a couple cards down, but we weren't quite able to get there. I'll tell you what, though, Ross, you and I were able to get through this cube draft together, and it was an absolute blast.
It absolutely was. Two great decks in the finals between Caleb and Fan Chen. A lot of cool decks down the line at the other tables. I'm glad we got to see Warren's deck right at the end. Didn't see him in either of the first 2 rounds, but had a nice little green deck as well. Dana Fisher had another green ramp deck. So a lot of good variety here. We had green decks, we had control decks, we had Caleb's, sort of aggro mid-range deck. Hard to even describe that one, but it was a really cool one. So yeah, a lot of great things showcased in this Pioneer Cube, and hopefully maybe Pioneer gets showcased once again in the future.
That's fair. Well, we have more cubes to showcase in the future. That's going to do it for Ross and I today. We're going to tag out and let Marshall Sutcliffe and LSV handle the next cube draft for you all. So thanks for hanging out with us. ! Donate to a great cause. And we'll see you all in just a couple of minutes for more cube action.
100 Ways to Draft is a peasant build-around cube with a twist on the drafting portion. During the draft, you will start with 3 packs of 15 cards, as well as a Cogwork Librarian. This card allows you to pick 2 cards from a pack. When you do, you have to put the Librarian into this booster. This introduces a new dimension to the draft, and you're able to pick up Librarians from future boosters, ensuring later picks are rarely dead for players. To prepare you for the cube, here are a few tips before your first draft. This cube heavily focuses on build-around strategies. While drafting, use your Cogwork Librarian to ensure you can pick up strong card combos from a single pack. You can also pick up multiple Librarians and use more than one on a single pack later. There are no classic color pair archetypes to draft. This approach has eliminated on-rails drafting, and you have to evaluate your picks during every stage of the draft. Lastly, in comparison with other peasant cubes, 100 Ways to Draft has a lot less removal and interaction. Playing and drafting removal comes with a high cost, as it will slow down your own strategy. Here are some possible strategies. Counterbalance, Persist combo, Teshar, Sword combo, Builder's Talent, Arcbound Aggro, Cast Not From Hand, Discard, Self-mill, Leave the Graveyard, Big Spells Matter. Check out the full list here, and I'm looking forward to seeing you during this year's CubeCon.
Book sale, and a Brooding Saga here at CubeCon 2025. What can you find in a Brooding Saga? Fetch lands? No way. Power 9? I don't think so. Alright, what about traps? Any card with a subtype trap? Nope, not in this cube. How about bad fixing? This cube got bad fixing? Nah, this cube is sick fixing. Creatures? Yeah, it's got some good ones. Look at this guy. Kills your opponent's board. Alright, sagas? Yep, you got a lot of those. There's this one, and 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 this one. Alright, who's this cube for, though? That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. People have to do a lot of reading. Bring the reading glasses. Gonna need them. Thinking caps? Yeah, bring those. Gonna need that. Definitely. Alright, non-singleton nature? Yeah, of course. Gotta get that gameplay consistency. Loops? Yeah, you got those too. You got this one, and this one, and this one, and oh yeah, that's just infinite turns. This one's the best, though. You got this card, and this card, and this card, and oh, that's just a beatdown curve. Never mind. Well, you can still play 95 out of the 360 cards cube. Those are sagas. Yep, got those. I hope. And these two, those are bangers. 5 color. Put them in your deck. Get all the sagas. Do the thing. Come play with the best card type in a Brooding Saga. Trauma Medicine for encountering Fable of the Moonbreaker on turn 3, sold separately. Not intended for children under the age of 13. Please use responsibly.
Judge, what the f*** am I looking at? The ball pit, like its name implies, is an environment of unknown depths, filled with strange and wondrous objects in which one would normally not allow their vulnerable adult body to become immersed, were it not for the colorful allure of the spheres and the deep animalian urge to crawl into weird holes in the ground. The ball pit is built around 3 central rules. You can cast any card face down as a copy of Chromatic Sphere. You must draft all of your lands. This is a desert cube. You will draft a total of 60 cards, which form your final deck. No cuts, no sideboards. Because remember, you can always cycle a card by playing it face down as a copy of Chromatic Sphere. Gameplay-wise, the Ball Pit is a cube where most of your colored mana comes from cracking spheres, where most of your removal is aimed at resonant power outliers, and where most of your victories come from catching your opponent off guard with hard-fought value. Design-wise, the Ball Pit is a beautiful chimera between every Timmy's magical Christmas land of gorgeous curiosities and every Spike's violent desire to ruthlessly squeeze the last drops of joy out of someone else's beloved childhood playthings. Timmy's get to steamroll their opponents with armies of souped-up golems and obscure gleaming contraptions, and Spikes get to answer the question, what if Pithing Needle had cycling 1? Flavor-wise, the Ball Pit is what Vorthos and Melvin would co-write in their dream journals over a motel breakfast the morning after a lengthy bender in the chrome-themed jazz bar of a 1950s pulp science fiction convention. And if that doesn't interest you, I honestly don't know what else to say. So jump on in. Let the spheres guide you. The Ball Pit awaits.
Hey! A bunch of us were gonna get together and test out my new cube. We were hoping to get an 8th. Would you be game?
I'd love to, but I'm pet sitting. My sister's out of town for a few days, and she really needed someone to take care of Bingus. I'd love to play, but I'm tied up here.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I was really hoping to get your input.
It's a desert environment that has a lot of cool stuff going on. There's goblins, ramp, aristocrats. It's 2025. Everything's a desert cube. Don't get me wrong, I love all cubes regardless of size, shape, or theme, but where's the spice? Well, that's the cool thing. Thanks to the cube's other rule, the characteristics that make a card playable are kind of turned on their head. While staples like Bolt and Ewit are still very good, a lot of little-known cards like Apex Altasaur and False Prophet and Scornful Egotist are suddenly very playable. Vestidium Benders has to be my favorite, though. The card is just... it goes into every single red deck.
Hey, wait, hold on. You do realize that Scornful Egotist is an 8-mana 1/1, right? That has better stats while morphed than when you cast it for its full cost. How on earth could a card like that be remotely playable?
That's the cool part. Everyone starts the game with an emblem that gives their creature spells emerge. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you can sacrifice another creature that you control but don't necessarily own to reduce the cost of the cast spell. Think the Heragast but permanent. Most of the cube was designed with this rule in mind, and it should come as no surprise that some very cool synergies come into play when every single
Welcome to the FemCube. This is your host, Anthony Adams, and I am one of a trio from the UberCube podcast. This cube has been an absolute passion project, and I want to start out by thanking May and my mother.
All right, we are here covering CubeCon. Luis Scott Vargas sitting in Denver, Colorado. Marshall Sutcliffe here in Seattle. And Luis, we're keeping it old school, man. We're covering some like paper magic, remote style here.
The two of us in the booth. It's Cube. I mean, I don't know. Couldn't really get better in my opinion.
No. Rashad reached out and we're like, yes, we're going to cover CubeCon, of course. And we've got some cool stuff lined up. First off, what is Cube? As you can see, it's a collection of cards meant for limited play. This has kind of become the end game for a lot of players, Luis, cube drafting.
Yeah, I mean, the CubeCon is kind of like Cube Worlds. You could say it's certainly, as far as I know, the biggest kind of gathering that's wholly devoted to Cube in the world. It's awesome.
Yeah, this is like, what is Cube like for people that haven't done it before, right? Like, cubing is, I mean, it's a weird name, right? It has some lore behind it or whatever. But, this is for people who want to build their own limited format. And as you'll see throughout the course of the weekend, basically you can do whatever you want. The cube that we're going to draft today or watch draft today is a modification on what we call vintage cube, which means that, cards going back all the way to the earliest days of Magic or Legal. But even within vintage cube, there's different ways you can do it. CubeCon, you can see it's a celebration of everything we love about the cube format. It started a few years ago in Madison, and that's where everybody's at right now. CubeCon is like seriously one of those things that has emerged from the community that really shows the bright parts of our community.
Yeah, I've always loved CubeCon and wanted to go. It's just not really worked out given the, how hard it is for me to travel these days. This is the second best. Coming to do commentary, coming to watch people play like all sorts of different cubes like that it highlights a ton of different cubes and a lot of different play styles, and it culminates in the like kind of top 64 in plus top 8 draft.
Yeah, you can see we're on the Friday main event drafts 1 and 2. We're doing the second one here, so if you're just joining, you are just in time because we're about to watch the second main event draft here with Luis and I. And as you can see, the events will continue throughout the course of the weekend. Tomorrow they'll do 2 more of them, and then on Sunday, as Luis mentioned, there's the final drafts as well. Take a look at our full coverage team here for the event. Lots of happy faces out there, and I mean, this is where the hardcore cube players come together, right, Luis? I mean, this is like, this is like the deepest of the deep when it comes to limited and cubing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to get a lot of these folks back into coverage, but Cube has that appeal. That's why you're here. That's why I'm here. And a lot of these folks who wouldn't normally make an appearance in the booth, it's like, well, it's kind of hard to turn down Cube, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, even Commander players like Brad Nelson,
it's true. He's taking a break from his preferred four-player format to cover some 1v1 Magic.
Right. Content creator Brad Nelson. Also, we want to remind you to donate. This is also a fund, right? You can see right on your screen here, actually, there's a QR code as well as some of the things that you can get from donating. We obviously encourage you to donate, to the cause that we're going for here today. Would be much appreciated. You can see we've got $1,085 already with a goal of 5,000. So if you can help make that happen, certainly a good place to donate to. So Luis, the cube that we're going to be watching today is a vintage cube, but it's a little bit of a reimagined one. One of the things that you'll hear in the hardcore cube trenches are people talking about some of the cards that are from supplemental products like Commander products and things like that coming in. Maybe they're meant for multiplayer, or they have kind of weird mechanics that don't play as well 1v1. But most vintage cubes say, hey, if it's legal, we'll take them, and they'll start taking those really powerful cards in. This cube, though, kind of reimagines a world without those type of cards in it.
Yeah, it's similar to a retro cube, but it doesn't cap itself at a specific time. Like I have a retro cube that I maintain, and part of the impetus is to not play with a lot of the maybe Commander supplemental product, Universes Beyond cards. This cube stays away from like a hard and fast, we're stopping in 2018 or whatever, and just is like, this is all of Magic's greatest hits, all the new cards we think are cool, but no outside products, no like overly texty cards. It's like, if this card's text is too long, it's not in. So it's good, clean vintage cube fun, kind of without the kind of wilder cards that you might see like Minsk and Boo, for example.
Yeah, we were jokingly calling it the grumpy cube, the kind of the get off my lawn cube. So we'll see how it goes, though, and it sounds like we're ready to watch our feature drafter here. We are in for a real treat, Luis. We have Gavin Verhey down in the feature, and most people know Gavin as a Wizards of the Coast employee and somebody who is very much an advocate for the game, but I don't know him that way, because when I started coming up through the ranks, Gavin was like a PTQ end boss, because we're actually both from the same place here in Washington, like the same city. So I've known Gavin for a really long time, and he's a dang good player too. Like, don't sleep on Gavin here. Like, he's been in the building for a while, but he's very, very good at Cube, and I expect him to kind of put on a show here. It looks like he's pulled Llanowar Elves to the front, Luis.
Yeah, this is kind of a grim pack. There's a Dragon's Rage Channeler, Llanowar Elves, Exhume. I would take Urza's Bauble. I think that's quite a bit better than Llanowar Elves as a first pick, but I'm also famously obsessed with Urza's and Mishra's Baubles. Also, some players would certainly slam Mother of Runes here. I think that's respectable.
Yeah, but, Exhume is also interesting. This era was very amenable to Reanimator.
Well, I think Cube is a lot of a choose your own adventure, and I would say that you could take Elves, Exhume, Mother of Runes, or Bauble, depending on kind of what direction you want your draft to go in. And if it looks like Gavin's deciding between Exhume and Elves, I would say Exhume is a more powerful first pick. I think that there's a lot of Elves in the cube, but if you want to stake your claim, if you want to be like a green ramp or green aggressive deck, then yeah, sure, take Llanowar Elves. This is not a first pick you're happy to make regardless.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Exhume maybe has the highest ceiling of the cards here, and this type and Bauble, and this era of Cube definitely rewards going big. But this was also a time when green was much more playable than it is now, especially this sort of low to the ground Elves based ramp deck. You could actually get away with that if you were the only player in it. There's so many redundant Elves in a cube like this that you can end up with 3, 4, 5 of them. Yeah, go for the Exhume. Come on.
I think Exhume is a much better pick than Elf, just because, like you said, it's got a higher ceiling, and obviously I don't know exactly how this deck or this cube plays out, but Reanimator I think tends to be a little bit better of an archetype than starting in green. Green, even in this cube, is just by far the worst color. So starting in green, like, yeah, if you have a plan and that's what you want to do, it's certainly viable. Like, I do expect there to be 1 to 2 green decks at every cube table, but it's also, I typically wouldn't want to put myself in there to begin with. That said, Exhume is much narrower, so if you take Exhume, there's a good chance you don't play it. All right, he went with the Elf.
The coward Gavin Verhey decides to go with the Elf. Let's see where he takes it from here, though. Ooh, and he gets followed up with a Thoughtseize and Griselbrand. Oh, man. But you know what? It's early, right? We don't want to commit. Wow.
There's like 5 good black cards here. I mean, the Mother of Runes enjoyers would be really happy to just take Containment Priest. This is partly why I don't really like first picking Elf. It's like green, there's not that many directions to go. And, and if you had taken like Exhume or Bauble or Dragon's Rage Channeler, and you would be pretty nicely segueing into Thoughtseize, or Bauble into Retrofitter if you have the brainworms about artifacts like I do. But yeah, he takes Thoughtseize. It's the best card in the pack. I think a totally legit pick. My guess is you're more likely not going to put Llanowar Elves and Thoughtseize in the same deck, but you know, we'll see how he goes. Oh,
I see an old school favorite. Oh, wow, Jace the Mind Sculptor and Library of Alexandria in this pack. What was the black card? Oh, Recurring Nightmare, sure. And there's a Tinker.
There's also Tinker and Grim Monolith.
Wow.
Let's just say Retrofitter into, or Bauble into Retrofitter into Tinker would have been a nice start.
Yeah, but you always count on getting Tolarian Academy. Like,
I do. Yeah,
you have a certain, like, you know, habit of picking it up in somehow pack 3 after you've already drafted around it, and not everybody can pull that off.
I will say that I would, if I were Gavin here, I would just take Library of Alexandria, and Thoughtseize plus Library is a fantastic start because those 2 cards pair really nicely. He takes the Tinker.
So he's actually going for the super high upside pick of Tinker here. This is kind of funny because there's some cards in this cube that are no longer viable and in many cases no longer in the vintage cube. Bitter Blossom's one of them.
Yeah, but here there's a Mystic Confluence, which I think you pretty much have to just take to go with Tinker if that's the direction you want to go. Oath of Druids is
he
kind
pulled
of a funny
Oath
one.
to the front, Luis. Is he thinking about it?
Maybe. In my experience, Oath of Druid is going to be in the pack 90% of the time when you see it, maybe higher when you see it in the first 3 to 4 picks. Mystic Confluence, I think, is a pretty nice pick. Is that a Verdant Catacombs as well?
I did not see. I see Thundering Falls there, but...
Yeah, there's a bunch of kind of undesirable lands.
Fast lands, yeah. This cube, by the way, that's another thing that's interesting about this cube is it doesn't have the tri-lands. So the mana bases in this cube are more restrained.
Oh, it's a Blooming Marsh. I would not, at this point, consider Llanowar Elves to be part of my stack, basically. When you have Thoughtseize and Tinker, like, and Llanowar Elves, like, Llanowar Elves is kind of the odd one out. It doesn't go with either of those cards well at all. So...
But
I mean, Mystic Confluence seems legit. That's just a good card. Because also, even if the Tinker doesn't work out, you could be kind of like blue-black control. Is he going to do it? Is he going to take the Oath of Druids?
I mean, I can tell that he's thinking about it, but I think what you said is true. He has a decent chance of wheeling it, and I don't know. Yeah, that's how you do it, Gavin. Takes a Mystic Confluence. Raw power. You know, one of the strategies that people will take, their Stark Confidant there early in these cube drafts of Powered Cube is just to take the most powerful stuff over and over and kind of see what develops. Like, you really don't have to commit early.
Yeah, which I think would have led you down the path of taking Exhume or Bauble most likely. But I understand that most people aren't nearly as interested in Baubles as I am. I just find them to be very good. Use Corey Steel Cutters in the cube. That's a good combo. So now there's Dark Confidant and Survival. I think Dark Confidant's a legit pick. It doesn't really go in Tinker decks. If he really wants to hold on to this Llanowar Elf, he could take Survival. Survival and Tinker in the same deck is not usually going to be easy to pull off.
You kind of have to pick one or the other. I will note here, he did open up a Mirror Battlesphere in the first pack, and maybe with that Tinker, he's considering if he could wheel that as a potential target.
Yeah, I could see Mirror Battlesphere being legit in this cube. It's not quite up to snuff in typical vintage cubes in this day and age.
Not anymore.
But this cube's power level is like obviously lower than a cube using all the cards in Magic, but still very high. This is a powered cube. It's a lot of important, like really good stuff going on.
Right, Power 9's in here. Yeah.
All right, I like it. He's going to take Survival. Look, Gavin, the packs he's opened haven't been desirable. He's in a spot where like there's almost no chance all 5 of these cards end up in the same deck, and the ones most at odds are like Elf Survival versus Tinker, but you could be like Sultai with Mystic Confluence, Thoughtseize, Survival, and Elf pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm curious to, I wonder how much he's thinking about what he could wheel, right? Like the Oath of Druids is still floating out there. I wonder how much he has his mind on those type of cards when he's making these picks. Nexus, there's Big Garrick. Or is that old school Garrick?
Counterspell?
Mm-hmm.
That goes nicely with Mystic Confluence.
Wow, that was the quickest pick that we've seen from Gavin so
far. Well, it's by far the best card in that pack. So I like Counterspell here. If he doesn't take the Talisman, he's moving away from Tinker a bit, I would say. But Counterspell, Mystic Confluence, and Thoughtseize. The cards that seem the most likely to be played are just the 3 generic good cards. Thoughtseize, Counterspell, Mystic Confluence. I don't think you're typically going to want Counterspell and Survival of the Fittest in the same deck. You could maybe make that work. Tinker could still be live here for sure. There was a Blightsteel Colossus as well that likely will come back if you have the Tinker. No one else really wants to play that card. Dark Ritual. Dark Ritual's a very strong card.
Ritual. You see Oust, he's pulled to the front. What else is in this pack? There's Big Teferi, Overgrown Tomb,
Overgrown
Gaunty,
Tomb,
and a Crater Hoof.
I'm a little scared of this Overgrown Tomb because that might give Gavin the desire to play all of these cards in the same deck, and I think that's going to be difficult to like weave all that together. Like, look, I put Mishra's Workshop and Gristlebrand in the same deck, so like Cube does let you do stuff like that, but trying to fulfill the requirements of Survival of the Fittest and Tinker and Counterspell at the same time with Thoughtseize in the mix is going to be challenging. So
man, yeah, it's crazy because it feels like these packs are like every one jumps out with a different archetype. Like this one has Crater Hoof in it.
He does not have an easy seat.
Right. He's like, hey, take the Crater Hoof.
That there's like there's a clear place to go.
Right.
Taking a white card here would surprise me.
If he takes Teferi or something.
I mean, maybe he looks like he could take Teferi and go Esper. I think Get Lost is worse than Oust, so it's like I don't think you want to make that pick. I think Oust is excellent. I think Get Lost is like acceptable.
Yeah,
Teferi goes nicely with Counterspell, Mystic Confluence, and Thoughtseize. He could go into Esper.
There's that Crater Hoof. Yeah, he's got, because he can end up being Esper mid-range with just a bunch of really high-quality value cards, or he could go with the Elf Survival Crater Hoof package and kind of just forget Tinker and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it looks like he's okay. I like the Teferi pick. Get Lost, I think, would be a little tougher one to manage.
There's no way he takes Get Lost. Yeah,
he's thinking about it.
I know. It makes me nervous. There we go.
So, I think that the best path to victory for Gavin at this point in time is to just mentally exile Survival of the Fittest and Llanowar Elves, and then don't prioritize Tinker at all. Oh, Inquisition of Kozilek, perfect.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, he slams that.
Finally, an easy pick for you.
He actually has a path to a good deck now, which he was looking a little tricky in the beginning.
Could he wheel the Exhume?
I mean, he could.
It's the next pick, I think.
At this point, I'm not looking at green cards, and I'm not really looking at Tinker. I mean, obviously, if a pack comes where like the best option is an artifact or whatever, that's totally fine. But I think being Esper control, like basically, Mother of Runes wheeled out of his opening
Mother of Runes wheeled Battle Ball and Blightsteel Colossus.
Well, he correctly takes the Blightsteel there.
Because that's a 1-2 punch with the Tinker.
It's much better than Battle Ball. Battle Ball just doesn't really win games in my experience. Blightsteel can win games. Blightsteel is a higher leverage card, or like it's a higher risk, higher reward card. A lot can go wrong with Blightsteel, whereas Battle Ball, it's kind of hard for anything to go completely wrong.
Yeah.
But my experience is Battle Ball just doesn't really do it.
Yeah, I didn't see the Blightsteel in the pack originally.
Wow, this is a gift.
Baleful
Strix is huge. If he wants to do the Tinker thing, which it looks like he does, and he wield Blightsteel, he could do that. I personally would be more inclined to just want to still be Esper control, but I think that here's the thing: Deep Cavern Bat and Baleful Strix are pretty comparable, and he has 2 discard spells already. So I like Baleful Strix in either world. I'm still like let's say I'm sitting in Gavin's seat and have these exact pile of cards. I would mentally be like 20% to play the Tinker, because I don't think you need to contort your deck around it if you're not already artifacts. But I would be pretty happy to just be Esper control here, despite the fact that you kind of burned a few picks on the way. But that's the way those packs were.
Yeah, and it's not like you're going to be short playables in a cube draft environment like this. Baleful Strix, perfect pickup. I mean, he can play it regardless of whether he plays the Tinker, but if he does, it obviously helps it. Thoughtseize, Inquisition, Counterspell, like we're really starting to shape up into a blue-black based control deck. There's Recurring Nightmare, Image.
I mean, here you have to take Seachrome Coast.
Seachrome Coast.
If you want any hope of like playing all your cards, I think you could have been in the Teferi and go straight blue-black, but I like this pick. Gavin's faced a bunch of forks in the road here, and at some point, some become closed. Like, you can't be Esper, Tinker, and Reanimator with Recurring Nightmare. Like, you can't be Survival plus all these cards. You just have to, like, leave some of these behind and hope that you get some reasonable stuff. This does not look like a pack where you'd play any of these cards, so I guess I would just take the Blooming Marsh in case maybe you end up there.
You see Klothys at the back. One thing we'll note here as well, there are no double face cards in this cube.
Right, that's part of the whole deal. So
yeah,
no double face lands.
Screaming at Clouds or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I like it. I actually this cube has inspired me. I think I might. The retro cube I have is fun, but it doesn't get any new cards. Oh, Supreme Verdict, nice. Supreme Verdict is really good for Esper. I mean, it's double white, but like you don't really know what form your Esper deck's going to take. Mosswood Dread Knight, the other card he's considering, I think that's just enough below the bar. I wouldn't really be interested in trying to play it.
By the way, if you need to know, like if you're a cube aficionado and you want to know kind of what era this is, Pernicious Deed is in this cube. So there you go.
Vindicate's nice.
Vindicate, and then there's also a Jite.
I gotta say, I respect the drafters at CubeCon. They've correctly identified that Umezawa's Jite is just not that good anymore, and aren't third picking it like a lot of people like to do.
Man, but even in this era, wasn't it much better back then?
Oh, I'm sure it's much better. I think it's like close to being cut from current vintage cubes. I think it's probably a solid playable here, but I think 14th pick is closer to where Jite should be taken than third pick.
Gotcha.
So, Unearth for Baleful Strix? All right, so
Baleful Strix, and he also picked up a Gonti second to last pick.
Look, and that's totally legit. I think Gonti's solid. So here's where I think Gavin's at. He's got Tinker Blightsteel with a Baleful Strix as the only other artifact. Maybe he does that. But he has a lot of good control cards. Supreme Verdict, Gonti, Vindicate, Teferi, Counterspell, Mystic Confluence, Inquisition, Thoughtseize. Like, his main weakness for the Esper deck is no lands so far. He's got one Seachrome Coast. It's going to be challenging to play all these cards. You want black on turn one, double blue and white if you want, especially double white if you want to play these Wraths. So the priority, if I were Gavin here, would be to pick up lands. Obviously, you're going to first look for really powerful cards. Like there's Fractured Identity and Godless Shrine.
Fractured Identity.
Oh, but look, there's Scrubland and Godless Shrine. The odds that there's two black-white players aren't the highest. There's also Duress.
Too.
Here, though, I think I like Fractured at this point in time. Because once you have Thoughtseize and Inquisition, the third discard spell becomes a lot lower priority for me.
And it's the worst of the three. And Fractured. Remember Fractured in 2020?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
Yeah, so but this is a great pack for Gavin to open, besides the fact that it doesn't have a piece of power, obviously. But like, because I think no matter what he takes here, he's going to wheel another card.
Right, like, one of those lands is likely...
Probably not Duress, probably just a black-white land, but a black-white land is great for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, this I think would be a close pick, and most of the time I would take Duress in this archetype. but he has 2 1-mana discard spells. The third one is just not worth that much. Like, you'd play all 3, certainly, but it's really important to get a couple and less important to get your third. I mean, just diminishing returns. You don't really want to be drawing discard spells on turn 6 that often. You really want them in the opener. But we'll see. We'll see. I feel like he's going to take the Fractured. I believe in Gavin here.
I do too. I think he's going to take Fractured. It was so unbelievable for a 2-3 year run after it first came out.
The one argument against Fractured, though, he does have Teferi and Mystic Confluence. Those are 2 good 5-drops.
That's true.
Like the third 5-drop also has diminishing returns. So I would take Fractured. I don't feel super strongly that you have to here. Oh, there's my bauble. Yeah. My goat. But well, let's see what he ends up on. Oh, no, he's going for the Duress. The Duress is in prime position. The top card.
You don't know. Maybe he's just reading it. Maybe he hasn't seen it in a while and wants to know what it does.
It's true. Nope. Now the Fractured's in prime position.
Yeah. No, Gavin's like an encyclopedia of Magic knowledge. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, they've done social media series where they quiz him, and he's like you, Luis. He has that incredible.
I was going to say, I feel like maybe me and him have to go head to head on this.
Yeah, that would be. I would watch that. I would moderate that
he's
or
the Duress. I can
game show it.
Oh no! In a late breaking.
He's really working us here. All right, what do you think, Luis? Is he taking Duress? I think he's taking Fractured.
I think he's taking Duress.
Come on, Gavin.
But I want him to take Fractured.
Yeah.
This is great. This reminds me of when I would be in the sea. Oh, there we go.
You got it. He took it.
This reminds me of when I would be in a PT draft and you'd be covering me, and I would no end of the things I would be doing, and because I knew you were watching.
Totally, you would always mess around, and I always knew what you were going to do.
Yeah, no, you knew me too well for that.
He has Vendilion Clique, Toxic Deluge here. This doesn't seem like a Yogg-Will deck. There's also a Wrath of God, but
here
is this a Clique?
No,
era?
Absolutely. Well, the Clique might be fine in this format.
What else is there?
Absolutely, you cannot take Clique here. You got to take one of the lands. Like you got to take Undercity Sewers or Tundra.
What is the Sewers?
That's the Surveil land, the blue-black Surveil. I also love Snuff Out more than most. Not as much as Mac, who cubes with me a lot. He thinks it's the 30th best card in Vintage Cube. But
wow.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy, right? But I think Gavin's at a point where he's got a bunch of removal, he's got a bunch of discard. He needs to start taking lands. I don't have strong feelings about the Surveil versus the Tundra. I typically take the untapped duels first, but I think they're both going to be really good for him here. Prismatic Beast still looks excellent. Not a Sensei's top deck right now. He doesn't have any shuffle effects, and I mean, it's for Tinker, I guess.
Tinker, there's also
honestly, yeah. I would abandon the Tinker, or at least not prioritize it. I like Prismatic Beast a lot. It's an untapped black source for your turn 1 Duresses. I think he's going to take the top, but I think I still kind of feel like, so Gavin has 2 things he's trying to do right now that are tough to do both.
Ooh.
Well, he did get Urza Saga. He's trying to fulfill his artifact requirements for Tinker. No,
don't even look at that Tangle Wire, Gavin.
Get out of here.
Don't do that.
And he has to go for 3 colors of lands. Oh, I think the hero pick here would be to take Watery Grave over Urza Saga, and I think that's what he should certainly do.
Really? Even with the top?
It's Urza Saga into top is okay, but he doesn't have any other artifacts right now. Maybe he gets one more, and I think it's a little slow. I just think he wants... The strength of his deck right now is he's got 3 discard spells, he's got Teferi, and he's got Mystic Confluence. He's got some discard and some good control card draw, and a Wrath and a Vindicate. I would want to be leaning into that more than the artifact stuff. And like Ancient Tomb in your triple 1-drop black spell, Supreme Verdict, Teferi, Vindicate deck seems a little hard to manage. So I like this Watery Grave pick a lot.
Gavin, don't even look at that Tangle Wire.
Yeah,
there's a certain group of people who love Tangle Wire. Looks like he also likes Ancient Tomb here, but he does seem to be taking the Water.
But he does not have an good Ancient Tomb deck, and he has a really good Duress deck. So,
yeah, nice. He did pick it up. Ooh, there's Mind Twist.
Oh, there's Balance. There's also Urza, but I just think the ship has sailed on artifacts. I like Balance here. Balance is good in these Esper decks. Mind Twist, when you have 3 discard spells and no acceleration, is not a card. I think if Gavin had it in his pool, I wouldn't play it. Oh, Chromux.
He took Chromux.
Yeah, so here's where I think he and I differ on the approach of this draft. He's still trying to get this tinker going, and I would have not done that.
I see.
Given that his goal is to tinker, sure, Chrome Mox makes a lot of sense. I typically don't like Chrome Mox. What is that? Is that a flooded strand?
I don't know.
I can't really tell.
It's a restless. It's the blue-white creature land. Yeah.
That makes map tokens.
Yeah, and it's a blue-white duel.
Yeah, I like that. Shriekmaw, I think, is just okay. I don't think he really needs it right now.
Even for a cube like this, Shriekmaw's mid.
Yeah, so basically, like, if you want Tinker to go, it makes sense. I just think Chrome Mox in your triple one-drop black spell deck is just not really, like, those don't really mesh all that well together. But I think that what I like about what Gavin's doing is he is drafting with a plan. He has a focus here. Maybe we differ on exactly how the focus, should be or where it should be, but that's the beauty of Cube. I'm not saying I'm right and he's wrong. I'm just saying what I would do here. And I like when he takes cards that further those goals, especially if you stay consistent. I mean, that's why I like, for example, Anchorage here a little over Shriekmaw, because that stays with the artifact theme and picks up some fixing. It does actually both those things at once, and those things are difficult because, yeah, I think Shriekmaw is just not that good of a card. Is my main concern here.
Does he need more than what he has now? Oh, there's Sundering Titan. That's kind of interesting. Does he need more than he has now to make the Tinker go?
Oh, there's a stock up. You got to slam that one.
What is it? Oh, stock up? Nice.
Stock up is goated. Just such a good card. Yes, he does not have full Tinker. Right now he has Chrome Mox, Sensei's Top, and Baleful Strix to get a Blightsteel Colossus.
Right. So that's just not enough.
Yeah. Let me see if.
That's probably why he's looking at the Sundering Titan.
So Portal to Phyrexia is not in this cube. So
took the stock up.
Yeah, great. That's I think a very good pick. Well, Creeping Tar Pit's nice. Yeah. Lotus Petal is nice too. Magus of the Chains. That's a Chains of Mephistopheles, dude.
Oh yeah.
That's a little surprising.
Necro in there. It's kind of funny.
It's like, I guess that's probably more of a joke. 'Cause it's like we're not using alternate cards or cards with too much text.
Yeah.
And this is both, but whatever. It's your cube, you do what you want. So he took Tar Pit over Lotus Petal. I like that pick. Again, I just like it when he makes the Esper Control picks because I think that's what he's seen the most of. That's where I think his strongest outs lie. But he is, a bunch of duresses is good with Tinker. Like, Tinker Blightsteel is way stronger if you've duressed them first, because you take the one answer or your counterspell or whatever. So I think that he's got the shapings for a pretty nice, powerful deck here. He still is going to need a bit more fixing, but he picked up Watery Grave and Creeping Tar Pit, and he's going to wheel a Scrubland. Yep, there it is, right there. The Godless Shrine came back.
Yep.
I mean, it is possible that he wants to move away from the white cards. He just has Teferi Vindicate and Supreme Verdict, but I don't know that he's going to,
Yeah?
I think Consider is just like somewhat of a replaceable card.
It's so filler level, yeah.
And taking a land here, I think, looks pretty good, but...
Also, we have a whole nother pack to go. There's a lot of good
this is a pretty big pivot pick, where if he takes not Godless Shrine, it signifies to me that he's just maybe not interested in playing white cards, which is fine. You can move away from white. He's got enough to just be blue-black here. He's got 2 blue-black duels, because then the mana becomes less of an issue. If you're going to be blue-black and have 2 duels already in a Chrome Mox, you don't need another duel. You can just play that, and you'll end up with like 9 or 10 sources of each color. So
I think it's tough, though, just because it happens to be Consider, right? Like, if it was Preordain or Ponder, maybe those are a little more enticing. He did end up taking the Consider, so this could be a step away from white here for Gavin.
I mean, my expectation is if you take Consider over Godless Shrine, you are not planning on playing the white cards, because and he hasn't taken any white lands so far. So now there's Wrath of God, which is good in this kind of strategy, but whatever. It's not over any blue or black cards here, so there's not a big cost in this pick.
I just take the Sulfuric Vortex here, right?
Yeah, I mean that's a card that could be difficult to beat. It depends.
By the way, Shock in this cube too.
The Shock is a little surprising to me. It feels like that would have not at this point been power crept out, but I think taking Wrath here is probably more likely to be better than Sulfuric Vortex, because you hate draft a card. It's like you have to play against that person, and they have to draw the Vortex, and it has to matter.
But he just went away from white, and what's the point of taking a double white card at that point? I mean, I guess there's still a chance it makes it in, but like, feels like Wrath of God isn't really going to be in the cards for him. Yeah, Coalition Relic, that card had a somewhat incredible run back in the day. It's also fine with Tinker, right? Well, he took it. Looks like we're having a little bit of a technical issue for Luis here, but he will be back shortly. And there's a tangle wire, by the way, it wheeled. Everybody has one player in their one friend in their group of players who is the tangle wire person. The diehard tangle wire enthusiast. And it looks like it's going to be Gavin here. He's going to go ahead and take it. Luis's audio isn't working, Rashad. All right. Yeah, looks like Luis's headphones having a little bit of an issue.
I'm back. I'm back.
We got it back. Welcome back, Luis. Did you see the tangle wire came back and he took it?
Nice.
He's definitely the tangle wire guy out of the group.
Whoa. Why are we taking Bolt over a Feomancer? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't anticipate playing Tangleware in this deck, though I will say the Ancient Tomb consideration makes more sense now. If his goal, because we don't know what Gavin's goal is, right? We can only infer from the cards he's taken. If he was already on the page of, I'm going to be blue-black artifacts, or like blue-black Tinker, like blue-black control with Tinker, not like full artifacts, Ancient Tomb makes a lot more sense. If you're not playing white cards in your deck, the Ancient Tomb is pretty justifiable.
Okay.
But I don't think taking a card you're not going to play over an Ophiumancer, which is fine in a blue-black deck, makes a lot of sense to me, but he could do it.
What do you think about the Coalition Relic pickup?
It's a solid card. He's going to want to play it in his Tinker deck. It does make Esper a little bit more of a dream, but I don't think he's that locked into Esper at this point. Yeah, Ophiumancer's solid here. I mean, you can't... Sword of Feast and Famine is an artifact you are not interested in playing.
All right, he's going to take the Ophiumancer. As you said, perfectly fine playable. Also totally decent out of the board if you end up heavy on playables and you just face a creature deck, green deck, anything like that. Ophiumancer's nice. Okay, winding down pack number 2 here. We're watching Gavin Verhey play at CubeCon. He is drafting... Oh, there's Tameshi. Card we got to talk about a lot at the Pro Tour a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, in the like Lotus Bloom Charbelcher deck.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Gavin, of course, very well known as Wizards of the Coast employee and ambassador for the game, but make no mistake, he is a very real player, and he is a cube enthusiast, to say the least. I've been playing against and with Gavin for years and years now. So, out of these next, like, say, 3 picks from pack 3, Luis, is that when he has to really kind of, like, what if he opens, like, Baby Teferi or something like that that would make him want to maybe veer back over towards white?
So the best white cards that we haven't seen, because Balance is already gone. I love Balance and Artifact decks too, so I don't know. I would have been a little bit more inclined. He took Chrome Mox over Balance, which again makes sense with where he's trying to go here. I think he would like to pick up a big artifact. I think if he saw Little Teferi or Swords to Plowshares, those are potential splashes, but he doesn't. He has what, 1 Sea-Chrome Coast and a Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and then some like double white cards. I don't think he's like super likely to end up with white cards in his deck. Again, if you take Consider over Godless Shrine, it indicates to me that you're not that interested in playing white cards. So
and Vindicate's not such a huge draw, right?
Vindicate's a like kind of replacement level card. Right. It's fine. You'll play it if you have the mana to play it most of the time, but it's not a card you're going to like stretch to play. Whereas Teferi is really good. Big Teferi or Little Teferi, actually. Little Teferi is even better. Like those are cards you actively want in your decks. I mean, he's got 3 blue-black lands. Like, his mana is actually fine. One of the biggest advantages of going straight blue-black is he does not need to take another land if he doesn't want to.
What he, of course, would really love is some power here, particularly in the blue, right?
A Mox would be really nice for your Tinker deck. Obviously,
Ancestral
Time Walker,
Recall,
cards.
Right, and he's already well set up. All right, let's see if he can open up some power here going in. That was a Treachery.
Oh, Little Teferi.
And there's a Little Teferi, okay.
and a polluted Delta. Oh, there's a
Oh, two Moxen at the back. He got the black one, though.
All right.
Mox Jet. By the way, whoever shuffled those cards for him did him a real disservice.
Yeah, it's true. It's down. All right, well, Mox Jets, it's just windmill slam under any circumstances here. It's like it's a busted card and an artifact, and it taps for black, so pretty nice pickup for Gavin. That going into this pack, I would say, if I were Gavin, I'd actually be pretty unhappy. I would instantly take a redraft at this point. Like, I don't think he has like a better than average deck, especially given how much he drafts Cube. Like, he knows what he's doing. So once you open the Mox Jet, it's like, oh, okay, now we're like on track to have maybe a really good deck. Because, I mean, think about it. You could have now Mox Jet, Chrome Mox, 3 discard spells, Tinker, Blightsteel deck. That's the kind of deck that, especially if you mulligan aggressively, which this deck will want to do, could easily just sweep the table, where you're just like turn 1 Mox, turn 1 discard, turn 2 Mox, Tinker, or whatever. That's just incredible.
Look at that strip mine in the front. Hey, are you a proponent of playing strip mine with no other, like, you can't bring it back? You're not.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine to play, but it's not a hyper premium card. Like, strip mine is one of the ones that's lost a bit of value over these last couple of years, where it used to be the average time this is picked is like in the first 3 picks, and I don't think it deserves quite that treatment anymore.
You mean as of 2025 or as of, say, 2021, when this cube would reflects the...
I think this is closer to like a 2023 power level cube than 2021, because it still has a lot of powerful cards. I would not take strip mine here. I would be inclined to take probe. If you don't, you could take Darkslick Shores, but probe is really nice with Tinker and with discard spells. If you have Inquisition and probe, like, he has Inquisition and Duress, sometimes you go probe and decide which one to play first,
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe you see Visions and Darkslick Shores could even come back. Strip mine's not going to, but probe isn't like the most exciting second pick, of course. I would also be fine with taking Darkslick Shores. I think that's legit.
Pretty sharp drop off from Mox Jet to one of these cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a sharp drop off from Mox Jet to anything, but this is also a particularly weak pack. The Meticulous Archive would confuse me a little bit, I will say.
That's interesting.
But I think Darkslick Shores and Probe are both cards that'd be on my list. I respect mana fixing, so taking Darkslick Shores sounds great. Probe is just a fine card. Looks like he's running the Darkslick.
Yeah, I guess if he takes Darkslick, he has a chance of wheeling maybe one of the cantrips. So those do tend to go.
Well, I don't think whether you take Darkslick or Probe affects your chances of wheeling Serum Vision very much, because Probe's just not wheeling no matter what.
Right.
I like the Probe pick. There we go.
I would take Probe, yeah.
And his deck really is, like, I mean, this is the way he's drafted the seat. His deck is going to be very reliant on Tinker. He does not have another way to win the game right now.
Right. Unless he splashes Teferi, but...
For what it's worth, I think Strip Mine is also a legit pick here. I'm not going to argue with that either. Because, like, in a blue-black deck with good mana, you can afford a colorless land. And Strip Mine goes nicely with the Tinker plan, because it's just like, if you Tinker fast enough and you get to Strip Mine them on the way, you can slow them down maybe. Turn 1 Duress, turn 2 Strip Mine you, and then turn 3 land Mox. Tinker or whatever. The Moxes have a big part in this.
I would be the most tempted by Strip Mine. I have a hard time passing that card, but I really do want to have at least the idea that I could do something busted with it.
I think the Crucible's already gone.
Yeah.
I believe I saw it. And that's really the only thing you'll get, because there's no...
In this cube, there's Ice-Till Explorer and Ramanop, so like you can kind of go off, but not in the colors that Gavin's in.
Yeah.
I think I would take Gitaxian Probe over Strip Mine here.
My order would be like Probe, Darkslick Shores.
Wow, that's discipline.
It's reasonable to take the one.
Good for you, Gavin. That's some vegetables right there. Night's Whisper. There's Channel. There's Path.
There's Force of Negation.
Oh, and Force of Negation too.
There's also Bloodstained Mire, but it's kind of funny that... Like, initially he passed on a few lands where I was like, oh man, Prismatic Vista. But now it's like, he's like taking lands when I think he's like actually over on mana fixing. He really doesn't need the 5th blue-black land. That's not necessary.
Especially when there's good stuff here. I mean, Force of Negation can be super, super
Force
good.
is so good with Tinker. He is a little light on blue cards, I will say that, but maybe he can pick those up. That consider helps here. Because turn 3 Tinker and then force their like Parallax Wave on the next turn is awesome.
You've had enough vegetables for one day, Gavin.
Yeah, I mean,
have a little main dish here.
I think one of the strengths of going blue-black and eschewing the white cards, which appears to be what he's done, is you don't have to take the lands that high. So yeah, I like the force pick. What would have been better with the force, with the probe or the Dark Six Shores?
Oh yeah. Oh, he's got.
So now there's an Animate Dead in a Damnation. I kind of feel like his deck just needs Damnation more. He has no targets for Animate Dead and doesn't really have much hope of like making his deck into one that like supports that, I don't think.
Right.
It is a powerful card though, and it's good with discard. Thoughtseize into Animate Dead can be really brutal. You Thoughtseize their 5-drop creature and animate it or whatever.
Yeah, he's got some removal. It could be a thing.
I like Damnation. You know, Damnation Blightsteel is really nice. You tinker for Blightsteel, then you Damnation and attack.
Yeah, also Damnation really does solve the problem. Okay, he's going to take Animate Dead here. He may feel that he could wield the Damnation as well.
Yeah, that is totally legit. Here there's a Talisman, which is just nice in your tinker deck.
Was that the blue-white?
Yeah, blue-white Talisman. There's also a Memory Jar, but this isn't really a Memory Jar deck. I also personally am pretty low on Memory Jar just as a card. I find that unless you have like something like Hull Breacher or Shieldred in your deck, I typically am not that interested in playing a 5-mana suspend 1 wheel, basically. The advantage of Memory Jar is they don't get to keep the cards, but I like the Talisman pick here. I don't even think it means he's going to go white. I think he just wants it as another artifact. Oh, the Claws. Oh, Mystical. You got to slam Mystical here. You're, the only way this deck's winning a game is Tinker, so adding a second Tinker to this deck, this is one of the best cards he could have come across, and
wow,
and he did not spend a lot of time on that.
No, he did not.
That's where we're at.
Windmilled that one. Still a lot of white splashable lands available to him here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you get maybe a backdoor into Teferi for free here.
Mm-hmm. He's looking at, I think it's Concealed Courtyard there.
Yeah, that seems legit. Murderous Rider, I assume, is just not a card you're that happy to have in your deck. So,
and then there's Winds of Abandon that he's took a glance at, but he would need to take this land to really justify it. So you kind of can't have both.
Yeah, at that point you just take the land, and because the land already unlocks Vindicate and Teferi, so you don't need to take another white removal spell here.
Yeah, I wonder how important Teferi is in Gavin's mind at this point as a potential.
It's a good card to win if you cast a bunch of Duresses, like it's a card draw spell, you know. And now you have 2 lands and a Talisman and a Coalition Relic. Probably swing it if you wanted to. The Vindicate I'm a little less excited about, but this pack has been good for him. Picking up a Mox and a Mystical Tutor and a Force Negation is pretty huge.
Yeah, that the Tinker sub game plan here has become the main event for sure.
It's actually the only thing. I think literally it's the only way he could win a game is with Tinker. Like, barring Ophiomancer and Baleful Strix attacking to death, which doesn't seem particularly plausible.
Yeah, and I think if I'm on Gavin, see, that's why I'm interested in really trying to get that Teferi online if I can. What did he find? Oh, Intuition.
Not an Intuition deck. It's just kind of, that's a cool card. Yeah, I mean, there's like Thraben Inspector and Blade Splicer that both make artifacts for Tinker.
Yeah.
But you don't really want to splash either of those cards. But he's not really a Doomsday deck, so I don't think whatever card he takes here is going to be super relevant on the final outcome of his deck. Like, I would probably just take Thraben Inspector, and maybe the mana works out. Maybe you pick up some free white lands later.
The Thraby baby. I love that card. He is looking at the Blade Splicer as well.
I think Thraben makes more sense, because if you're tinkering it away, you'd much rather play the 1-mana creature that you can tinker a clue away.
Yeah, he took the Splicer.
On the other hand, Splashing Splicer is better.
There's Treachery.
Treachery's still got to be good, right, at this point?
I think so, yeah. I think it still was like on the tail end of its heyday, but still definitely a card that you're interested in. He also has passed a lot of the pieces for a Reanimator deck, and he will want some way to combat that.
That said, Mesmeric Fiend can bolster the discard thing, but the 4th discard and in the form of a creature isn't that good. Yeah, I like Treachery.
I think I would Treachery too. Fiend is tempting, but
Treachery also gives you a legit way to win a game.
It's a win con.
That isn't Tinker. Yeah, I know. I mean, one of the things I would like to see if he's lucky enough to pick it up. Oh, there's the Crucible. It wasn't earlier in the pack.
Oh, interesting. Meticulous Archive also came back. He didn't end up taking the Strip Mine though, so he just takes the Archive here.
I think Archive over Go for the Throat and Murderous Cut makes sense because, like, again, if you play the white cards, you get Vindicate. That's just a removal spell anyway, and I think that it makes sense. Now he's got 3 white lands, Coalition Relic, and Talisman. He's just going to play the white cards, and that's fine.
Yeah. So Teferi provides perhaps an alternate win condition.
Oh, Knight's Whisper's got to be a nice little pickup.
Oh, very nice. What is that? What is the blue
Forensic
card?
Gadgeteer to go with Basalt Monolith, but he doesn't have the Monolith, so, and I think it's already even gone, so.
So just take the Whisper.
I mean, you could put this in your deck, but he doesn't really have enough artifacts to make it work, in my opinion. I would just take Knight's Whisper.
That'll make the cut though. Like Knight's Whisper is a nice playable at this era.
Yeah, totally. Duress into Knight's Whisper is fantastic. Right. The main drawback of Knight's Whisper is it doesn't affect the board. You lose 2 life, so like you're taking a turn off to cast something that hurts you. But if you go turn 1 Inquisition and take their 2-drop and they do nothing on turn 2, and then you cast Knight's Whisper, that's a perfect setup.
Totally. It's also good mid-game where you can Knight's Whisper like into another 1 or 2 mana play, which he's got quite a few of. Good with his box. Yeah, I like that pickup. So blue-black control shell, splashing white, but primarily focused around...
Whoever took Strip Mine is going to see Crucible, Ramunap, and Renin 6, and didn't take Ramunap or Renin 6 the first time, but now they have the opportunity.
Oh my god. I would be dreaming on that. Although the Renin 6 and the Ramunap are in the same pack, right?
Yeah, but they could get 2 out of the 3, presumably. The Strip Mine could have gone a couple seats down, so maybe they get none, but it is kind of funny.
Maybe they have the Ice Steel Explorer already.
Ooh, Prismatic Ending is a nice one. I mean, I don't know how many white sources he's going to end up with, but you're not playing any of these other cards, and Prismatic Ending is totally legit.
Magma Jet. This is a nice nostalgia hit. It's not like when I was a kid nostalgia, but it is a different era. Like these cards, many of these cards were prevalent in Cube for a very long time and more recently have been booted out. So it's kind of cool to see some of them. Although no Venser is like kind of cool.
Oh, that's egregious. No, yeah. and no Riftwing either?
I think both. Yeah, I would have to double check, but I think.
Man, how can you have Sword of Temptation but not Riftwing or Venser? Both of those are quite a bit better, I believe.
And cooler.
Oh, Shadowy Backstreet. That's nice.
Which one is that?
The Black-White Surveil.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's totally legit.
You know, it's what you mentioned. You said this, like, what if he just kind of picks up a few of these lands for free? He picked up the Archive and the Backstreet now?
Yeah, the Backstreet's back.
Yeah.
Right. Thalia.
Man, I would
plays against...
cack that Thalia all day.
No. He's going to play against Storm and side it in.
Oh, it's a sideboard plan.
Seachrome Coast Moxjet Thalia. Next turn cast 2 mana Duress.
Yeah, your move.
All right, This is what we got. So yeah, he did play the Prismatic Ending.
Wait, is this his whole pile?
That looks like the whole pool, but I think that. Oh, sorry, we don't know what he played, but like that's top. Yeah. Let's see. Those are stacks of 5. Yeah, I think this deck is quite solid. The biggest point of failure in this deck by far is if he ever draws Blightsteel Colossus, he's not going to have an easy time of winning the game.
Yeah, that's going to be really... He can thought seize it away from himself. Like, there's not many ways to get that.
He can get up to 8 cards and discard the hand size.
Yeah.
I mean, he can win with Creeping Tar Pit, Treachery, Teferi can like kind of assemble Blade Splicer. Like he's got some win conditions now. The Shriekmon, the Ophiomancer, and the Blade Splicer, and the Gonti. Like
Teferi Ultimate. Yeah,
I will say the best thing about Gavin's deck is that he has 3 1-mana discards, and he can just have games where he opens on double discard and then casts a couple card draw spells, and then maybe just wins with whatever. Like that is a legit way to do it.
How are you thinking about how powerful this deck is overall, given the overall power level of the Cube and the fact that he's at CubeCon and like not in your draft server, for example? I mean, I'm assuming these are serious Cube players that he's playing against, so no joke.
Were you saying that this is harder than the draft server? Because that's not accurate, but it is a lot of very dedicated draft.
I was saying, I was actually saying I was trying to reframe for you that it's because you're used to playing against like top tier people in the draft server every single day.
Yeah, but I would
this
assume
is
that
probably
the average
a step
CubeCon
down.
attendee
is quite good.
Is pretty good, at least very passionate about Cube. If you're traveling to an event to play Cube live, often taking a plane or driving many hours, like you've cubed a lot.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean they're necessarily.
But still, the Cube
like,
server is kind of a different level. So if you're at CubeCon and you have this deck, how are you feeling?
If I was Gavin and I was looking at this deck right now and I was thinking like, okay, I would be willing to just draft again. I would mulligan the draft, even with a Mox. I think just because my main concern would be if my Tinker gets like, well, I guess not duressed because he has all the discard, but
he did get all.
If my Tinker gets countered, or if I end up drawing Blightsteel, he doesn't have a Brainstorm or anything. That's actually pretty tough. I think he's going to struggle to actually close out the game, but I think that he's got some really good matchups. I think if he plays against like a combo deck, he's gonna have a really good chance because he's got triple 1-mana discard, Force of Negation, Counterspell, Mystic Confluence. Like I think he's gonna eat other combo decks for lunch, and that's a good start. Like, you know, you play against a sneak attack deck, I feel, or a Reanimator deck, I feel he's gonna do a good job of picking them apart because discard in particular. If you play against, like, let's say Sneak Attack, and you duress Sneak Attack on turn 1, and then on like turn 4, you Thoughtseize like Through the Breach or whatever. They could just be drawing Emrakul's and Atroxas that just don't do anything. And that like it's like a duress kills 3 of their cards by taking the combo piece. Where I think he's going to struggle is against a control deck that has a lot of answers to Tinker, because the discard spells do go a long way. But I think that if you play against someone who's got like, let's say Swords, Path, maybe a little Teferi, that sort of thing, like you could end up where Tinker's not going to be the most reliable way to close. His aggro matchup is going to be close because against aggro, you don't always have time to like set up the perfect Tinker. And I think really the most common way I think he's going to run into trouble is he doesn't draw Tinker or Mystical Tutor and just doesn't have the option to do that. So I think the deck is good. I think Gavin has a real legit shot to 3-0 here and has a decent chance of 2-1 for sure because, again, Tinker, Moxjet, Chrome Mox, triple 1-mana discard, Force of Negation. That's a really strong place to start. So, but I think that when all his eggs kind of are in like one basket where what do you think Gavin's win rate is in games where Blightsteel Colossus never enters the battlefield? I think it's probably like 30%.
It's low. Yeah.
Maybe less. I don't know. Like that's a function of just how the deck ended up. So we'll have to see, but I think he's got to have a deck that if he mulligans aggressively, I think he's going to have a really good shot, and he's going to have some really favorable matchups if he plays against someone who's weak to discard or weak to Tinker. You play against a red aggro deck that doesn't have a way to stop Tinker, and he's got 2 copies of Tinker. He's got a mulligan button. He's going to be able to present a turn 3 or sometimes turn 2 Blightsteel with, I think, pretty good regularity.
Okay, make sure that you check out the donation link that we showed on the screen there as well to donate for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. That's what CubeCon is supporting here, and we'd really appreciate it if you check that out as well. You could get some cool rewards as well. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we will be watching more Cube here from CubeCon. Don't go anywhere.
100 Ways to Draft is a peasant build-around cube with a twist on the drafting portion. During the draft, you will start with 3 packs of 15 cards, as well as a Cogwork Librarian. This card allows you to pick 2 cards from a pack. When you do, you have to put the Librarian into this booster. This introduces a new dimension to the draft, and you're able to pick up Librarians from future boosters, ensuring later picks are rarely dead for players. To prepare you for the cube, here are a few tips before your first draft. This cube heavily focuses on build-around strategies. While drafting, use your Cogwork Librarian to ensure you can pick up strong card combos from a single pack. You can also pick up multiple Librarians and use more than one on a single pack later. There are no classic color pair archetypes to draft. This approach has eliminated on-rails drafting, and you have to evaluate your picks during every stage of the draft. Lastly, in comparison with other peasant cubes, 100 Ways to Draft has a lot less removal and interaction. Playing and drafting removal comes with a high cost, as it will slow down your own strategy. Here are some possible strategies. Counterbalance, Persist combo, Teshar, Sword combo, Builder's Talent. Arcbound Aggro. Cast not from hand. Discard. Self-mill. Leave the graveyard. Big spells matter. Check out the full list here, and I'm looking forward to seeing you during this year's CubeCon.
Book sale, book sale, book sale, and a Brooding Saga here at CubeCon 2025. What can you find in a Brooding Saga? Fetch lands? No way. Power 9? I don't think so. Alright, what about traps? Any card with a subtype trap? Nope, not in this cube. How about bad fixing? This cube got bad fixing? Nah, this cube is sick fixing. Creatures? Yeah, it's got some good ones. Look at this guy. Kills your opponent's board. Alright, sagas? Yep, you got a lot of those. There's this one, and 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 this one. Alright, who's this cube for, though? That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. People like to do a lot of reading. Bring the reading glasses. Gonna need them. Thinking caps? Yeah, bring those. Gonna need that. Definitely. Alright, non-singleton nature? Yeah, of course. Gotta get that gameplay consistency. Loops? Yeah, you got those too. You got this one, and this one, and this one, and oh yeah, that's just infinite turns. This one's the best. So you got this card, and this card, and this card, and oh, that's just a beatdown curve. Never mind, never mind. Well, you can still play 95 out of the 360 cards cube. Those are sagas. Yep, got those. And these two, those are bangers. 5 color. Put them in your deck. Get all the sagas. Do the thing. Come play with the best card type in a Brooding Saga. Trauma Medicine for encountering Fable of the Moonbreaker on turn 3, sold separately. Not intended for children under the age of 13. Please use responsibly.
Judge, what the f*** am I looking at? The ball pit, like its name implies, is an environment of unknown depths, filled with strange and wondrous objects in which one would normally not allow their vulnerable adult body to become immersed, were it not for the colorful allure of the spheres and the deep animalian urge to crawl into weird holes in the ground. The ball pit is built around 3 central rules. You can cast any card face down as a copy of Chromatic Sphere. You must draft all of your lands. This is a desert cube. You will draft a total of 60 cards, which form your final deck. No cuts, no sideboards. Because remember, you can always cycle a card by playing it face down as a copy of Chromatic Sphere. Gameplay-wise, the ball pit is a cube where most of your colored mana comes from cracking spheres, where most of your removal is aimed at resonant power outliers, and where most of your victories come from catching your opponent off guard with hard-fought value. Design-wise, the ball pit is a beautiful chimera between every Timmy's magical Christmas land of gorgeous curiosities and every Spike's violent desire to ruthlessly squeeze the last drops of joy out of someone else's beloved childhood playthings. Timmy's get to steamroll their opponents with armies of souped-up golems and obscure gleaming contraptions, and Spikes get to answer the question, what if Pithing Needle had cycling 1? Flavor-wise, the ball pit is what Vorthos and Melvin would co-write in their dream journals over a motel breakfast the morning after a lengthy bender in the chrome-themed jazz bar of a 1950s pulp science fiction convention. And if that doesn't interest you, I honestly don't know what else to say. So jump on in. Let the spheres guide you. The ball pit awaits.
Hey! A bunch of us were gonna get together and test out my...
And welcome back to coverage here of CubeCon. Marshall Sutcliffe with Luis Scott Vargas. And Luis, we got a chance to see the lists from our feature players. We are, of course, going to be watching Gavin Verhey. We just watched him draft Black, well, really Esper as it ended up being, and primarily with a Tinker win condition, but his opponent Owen
primarily is doing a lot of work.
Kind of only, but his opponent Owen went off the deep end, Luis, with a...
I'm going to name 3 cards.
Multifaceted combo deck, yeah.
Mishra's Workshop, Liliana of the Veil, and Brain Freeze. Those are the 3 cards you need to know.
There's a few other relevant cards in Owen's list. We'll remind you, by the way, CubeCon is supporting the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention today, and if you'd like to donate, you can do so by, there's a QR code on the screen, and you can see you get some cool benefits for doing so. The goal is to get to $5,000 for what is obviously a good cause as well. We've got 1,130, not too bad. Good start. Let's get into game number 1. You see Gavin over on the left-hand side of your screen, and there's Owen on the right. Owen starts on, man, Luis, this is like the most Luis deck I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'll expand on what I said because Liliana Workshop Brain Freeze obviously doesn't actually tell you what's going on. This is basically Black-Red Artifact Storm with Black Lotus and Lion's Eye Diamond and Lotus Petal. Bolas' Citadel, Yawgmoth's Will, Cabal Ritual, Brain Freeze Tendrils, but also Mishra's Workshop, Basalt Monolith, a bunch of artifacts. I'm excited to see this one play out. This one looks nice.
Yeah, Foundry kicks off the festivities here for Owen. We'll see where that takes him, but there are more. And with no pressure whatsoever here on Gavin, he feels free to just go ahead and fire off Night's Whisper here.
Well, if he drew Blightsteel, he'll get to discard it at least.
Oh, that would be... we were talking about that on the break. If Gavin draws Blightsteel Colossus, it's a major problem for him. He really is not literally all in on the combo, but he is, let's say, just dedicated to that.
Yeah, so he must have mulliganed because he was on the draw and he Night's Whispered. Unless, oh no, he's making a retrofitter. Maybe Gavin's going to discard after that.
This is pre-cleanup.
Yeah. But I think it's unfortunate for Gavin that he didn't start with one of the discard spells because his best thing in this matchup, he's playing against a Yawgmoth's Will combo deck. He is discarding right now. Discard spells are very good in this matchup. So we'll see how this plays out. Retrofitter fights pretty well against that because it's like, okay, you discard some of my combo cards, but I have Retrofitter. The thing is, Owen's got Underworld Breach and Yawgmoth's Will. So kind of what I said when we were looking at the deck during the break, Marshall, was if Owen can just draw an Underworld Breach or Yawgmoth in the middle of the game, I think he's going to go a long way. Gavin does have 3 counters: Mystic Confluence, Force Negation, Counterspell. But, obviously he's going to have to counter other things too. Owen's deck has, Breya's Apprentice and Pia and Kiran Nalaar, so he's going to be able to put on pressure that way. And if you just draw Yawgmoth or, speaking of which, Yawgmoth or Breach in the middle of the game, it just undoes all the discard spells. They don't really matter that much.
So there's the Breya's Apprentice here. So far, Owen's deck looking decidedly mid-range artifacts, but it does have the hidden mode.
Well, what's gross here is that Retrofitter can turn that Thopter into a 4/4. So this is quite a bit for no mana.
Oh, that's gnarly.
Yeah, so Gavin did end up playing the Wrath of God in his deck, but the discard spell now, he's going to take a lot of damage this turn if he doesn't have anything. So he looks like he is leading on one of those. The funny thing is that Liliana the Veil might snipe a Blightsteel Colossus during the course of this this draft. All right, there goes the Inquisition.
And Owen says, okay, take a look. Oh, man. So he's got Pyromancer, Wormcoil, and Basalt Monolith.
And he can't cast the Pyromancer currently, but it looks like Gavin wants to make sure he doesn't draw red mana for that. Let's see if he makes this 4/4. Oh, look at that. Good sporting at CubeCon, leaving your cards revealed. I love it.
Very nice.
Oh. Well, Animate Dead.
Was that Animate Dead on your Pyromancer? Sure. This is another way to get rid of a Steel.
Interesting. So he didn't want the Wormcoil, though. He really wanted... His hand must need this double looting effect.
Well, it was Inquisition, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was Thoughtseize for a sec. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I like the play then, especially if your hand has some cards you don't mind discarding.
Let's see what he's going to get rid of.
Can make some 1/1s too. This does take some of the pressure off, though the 4/4 still gets to attack pretty nicely here. Because unfortunately, the Animate Dead does give it -1, -0.
That's right. So he'll have 3 total power even if he discards 2 spells. It looked like he looks like he went for Tar Pit and a Theomancer, so he'll just get the 1 elemental. But 2 cards still.
Oh, well, he doesn't make the 4/4 in return. I was going to say I might have been tempted to just play the Theomancer to stop the 4/4, but it looks like the 4/4 is not hit the battlefield. That's an interaction that does not come up that often, making Thopters from other sources. But, all right, looks like a swamp there?
Yeah, he hit a swamp off of the Reyes there, and now he's going to play Basalt Monolith. So he's, I guess, just working his way up to that Wormcoil engine, which is still in his hand.
Yeah, Gavin has 2 chump blockers for Wormcoil, which is nice, and the Blightsteel can kind of just plow through Wormcoil anyway.
And there's a duress, and wow, he hit the Yogg-Will.
That was a brutal draw for Owen. Drawing your Yogg-Will that turn. Not that the Yogg-Will actually is that close to doing anything, but it's still pretty annoying that you had one draw step and you drew a duressable card. Okay, no imprint on the Chrome Mox. Here comes the Blightsteel.
Oh wow! So he just runs out the Chrome Mox into Blightsteel.
There we go. This is what Gavin's deck was trying to do the whole time. So
that also explains why he ran out the duress there with only one unknown card.
Yeah, I mean,
he was ready to roll.
It's not getting better. All right, so Owen here can't even Liliana the Blightsteel because of all the other the Season Pyro and the token in play.
Very nice.
Might end up cashing in this Thopter. Needs to find, like, if he finds Bolas a Citadel or something, that would be pretty good.
But Wormcoil's not a great answer for the Blightsteel.
No, you can block the
Slows it
Blightsteel.
down.
You take 5 poison and you make 2 3/3s, and then next turn you could double block the Blightsteel and take another 5 poison. You have to put something else in front.
Right.
So
Thopter keeps chipping in, and you see the Lion's Eye Diamond there for Owen, but he doesn't have anything to do with it, so he's
imagine
just going
if
to have
you
to
drew
pass
those in the
turn.
other order and just had played LED last turn, and then Gavin couldn't have duress. But I guess what would have happened is Gavin wouldn't have cast duress, and then you draw Yogg-Will and then probably get it duress before you cast it. So, because again, the Yogg-Will's not really going anywhere right now.
Is there a way for Owen to get out of this? Like, I don't think has any cards left in hand.
No, and this is the strength of Gavin's deck. Duress into Tinker is just a really strong start. He went Duress, Duress, Tinker. It wasn't like turn 4 or like turn 2 or anything, but it was like a turn 3 Inquisition, turn 4 Duress, Tinker. A lot of decks are going to fold to that, and I think Owen's is pretty likely to at this point.
You can see that Gavin has those 2 trophies underneath his name there. Those are the number of pods that he's 3-0'd.
At this current one?
It must be.
Oh, nice.
Because I'll tell you, if you have all the pods that he's ever 3-0'd, we need a much bigger graphic.
Well, that
Gavin
means
is
that
a
he's
cube beast.
He's well placed to make the top 64 then. So your cumulative record across the cubes, I think, is what determines whether you make top 64 and kind of can draft for the title of CubeCon champion. That's my understanding, at least. Like I said, I've never made it out to CubeCon myself, though I do have a vision of doing so eventually.
We'll make it there one day.
Yeah. So it looks like Gavin's upkeep Mysticaling, I assume. I wonder what he gets here.
Is this just to protect, is this like a counterspell of some sort?
You could just get Force of Negation. That wouldn't be a crazy thing. You are winning the game on the board right now.
There's a counterspell.
Oh, I guess counterspell's even better. Yeah, I forgot he had that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much a lock. Like, Owen does get to survive for a few turns.
So he's going to make it into a 4/4 and then block?
Huh. I guess he did know he could do that, but chose not to a few turns prior. That's a little surprising, I guess.
Kind of interesting.
So he takes 7 poison?
7, yeah. Gavin all over that Basalt Monolith. Looks like we have him at 5 poison, but that was just a 4/4 golem that jumped in front, right?
Yeah. So it means he needs to block with 9 toughness to not die next turn.
But it looks like he's just going to cash in with Brea's here and see if he can hit something. Tezzeret?
Tezzeret's kind of interesting. It can untap the Brea's Apprentice, and then you have enough to survive Blightsteel at least.
Like exactly enough?
Well, one over because it gets a +1/+1 counter.
Oh, okay. But even if Owen's able to survive the turn, I'm just looking at counterspell.
Yeah, what's going on
for
next turn? There's a
Gavin.
counterspell there.
Right. And take a look at the Gavin cam there. He looks like
well, his whole plan's on the table. He's got a Blightsteel there to face up counterspell, and he's like,
I have
okay,
nothing
can you
to
beat
add.
this? And the answer, probably not.
Yeah, you see the face up counterspell there for Gavin as well. He searched that up with Mystical Tutor. And that's in his hand. He has one unknown card.
So if he just counters the Tezzeret, then like that's it.
Right.
Owen has no cards in hand.
Right. So that would just be not even bother.
Because he can make a Thopter and then untap it by sacking LED, but he can't make another, or a Servo, but he can't make another one. So I think either way, Gavin's going to win, because if he doesn't counter the Tezzeret, he still just has the counter spell and can attack next turn. But
it is complicated, right? Because you just don't want to make that mistake where you burn your counterspell on because he knows that this is just like, if it's all face-up perfect information, sure, counter it, kill you, right? But if there's one thing that you miss and then you burn your counterspell on a spell that didn't matter, and all of a sudden Owen rips something that you didn't anticipate, it just gets awkward. So you just want to be really careful.
Yeah, well, Owen did play the land first, so Gavin really just has all the information here.
It's all there. It's just one of those things of like, there's a lot of text.
It's also possible, like, I assume the players have the correct poison number, because there's a 6-sided die there, but that
Maybe
probably
one
there's
next to
another
it.
one next to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of Blightsteel answers, Goblin Welder, if it's already in play, can answer Blightsteel pretty nicely. You weld the Blightsteel for whatever they tinkered, and then
that's right.
It doesn't go well for Gavin, but he's got a lot of ways to kill Welder, so that's not a particularly reliable source of answers.
Right, and he won't be finding a hasty welder at any point here. So this game, Gavin still has it locked up. He just says sure.
I think Gavin is pretty close to 100% either way, but I think he would be 100% if he countered the Tezzeret, and he's 100% if he doesn't. But
right,
it'd be funny if Owen had an Ether Spellbomb to go get with Tezzeret.
Oh yeah.
But of course, Gavin at that point would just counter that. So
does it put it into your hand? I can't remember. Tezzeret does, right?
It puts it in hand. Attacking with Worm Coil. So now he can also survive by untapping Worm Coil, putting a counter on it, and then making oh no, because then he would make a Thopter and would still take 8/3 poison. So I think this doesn't really work.
Gavin chump blocks there. Yeah, I think the real question is how much poison do they think Owen has? Because we see the 6.
Because that could inform both players' decisions pretty substantially, right?
Was that
also, this isn't even factoring in Gavin's other 2 cards, and if either of them do anything, then like you could probably win on the spot, like a creature removal spell or what have you. The Animate Dead on the Pyromancer worked out nicely.
It did. It did give... I don't know if this is open deck list, but it did give him insurance for Liliana as well.
Yeah.
Because Owen has some sneaky answers. Okay. So that's 8 toughness.
Yeah, and that means 3 comes over, and he's got 7 poison, so...
Yeah.
Presumably that does it? Yeah, one of the things I did like about Gavin's draft is for the draft not going super smoothly, right? You know, like he opened packs where he took Llanowar Elves and stuff like that. He did draft a deck that has a really linear plan with a bunch of backup, and that's a good way to win games. Like, I would rather have a very focused deck, even if like the entire deck isn't perfect, than an unfocused deck. So it looks like they just got the poison numbers wrong.
That's must have been what it was. Yeah,
you know, is what it is.
It makes more sense about all of the thinking and the game planning now.
Yeah. This does very marginally open the door, because at this point, he can search something up with Tezzeret, but he really would need something like Ether Spellbomb to search up in order to actually win the game, because Gavin's going to counterspell the first thing he plays, or anything that he plays that will do something. Oh, is he going to go Big Teferi or something here? But if you were able to present 2 threats, maybe I don't really know how that could look. But
is it prismatic ending?
Yeah, he's killing the Tezzeret.
Okay.
Which means that Owen at this point, I mean, he does get the Ethereum Sculptor or the Brea's Apprentice, so like. Yeah. Technically, he could draw a gassy card and then exile your top card, draw another one, and maybe present something here. It's going to be a little harder without the Tezzeret, but it's definitely not over. It just is mostly over.
They have him at 9 poison.
Yeah, I think at some point.
We have him at 10.
Yeah, well. I don't believe the outcome of the game will be separate.
Right. And taking a long, hard look here. Is there any way forward? One unknown card off the top of the library.
And he gets to see one more off of the Brea's Apprentice.
Right.
Lightsteel getting in there. Yeah, attacking's good because at this point you're not surviving another attack anyway. Gavin.
Yeah. This is where Gavin needs to not block.
Yeah. Opening the door to Liliana would be bad news here.
Right.
Because then you could do something like Liliana. Oh, the wrong spell bomb.
Oh, the red one. Pyrite spell bomb. So this is just going to get cycled? Or does it draw you the card when it goes to the graveyard? Or
no, you have to sack it. So he's probably going to want to sack the Lion's Eye Diamond here.
While he's on empty?
Or just use this first because it exiles so you can pay for it with Lion's Eye.
Ah, sure. Pia and Kieran Nalaar. That's not enough toughness.
No, Gavin's at too high of a life total.
Gavin giving a subtle hint at what he's planning to do next turn.
The game isn't over now because he can draw a card with Pyrite, but that's also not gonna find something that gets by counterspell.
Right. He only has one more look.
I like it.
Gavin's just encroaching all the way through. Gavin knows that he has this hard lock now. You see Owen's kind of working through any potential things. I mean, his deck's relatively complex, and he doesn't want to leave any doors up. Well, he's going to cast the Pia and Kieran Nalaar, perhaps just trying to bait Gavin. Though now it's hard to imagine with the mana that Owen has left what he could find. Even if if Gavin were foolish enough to fire off the counterspell here. The Pia and Kieran Nalaar doesn't do anything on this board, so he can just let it resolve, which is exactly what he does. So now we're going to see the Pyrite Spellbomb get cracked, but whatever he hits off of it can be countered, and that should be GG. And that is going to be GG. Game number 1 goes to Gavin Verhey. Trying to add to that trophy count, make a big run at CubeCon.
Yeah. And chat let me know that they cut to top 128 and then then cut to top 64.
And then 64 after that round. Okay.
I mean, got to have more drafts, right?
Right. Any excuse if you're going to fly all the way to CubeCon.
That's what we're here for.
Get them in there. Okay, game number 2 incoming here.
Looks like Gavin's mulled to 5.
Wow, yeah, 2 going to the bottom. You did say, though, that this is a deck that's going to mulligan pretty aggressively, right?
Workshop into Basalt Monolith.
We can see turn 2 Wormcoil. And we see no black mana here from Gavin.
No early duress.
So this could be anything here. All right. It's the Apprentice again.
Yeah, and it's an artifact, so the Workshop actually powers it out, too.
Oh, jeez. And then the Thopter.
I will say that past Wormcoil, there's not a lot of cards left that Workshop enables. So I think Owen's probably going to slow down a bit here. But, is clever of Gavin. He mulled to 5. That way he doesn't have to discard to Night's Whisper this time on the draw.
Yeah, very smart. He goes end step, consider, gets rid of Vindicate, and then untaps into Night's Whisper. So working his way towards unmulliganing as he passes it back to Owen, who seems to have the world at his fingertips here. Can he cash in, though?
Certainly has the initiative, not the actual initiative, because this cube luckily doesn't play that. But if he has a good play this turn, then oh yeah, Mesmeric Fiend is totally solid.
Probably pretty annoying from Gavin's perspective. Ooh, Gavin's hand is stacked, though.
Yeah, he's got
he has
one
the
land.
Mystic Confluence and the Teferi, yeah, just the one land.
Assuming if Owen's hand isn't particularly vulnerable to Inquisition, taking Prismatic Ending here does leave Gavin without a castable spell next turn that does much besides Inquisition, because that land is a tap land, he can't cast the Blade Splicer.
Right.
You could also take the Inquisition, and then on Gavin's turn, maybe he Prismatic Endings the Mesmeric Fiend, but doesn't get to cast Inquisition. But yeah, taking the removal spell that hits Mesmeric Fiend is a pretty normal play. Sadly for Owen, he does not have the Worm Coil. He would be able to play it here.
That would have been sweet. So Gavin is going to Inquisition. Ooh, he sees Goblin Welder.
That's Gamble, I believe.
Gamble, yeah, you're right. And then Bolas's Citadel. He can take the Welder or the Gamble. He's going to take the Gamble.
Interesting.
Wow.
My only concern of taking the Gamble is that Welder is pretty good against the Tinker, but we'll see what Gavin has. He might. It is possible he found like Wrath plus a white land, but I think that's pretty thin.
And can Owen get Basalt Monolith into the yard here?
Or you mean Bolas's Citadel?
Well, I mean, I guess, oh, there's a Worm Coil just a turn late. I mean, can he get any artifact into the yard from
Lion's Eye Diamond.
Oh, okay.
Also, if he just draws Black Lotus, he could just slam the Bolas's Citadel.
Right. Wow, but the Worm Coil has arrived, so the pressure very much on. What did Gavin find?
You know, he kept the card on top, so that leans me that the most likely thing is just a land because he has
Another
2
land.
5-drops, but obviously it could be something else.
He needs to hit back-to-back land drops, and even then he may just be dead.
He could have kept Mox Jet on top and drawn a land for his turn, and then play a 5-drop this turn, but neither of those 5s actually do that much because it's like bouncing the Worm Coil. I mean, he can just recast it pretty easily. He doesn't, I guess technically with the Basalt tapped, he couldn't cast it right now, but...
And Gavin's scheduled to take, what, 10 damage next turn?
Yep, to 11, I guess, if the Welder attacks.
Oh, did he cast the Welder? Oh, okay.
Oh, no, he could sack something to the Apprentice, but it wouldn't do more damage because you would then be not attacking with the 2/3. So we'll see. I mean, he can play Blade Splicer, which does provide a couple chump blockers, but...
Okay, so the Welder's in play and the Bolas's Citadel is his hand, right?
Yeah, and the other thing that Owen can do is he can use the Brea's Apprentice to sack the Basalt Monolith, exile the top card, and then weld back in the Monolith if you want. Like, he can get a lot of mana by doing that. Not that he has like necessarily anything to spend it on, but...
Gavin in a very difficult spot here. It doesn't look like he will get to turn 5. He can go land, survive at 1, and then get a 5th turn, but he needs 2 untapped lands, and none of the cards he has right now actually get him out of this. Even cards like Wrath of God don't look great against Worm Coil.
Though you would get the Prismatic Ending back and be able to pop one of the worms, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, we know he can cast Blade Splicer at the very least, so he did keep at least 1 land in that sequence of 2 cards.
Blade Splicer, actually decent here, right? That means he could take
you still
like
untap
1?
Assault Monolith. There we go.
He's optimistic.
Lotus or Lion's Eye Diamond both translate to Bolas's Citadel this turn, albeit with slightly different methods.
Yeah, and Owen is sitting at a cool 20 life if he can get
an
that
Urborg
Citadel
would also get you there. Imagine Blade Splicer.
He's only taking 1 here.
Yeah. But now you can like sack Worm Coil to the Apprentice and then weld it back in.
Yeah, you can. Also, that's going to be Owen going up even more in life. He should be at, what, 26 now? Guess he's at 24 for some reason. But That's a lot of wiggle room on a Bolas's Citadel if he can get
Yeah,
it.
He drew a swamp. He played a swamp this turn, so he's just one black source away from doing that. He's going to wait
to Gavin.
on that.
Does Gavin have an untapped land here?
He might have a Wrath.
Wrath would be nice. Oh, it's Gonti.
All right.
Gavin's fighting. Look at the top four.
I think the top card would have been Tendrils if I tracked those correctly, so I guess using the Apprentice wouldn't have done a whole lot.
Okay. 2/3 Death Touch. That will actually slow Owen down. If Owen draws like Mountain or something, Gavin gets a lot of leeway here.
Yeah, but Owen gets a bunch of looks here. He gets to untap Monolith end of turn. I guess you're just not going to use the Brazen Apprentice, and then next turn he gets to draw a card, then use it, and he has 2 looks for a black source.
Oh, take a look. It's
Tendrils and 3 lands. Oh my god. He you know why he's showing us that? He's showing us that because he's like,
this is bad
so
beat.
unlucky.
Yeah. Why me? Yeah, if you look, Gonti says you may cast the card, which is different from play the card, meaning you can't use lands. So he's got a Tendrils under there. Maybe
his last
Gavin can
card
find a combo kill.
Is not a land.
Oh, he doesn't have land number 5. Okay.
So he untaps the Basalt. Yeah, I mean, using Apprentice Welder would have basically meant you just got a free token and a free card. So it's a shame not to not to utilize the artifact synergies here.
Right.
So you could trade Gonti for a Wormcoil. Not really even that much better to trade it than just chump it, but
Right, with the Welder on the battlefield kind of looming there. I mean, Owen was reluctant to use it last turn, but you got to figure if you put that Wormcoil just straight up in the yard, he's going to fire it off.
also with 2 swamps and a Bolas's Citadel in hand, unquestionably, Brazen Apprentice wants to look at that top card if you haven't drawn a black source, just because slamming a Citadel here would likely end the game. If not this turn, make it like almost inconceivable that Gavin could come back. So,
right.
Especially at 30 life, like
Right.
you're just getting stopped by lands at that point. Unless you just top deck the swamp, that would be sick.
Now, for some reason, it says 29.
What is this for 8 mana?
He's got Everflowing Chalice.
Okay.
And he can use it to untap his Basalt Monolith. But that was a blank of sorts, right? It was not a black source. It didn't shut the door on this game, and he doesn't have anything to cast with it.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously Owen is highly favored at this point still, but he's just got this whole engine going. He's just like kind of declining to use it. It's unfortunate.
But does he find a Strix? He did. Baleful Strix. Can he hit a land to unlock these 5-drops?
The thing is, Gavin has a Duress in hand. I think I saw that last turn, but you can't cast it, or it puts Bolas's Citadel in the graveyard to be welded back. And at that point, I think the Welder would be used, but
right.
we have to see.
But maybe. So he ends up with Talisman of Progress. So he can't Duress, but he at least does have his 5th mana source for. He's got Teferi and Mana Confluence in hand.
I will say the advantage of keeping all your artifact stuff untapped, the Welder and the Apprentice, is it makes Mystic Confluence a lot worse because you can just like sack a Wormcoil that gets targeted.
Sure. Is that a swamp?
Oh yeah, that's a swamp. All right.
Oh boy. So here we go. This is not going to be a fun ride for Gavin Verhey. He's got to watch Owen cast and resolve Bolas's Citadel on 29 life.
And he's got Apprentice, so he can clear the top card here. Oh my god.
Oh, wow. He hit Pyromancer.
That is sick.
And he's on empty. Draw some cards. He gets to actually just get those cards,
he can just kill him with Citadel now.
Oh,
Like,
he's got
he
10
doesn't have to hit
permanents.
anything. He just has 10 permanents, right? 4, 8, 9. He has 1 short, but he can make 1 by just sacking the Wormcoil or casting any card.
And there it is. Skull Clamp. And
Oh
he
yeah,
can
he's
just
got
now
Skull Clamp
activate.
too. That's a sick engine in his deck.
Oh yeah. Man, his deck goes hard. Oh man, this game he had turn 1 Basalt Monolith. And he did not have the worm coil the turn after, but a couple of turns after that, he did find it and cast it, and applied massive pressure here to Gavin, who is now dead on board.
Yeah, he's dead to just activating Citadel here.
I wonder if Owen's thinking about Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, you would gain 1 life. And that
And
wouldn't
you'd
be
still
enough.
be dead, actually. Yeah,
Yeah.
because you'd have to ping from the talisman, right? It's funny. Yeah, so just go for it.
Yeah, it looks like
Is he just playing with his food at this point?
He's equipping Skull Clamp just to make it a little bit better for him if things don't work out somehow.
A little better than just winning the game straight away? Yeah, Gavin has not seen
Gavin
enough.
could have like a stifle or something, I suppose.
Yeah, there you go. All right, Gavin's going to pack it in, and we're going to get a game 3.
Nice. I
This
just want
is
to
what we
see
want.
Workshop Lotus Citadel. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. Gavin on a mulligan to 5 that last game as well. It's worth noting. It looks like he's on. Uh-oh. This is sideboarding. Okay, we're fine.
Yeah, you thought it was a mulligan to 4 or something.
I did. For a second there, I did. All right. I've got a prediction.
I do too.
Turn 1 duress from Gavin. He does have to take a couple of damage from the Watery Grave to fire it off, but this is very nice. Being on the play with duress against a combo deck usually means that you can stumble them back. He only has 2 options here, and he's going to take the Tezzeret instead of the Pyrite Spellbomb.
Yeah, Welder's nice.
Welder's good. Gavin's not going to oblige him by putting a artifact into the yard for him already.
So Gavin has a couple ways to kill the Welder, so it's not the end of the world, but it does stop the Blightsteel. Like, having Welder in play means you just can't tinker for Blightsteel, because whatever you tinker for just gets welded back in.
Yeah, he's going to have to take care of that business. And
Yeah,
he's got Inquisition. Ooh, and it was Lion's Eye Diamond that he drew, but
Doesn't
now
matter
he's
which
in a
one he
very
takes now
awkward
because of the
position.
Welder.
Right.
Probably should take LED just because it costs 0 mana at that point. That's my guess. Because you could always just, if you take Pyrite, you just play LED Welder into Pyrite. It's the same thing. Where if you take LED, at least you have to spend a mana on the Pyrite, but it's pretty immaterial. So this is an example of like the discard spells being okay, but not like amazing. The second one, right? The first one was pretty good. Taking Tezzeret was nice here. Actually, had Gavin led with Inquisition, he would have wanted to take Welder, I think.
Right.
Not that he necessarily had both, and you know it's reasonable to lead with either one, but
So even if he has Tinker in hand right now, because he did just play Sensei's Divining Top, so he does have, like, he could go land Tinker, but as you said, the Welder perhaps creating problems for him.
yeah. So Owen could weld LED into Pyrite in order to sack it to draw a card. That doesn't seem like a play you'd want to make this early, because having LED in play not only represents something you can always use to weld a future thing, but also like sets up the like sack LED, discard my hand, do something. Okay, here comes a little bit of disruption from Owen's side.
Yeah, he's got Mesmeric Fiend now. Gavin does have 2 blue mana available, and he had Counterspell. He just chose not to play it here. Revealing Vindicate, Treachery, and that counter.
So why would you do that? I guess you would want, like, if Owen takes Counterspell, you can later Vindicate the Mesmeric Fiend.
Yeah, it doesn't have white right now. Probably figures
You do
he
get to
can
spin
find
top
it.
this turn,
Right.
I guess, but
Exactly.
yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I suppose if you end up wrathing or something.
Right. Maybe he just feels that he needs to find a Wrath at some point in this game, because that would clear up some major issues. You'd get a Counterspell back and get rid of the Goblin Welder.
The thing is, your Vindicate wants to point at Welder anyway.
Right.
But I guess the thing is, Mesmeric Fiend is just a 1/1, so
yeah.
If you don't care about that, then like you're losing the Counterspell anyway. Maybe at some point you kill the Fiend, get the Counterspell back, and that's better. It's a reasonable play for sure.
Makes sense. There's the Baleful Strix.
So he topped the last turn, which means if he's not playing a land here, he saw Baleful Strix 2 other spells, and now maybe he's going to spin the top and hope to see a land, because he knows the top card, but the next 2 he doesn't, and
he may just
that looks like a sigh from Gavin. That looks like
good,
not a land.
This might be, if there is a land, he just activates top to draw it this
Especially if it's like a Seachrome Coast or Meticulous Archive that come into play tapped. You really want to play them this turn. And with Treachery in hand, getting to 5 mana would be nice.
Right, and it's really tough because sometimes you spin top and there's not good news, and Gavin is not heavy on fetch lands, right? Does he have any?
No, he doesn't have any.
Right, and he is spinning the top, so that means there has to be a land there. And there it is. It's a Concealed Courtyard. So land number 4 is on the battlefield here for Gavin.
Oh, please draw Citadel and go animate Restless Vents, discard Citadel, weld it in.
Oh, wow. Liliana of the Veil. So he's plusing Liliana.
It's Citadel or Wormcoil. He looks too excited.
He does look too excited.
He's so excited. Look at him. Look at him. He's jumping out of his seat.
He is.
No shot it's not Citadel. No, he played a land first. Actually, that makes it less likely. So maybe it's Wormcoil then. But I feel like it's something.
Something's getting welded in here.
He feels stoked here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just tendrils.
He was just happy about Liliana, I guess.
Sure, yeah. Well, Gavin can vindicate the Liliana. He kind of has to, or he starts losing his other cards too. Oh, you can just kill it this way?
He can kill it this turn. Wow, that was nice for Gavin.
Okay,
Creeping Tar
good.
Pit. Yeah, I mean, no card used to take out Liliana. And it made Owen discard a card too there. So that was great for Gavin.
Yeah, the tendrils isn't. Oh, he doesn't attack with the vent, so he must have something to do with this mana. The tendrils wasn't like it's not going to do anything until he gets to like a Yogg-Will or Breach turn anyway, so that's not a huge cost of discard.
Right. He just said Wrath of God.
Still 1 white away from playing it. He's got top in hand. We do know that.
Would he just fire it off here? Like, let's say he could cast it. Is it just like this is good enough? You get a counterspell, you kill the Welder.
No, totally. If you could cast Wrath, I think you would, because I think he's going to vindicate the Welder already.
Oh, okay.
Is my guess. I mean, you could not, but Gavin at this point is in a pretty good position, and I think that the most likely way he loses the game is if he goes the Restless Vents, Bolas the Citadel sort of deal.
What does Owen have that he is saving that mana for? Well, I guess he just wanted the opportunity to crack the spell bomb, which he's going to do here.
Yeah, because Vents again could do something here.
Decent
or this looks like a Karn or a Pia.
Oh, or an Everflowing Chalice for 2.
The thing about Chalice for 2 that's nice. Oh, nice. And the Vindicate's gone.
And the Vindicate's gone, so the Foundry is going to be very problematic, especially for blue-black space deck. Yeah, I guess he could find Prismatic Ending. Yeah, that's a long-term problem though for Gavin for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he has 6 mana on the board right now. No, 7 mana. 7 mana is a lot to work with this this retrofitter. He like makes a token. Something else.
Oh, he's got Tinker here.
He found the Tinker. Okay. The Liliana's already gone.
And there it is, the one-shot robot. Is there anything Owen can do currently that we know of?
Yawgmoth's Will.
Yogg-Will.
Yogg-Will's incredible here. If he goes Yogg-Will, he probably wins.
See what he finds.
Doesn't have a lot of draw steps because he can chump here
and survive 1 turn.
Yeah, with retrofitter stuff. Yogg-Will to replay. I mean, Yogg-Will might actually just win the game with Tendrils. I don't know if he has enough spells in the graveyard. I don't think he quite has enough. But at the very least, it would allow a replay of Liliana of the Veil. Let's see. So if he goes Yogg-Will,
all right,
7 mana, and he can go Tendrils, Welder, Pyrite, LED. Plus the Yogg-Will is Tendrils for 10. No, we're not like super close.
Gavin doesn't know the top card of his library either, right? Because he just tinkered.
Yes, that's correct.
But he could like cold rip for
Oh, Restless Force coming in.
He just wants to get rid of this mountain.
And he's not dead here. Because he can make another retrofitter token and block.
Did Gavin not block? Or does it have Menace?
I think it has Menace.
Okay.
But yeah, this looks like a tough spot. Tinker is gonna ultimately be what closes out these games. It looks like Treachery can steal the Mesmeric Fiend, but that's not super ideal.
Wow, what a game here for Gavin.
I mean, look, his deck he drew Duress, Inquisition, Counterspell, and ultimately Tinker after casting like a Vindicate. Like that's kind of what he's trying to do. If he finds Force Negation here, I think the game is over. It didn't look like he found that, but
I did see a Night's Whisperer there.
He has Animate Dead, I think, is what he found, and there's not a lot of targets for that right now either.
But hence the graveyard check.
I think so.
Gavin's at 15. This is game 3.
Yeah, no, I think Gavin's life total is at this point high enough that, well, the only thing that will really impact is Tendrils, like if Yogg-Will is the next card. So block with 2 servos. Take 9 poison. We know Gavin's hand is Wrath, Treachery, and an Unknown at this point.
Gavin looks like he's going to activate top. And what is that going to get him, a land or something? No.
If he found a white land, he would win with that. What would have already won with the
Night's Whisper with Wrath, yeah.
Wrath Bladesteel play.
You're right. Yeah, he just went for the Night's Whisper. That got him back the top as well as the land drop, and he passes the turn back. He has cards in hand plus a Treachery. Looks like 2 cards in hand plus Treachery. So can Owen still rip here?
Oh yeah, Yogg-Will I think still wins him the game, but I think he's going in with the Vents, though. He keeps tapping down to red, I guess hoping to draw Underworld Breach instead.
Not like this.
Oh, and he had the Bolus to Citadel, but that is going to be Gavin Verhey picking up the 2-1
He was 1 card off
victory.
the Citadel getting cast that turn. He had the other Swamp in hand. So maybe he drew the Swamp that turn, so who knows. All right, well, yeah, Gavin's deck worked as intended. He cast a bunch of Duresses, had a Counterspell, and cast a Vindicate, and then tinkered.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Gavin Verhey, picking up the victory. Take a look at our donation page here for CubeCon 2025. If you'd like to support the cause, we're accepting donations for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and we'd love it if you would donate. Okay, I think we're just gonna.
A bunch of us were gonna get together and test out my new cube. We were hoping to get an 8th. Would you be game? I'd love to, but I'm pet sitting. My sister's out of town for a few days, and she really needed someone to take care of Dingus. I'd love to play, but I'm tied up here. Oh, well, that's a shame. I was really hoping to get your input. It's a desert environment that has a lot of cool stuff going on. There's goblins, ramp, aristocrats. It's 2025. Everything's a desert cube. Don't get me wrong, I love all cubes regardless of size, shape, or theme, but where's the spice? Well, that's the cool thing. Thanks to the cube's other rule, the characteristics that make a card playable are kind of turned on their head. While staples like Bolt and Ewit are still very good, a lot of little-known cards like Apex Altasaur and False Prophet and Scornful Egotist are suddenly very playable. Stadium Vendors has to be my favorite, though. The card is just... it goes into every single red deck. Hey, wait, hold on. You do realize that Scornful Egotist is an 8-mana 1/1, right? That has better stats while morphed than when you cast it for its full cost. How on earth could a card like that be remotely playable? That's the cool part. Everyone starts the game with an emblem that gives their creature spells emerge. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you can sacrifice another creature that you control
control, but don't necessarily own, to reduce the cost of the cast spell. Think the Harrogast, but permanent. Most of the cube was designed with this rule in mind, and it should come as no surprise that some very cool synergies come into play when every single
Welcome to the FemCube. This is your host, Anthony Adams, and I am one of a trio from the UberCube podcast. This cube has been an absolute passion project, and I want to start out by thanking May and my mother and everyone else for giving me perspective in order to build such an environment. Every card in here is a representation of the powerful contributions of women in Magic. So let's get into the cube. Let's start out with some of my favorites. We got a typical, very peasant plus kind of idea about this cube. That's kind of the vibe, even though you'll see some powerful cards in here. But some of the favorites that you can win with are cards like Dream Trawler. This is an absolute bomb in this environment. Sublime Epiphany is another major card that just crushes people. Then let's go into the idea of something like aggro strategies, where Thalia, Heretic Cathar, just really stakes a claim in this environment. And then through intent, I have each primary color of a lead character or a major character like an Elspeth or Liliana or Chandra in this environment to represent the Planeswalkers. Then we have kind of your mid-range control where you can go do stuff like Samut or Vivian or Halana and Alana Partners. These cards, especially that one, absolutely just crushes people. The one card that I've been dying to get in this environment is a young Pyromancer. I'm really looking forward to a woman representation of the art for that card. But Izzet Spells Matters is very powerful in this environment. You can also lean into like a Stacks and Taxes type of environment, which I love. There's a mid-range tokens. Then we got some ramp mid-range control with stuff like Bonnie Powell or the Goose Mother. This environment has really grown, and it's been through the feedback and the perspective of the community. I want to thank everyone for really supporting this. This is a passion project, and thank you so much for checking out the cube. Happy cubing.
Hi, my name is Mike Bergman. I'm from Galesburg, Illinois, and I am the creator of the foil Modern Horizons Cube for CubeCon 2025. I know that when most people hear the word Modern Horizons, they think of Modern Horizons 3 and all the broken cards that came from there. Don't worry, I feel you on that. I cut all the broken cards that came from that set. This is focused more on Modern Horizons 1 and 2. There are some 3 cards in here that make the draft overall a lot better. But some of the ones that are broken that I cut, for example, are like Psychic Frog, Ocelot Pride, all the Flip Walkers, etc. If you want the full list, you can go to cubecobra.com. This draft is focused more on synergy and the draft mechanics of Modern Horizons. One last thing I want to mention is the mana fixing is very good here. I did add Shocks and Surveil lands after I went to CubeCon a few years in a row, and most of the cubes that I've seen that people like have Shocks and Surveils no matter what the set or theme is. So the mana fixing here is very, very good. But thank you for listening to me, and I hope to see you at CubeCon.
Hi everyone, and welcome to my Pauper Cube for CubeCon 2025. Thank everyone who voted for this cube to be in the main event. I hope many of you get a chance to play it. Had a lot of fun keeping this together and up.
Hello there, welcome back to coverage here of CubeCon. Marshall Sutcliffe with Luis Scott Vargas, bringing you coverage of a modified vintage cube from CubeCon, and we've already had some spicy lists going, and we've got even more to add to that here as we work our way into round number 2. And I'll remind you before we get into that, donations are accepted. CubeCon 2025, you can see on your screen right now. You get some cool bonuses for donating, and of course, this is a great cause. It's for the suicide prevention. So something that's obviously very important and touch a lot of people's lives. There's a QR code on the screen there, and you can hit that up, and we'd love it if you would be so kind as to donate. Let's get into game number 1 between James and Bryson. They've got some interesting stuff here. James is on a black-green, kind of like a rock style deck, old school, and Bryson's on a blue-red tempo deck.
It's actually just straight up Jeskai. He's got a couple white cards, possibly because of that Mox Pearl.
Okay.
He also has a Mox Sapphire. So Bryson certainly has the capability of having some pretty nice draws. I'm a little confused. James led with Nurturing Peatland, which is usually a sign that you have like no other lands in hand, and that, or like you really have a good reason to lead with like a painful land. But now has Verdant into Bayou, so he's got his both players have their mana set up. You got straight up Jeskai mana on turn 1 thanks to Volcanic Pearl, which is a great start. And now two black-green lands. So I want to see how this goes. Usually, I would say that the black-green is actually one of the decks that's kind of at its best against the Jeskai decks, because if you've got enough decent removal spells, you can really slow them down.
That's him? Oh man, this is old school. This start so far really does highlight the difference now between this cube and the philosophy behind it and the more modernized versions of Vintage Cube. I mean, Young Pyromancer being something that you can do here is already kind of a standout, but now we see him hitting Ponder and Lightning Helix.
Yeah, that's a brutal spot, because I would imagine that Bryson was really hoping to cast that Ponder at least, and then would have been able to follow up with a Helix.
I'm curious,
triggering Pyromancer.
Right, Bryson drew Dak Faden. God, we have a history with that card, don't we, Luis?
The greatest thief in the multiverse.
And he does have the mana to cast it, so he's going to run it out there and probably just start plussing here to get that hand perfect. 2 lands off the top, and Bryson doesn't want either of them, so they're both going to hit the graveyard.
Him does make Dak a lot less effective. Like, looting, it just gets worse the fewer cards you have, because you just have less options whether to discard, but it still is nice. You still get to pick up something, and James is going to need to play something here, but I do see a Tarmogoyf, so he's going to be able to run that one out. Also, I figured out what happened
throwback
with the Peatland. His opening hand was Forest, Peatland, Hymn-to-Terra, correctly played the Peatland turn 1, spiked the Verdant turn 2 to cast him.
That makes sense.
Oh, he's got a Murderous
crop
Rider?
rotation. He has crop rotation too, Luis. This is very much a strip mine deck. He has many of the pieces used to either continually or even infinitely strip mine your opponent's lands away. He has Ice Till Explorer and Ramanop Excavator to bring back the potential for a strip mine. Oh, he's just going to take care of the Planeswalker right now, though, with the Rider.
Yeah, it's painful. You do take 3 damage off it, but I think it's important to stop Dak from going. And James has a Smuggler's Copter in hand, so you can't play that when Dak's in play. So I think that although Bryson obviously is like kind of on the front foot here, drawing a Time Spiral, that's
yikes.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. You would have liked
especially
to Dak that one away.
Right, when your Dak went away, exactly. Yeah. 2 very different approaches here. I am curious to see if James is going to get the crop rotation rolling at any point here.
Well, he might just slam Tarmogoyf plus Smuggler's Copter. That seems like a pretty good place to start. Though it's possible he wants to crop rotate and strip mine that Volcanic. Just kind of strike while the iron's hot. Bryson is on 3 mana, had 2 cards in hand, didn't play either of them.
It's so tempting.
You could make an assumption that maybe he's got a 4 mana card in hand, but getting Smuggler's Copter out is pretty good. So
there it is, Smuggler's Copter. He's going to use up all of his mana here.
And then Bryson has no plays here. And I think that was a Mishra's Bauble, but I'm not sure. Which is unfortunate because Third Path Iconoclast would have triggered, but Young Pyromancer, not so much.
There's your bauble.
And not using the bauble right away makes sense. He's going to upkeep it. The reason you do that is so you don't draw the extra card until your turn, because that way against someone with discard, Hymn-to-Terra, you don't end up doing that. But Titania, crop rotation, and a Blossoming Tortoise in hand. So has enough mana for Tortoise. Titania is going to be a great play at some point here, but he's going to run out the Tortoise first.
Yeah, I mean, he's just had the opportunity to just use up all of his mana over and over again here, especially while Bryson's doing nothing.
Oh, there's the strip mine.
There's the strip mine. Oh, not bad.
No. That comes into play tapped.
Right.
That's not how that works. Okay, well, hopefully someone figures it out, but
I don't think they did.
Because that's gonna make this
huge difference. Yeah.
Yeah, very different. But well, the onus is on both players to keep the game state correct. So.
That felt like the last window there to.
Yeah, I don't think Bryson was very likely to win this game regardless. And you could play the overgrown too. He actually hasn't put a land yet this turn. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah. And you know what the brutal part is for Bryson? He has Urza in hand, so if he drew an island, he'd be able to play the Urza this turn.
Instead, he gets his extra card too.
Yeah, off the bobble.
From the bobble.
He has the island. He could have played the Urza. I still think the game was going to be over next turn when Titania hits, brings back Strip Mine, and makes a 5-3. But it is a little awkward here.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, we see Stoneforge Mystic. And Stoneforge Mystic is activated off of the Pearl. That can't be stripped. Is a card like Batterskull good enough? That type of card does do well against, these big green creature decks, but it feels like it's way too late here.
Oh yeah, this is not. Oh, Ice Till Explorer. He's got it all.
Oh, that is rude.
Yeah, I don't think Urza plus an artifact would have changed the outcome of this game, but obviously you never like seeing kind of errors happen like that.
Right.
I mean, Titania make a Strip Mine and then you get to attack with the Tortoise and get the Strip Mine back again is a pretty brutal sequence of plays.
This one you actually do get to use straight away.
Yes, this is accurate, and get a 5-3.
And then you get a 5-3 token.
And then you can use Titania to crew the copter, attack with everything. Wow. Double block Tortoise and take this game. I guess gonna have to chump the Tarmogoyf. You get to get the Tortoise gets to trigger again as well. And get back a Strip Mine.
Yeah, I mean, what would be nice is if they noticed the Tortoise thing just for future games, and instead he just immediately Strip Mine, so they did not notice it. And, well, we might just have to have a super powered Tortoise here for this match. All right, well, a clean game there for James Martin. Strip Mine plus a bunch of dumb green creatures just getting the job done.
Yeah, but Bryson's going to have Eternal and Stoneforge Mystic on the play here. So Bryson's best advantage, of course, is that he's got double mocks. So really has to take advantage of that and have strong starts. The Hymn to Turok really was what ultimately slowed Bryson down too much. Because imagine the game where he just doesn't have him on two. Maybe he just plays Tarmogoyf and gets Ponder plus Lightning Helix the Tarmogoyf, probably not in that order, and then make 2 Pyromancer tokens, and it's just such a different game. And now it's I have Stoneforge Mystic in play, getting Batterskull, and you're going to go land go. Because the biggest weakness for James's deck is that it's just kind of slow. He's got Fast Bond, but other than Fast Bond, is really not going to accelerate out that many plays. So starts like this are fairly punishing for that.
Yeah, this looks actually pretty good for Bryson. Very slow start here for James. Just having done nothing versus a Mox, that is tough.
Yeah, it has Scythecat Cub, but that's just not going to get the job done on 2.
What is that one again?
It's a 2/2, and it has Landfall, or 2/2 Trample. Landfall, put a ++1 counter target creature, but if it's the second time its ability is resolved this turn, double the number of counters instead. Oh, yeah. So with a fetch land, you're put a counter on, then double the counters, which the first time doesn't do anything different, but if you trigger it a few times, it starts really getting nasty.
But there's a window here where basically any burn spell would kill it.
Yeah, and just the Batterskull's still going to kind of beat it up for a little while, and it did look like Bryson had a miscalculation in hand, so he can protect.
Oh, he's got the Lightning Helix. Yeah, so just kill that. There's the Germ token, by the way. Yeah, this looks very difficult for James here. Just being on the draw and facing down a Mox. And it looks like
Stoneforge
James
Mystic
is
being tapped is irrationally tilting me. And now it's not attacking? Are you kidding? Come on.
Get it in there. Did it just never untap?
Yeah, it's challenging to understand how you untap most of your Hermans, but not all of them, but I guess it clearly can happen.
That's Stoneforge asleep on the job.
It's just chilling there.
There's land number 3 for James. It's a Verdant. He's going to crack it. I saw he has Ramanop Excavator, but
this is going to be a Pest Infestation targeting Batterskull that's going to get targeted by miscalculation.
Okay.
The real question is whether the Stoneforge Mystic is going to, get into ready position next turn.
Triple threat. I believe in Stoneforge. All right, there's the Pest Infestation. And Bryson immediately miscalcs, which is just going to be another turn of damage coming across. Yeah! It untapped.
He's got a Galvanic Blast in hand, I think is actually that one weird card. Might play Saheeli first before he plays his Serum Visions. Because he can't cast both in the same turn because he's got 2 white sources out, but...
Yeah. But maybe just get Saheeli on the battlefield, use up your mana.
Oh no, that's not Galvanic Blast, that's something else.
It looks like a Swift Spear.
Oh, Swift Spear, yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, pile it on.
Definitely want to get Swift Spear.
Maybe get a 2-turn clock going here.
Can't currently cast this Urza, so might not want it, and just doesn't want Dak Vaden, which I think is reasonable too. Oh, he had an island. I guess he could have cast Urza, but attacks for 7 here, so James goes down to 8, and then he's got island in hand and Saheeli. I think you want to play the island because you want the ability to return the Batterskull if something goes wrong, like another artifact removal spell. But
very slow game here for James. We saw kind of a clean curve out in the first game, but this game it's just been, yes, mana has been used, although not on turn 1, but very clunky. One thing at a time. There's Goyf.
Goyf should be big enough to block Batterskull, right? Instant, sorcery, land, creature, yeah.
Block it once.
Yeah, well, you can also just equip Batterskull to Swift Spear now with this land. That is an option, though. Equipping Batterskull is not like a very common play. Like, it doesn't come up every game you Batterskull, for example. So I wouldn't be surprised if that ultimately isn't what happens here, but it looks pretty appealing if you've got nothing else to do. You make the Monastery Swift Spear 5/6.
Bryson's surveying the scene here with...
Really does not enjoy untapping his permanents, I feel like.
No, it's on a delay, you know. Plays a land. And taps it right away. There's Saheeli. So that gets you a Swift Spear trigger.
Turning something into a Batterskull does not do anything.
No.
So James has a bit of a reprieve at least.
He can just soak up the germ here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think Bryson probably just has to pass the turn. I don't think there's like a good maneuver here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, or he's gonna... Okay, yeah, throwing away the germ to deal 2 is reasonable. The only issue with this is then Saheeli gets attacked back, and like you guess you're in a position to maybe chump with Stoneforge.
Yeah, so he tossed the germ. Goyf holding down the fort?
Classic gameplay. So from the perspective of Gavin, right, because that's whose draft we followed, who would you want to play against? I think you'd rather play against this black-green deck.
Definitely. Like, Counterspell's so good against these decks.
And just like the deck's a little slower and does not appear to have a good answer to Blightsteel, whereas the Jeskai deck could be a little faster. Oh, Shieldred is definitely menacing.
Yeah, 2 Moxen plus cheap spells for Bryson would just be very annoying for Gavin. Speaking of annoying,
I still like equipping Batterskull onto that Swift Spear.
Do you like untapping the Swift Spear or not so much?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to assume Bryson primarily plays online, given the physical mechanics on display.
Right. I mean, it's important just to do that, so that everybody knows exactly what's going on. I mean, there are cards that sometimes stay tapped for various reasons, and
well, I mean, we just saw earlier this game he missed a point off attacking with Stoneforge because it was tapped, right? And the part that is tricky is like if you played a lot in paper, a decent amount, like it's hard to not draw. Like, can you imagine untapping and not drawing for your turn? Like, it's really hard to do, right?
Your hands.
You get this muscle memory. All right, here we go.
All right, Batterskull is going to jump on the Swift Spear. Yeah, it has Vigilance too, so it's going to attack. Now he has Death Toucher with Shieldred, so he could trade. James is at 6.
Presumably the stack of lands are tapped as well.
We got there.
And he's got Dragon's Rage Channeler with instant sorcery in the graveyard, but is about to have creature if this dies, and then could sack the land. So the canyon. So getting to play Dragon's Rage and then attack in the air after equipping Batterskull is pretty good. Looks like a chump from the Tarmogoyf.
That is what he did. He wants to keep that Shieldred on the battlefield, it looks like.
Gain some life, but Bryson is at 35 now or something like that. 34.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those spots where if James does have an answer for Batterskull, this could turn around.
Yeah, the Batterskull is the best thing going on here, for sure. At some point, you also have the option of paying 3, returning Batterskull, paying 2 more to Stoneforge.
Right.
To reset the germ, if you want.
Forgot about that. Yeah, well, the shields are down. James is in a precarious position. Does he have an answer for it? Because this would be the time.
Well, he kind of does. He has Titania getting back Verdant, which represents a 5/3.
Okay.
So
that'll once again stem.
It'll chump though, because the the Swift Spear actually is really big.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I'm in James's seat,
Well, land lets him. Actually, he doesn't even need land. He can Saheeli make. Oh no, he doesn't quite have enough mana. I'm trying to think. Because he wants to sack the canyon and then equip the Batterskull, but there's no creature in the graveyard, so he doesn't quite have threshold or delirium rather, for the Dragon's Rage. He did draw Bone Crusher Giant, which doesn't do a ton right now, but Stomp does trigger Saheeli, so you could stomp and then do something. Let's see what's going on here.
Copy. Or turn a Mox into a Batterskull.
And then he tapped the Mox for mana, turned it into a Batterskull, and then equipped the Swift Spear. So now it's a 9/10 lifelink.
That's huge. That's hilarious.
Well, the Mox is still tapped, which is actually really relevant because he won't be able to cast Stomp.
Yeah, that needs to stay tapped, right?
It should. I mean, obviously, as a Batterskull, it doesn't really matter, but it will matter at the end of the turn when it stops being a Batterskull. So we'll see. But I mean, it's still. Yeah. James
so this requires a block.
It does.
So does he just make the 5/3? How much would he take then? Would he still die? No, he's just going to get rid of the.
Okay, the Mox is tapped successfully.
Weirdly, but okay. Cool.
Well, he gets to make a 5/3 in a turn, can kill Saheeli. I mean, obviously Bryson is at 1,000,000 life, so. I still think I mean, killing Zahid is not even necessarily good. It makes the Dragon's Rage Delirium, which can already get to just by sacking the land, but is a mana short of like then equipping Batterskull and flying over for.
It really has. Yeah, I mean, it was turn 1 Stoneforge Mystic, so Batterskull's been around since second turn of this game, and it has put in work.
Gamble, Goblin Molder, Citadel. Some good cards.
Was that the Tortoise?
Yes, he's got Tortoise and Ramanop. Critically, he does have Smuggler's Copter. That can actually at least buy a turn. So he, I think, kind of has to play Copter this turn. It is not a guarantee that Bryson is going to be able to do this play next turn because he does need a land in order to sack Sunbait Canyon and then re-equip Batterskull. But if you kill Saheeli, it works without a land. And if you don't, he's still just 2 draw steps to find one.
Well, he's going to start off with Ramanop. I mean, this is a very powerful combination with the...
Oh, Bryson doesn't have a ton of time because even at 38, he's making a 5/3 every single turn.
Every turn now. He's going to crack the Verdant.
I like that he's got Bayou and Overgrown Tomb and Verdant. He's just got like all the black-green lands.
He does, yeah.
It even is a Verdant. It doesn't even have to be like a Misty Rainforest, you know? It's
right.
Just like...
It's actual Verdant Catacombs. He also has Hymn to Turok in hand. There's just that one card, right, for Bryson. Well, not anymore. Yeah, see, this is why that was so important that Mox was tapped, because, like,
yeah,
he would have had access to the Giant itself if he would have had that extra mana. That was a big difference.
Yeah, I didn't think equipping the second Batterskull accomplished a lot, but it did force a Childred Trump, I guess. It could have just been no blocks at that point, I suppose.
Oh, sure.
Okay, let's not attack with a hasty Smuggler's Copter. We were getting there. There's a different aspect to paper than digital play, I'll say.
There it is.
All right, well, this means that the Dragon's Rage Channeler is on. So
it is.
Equipping Batterskull to it is going to be critical because otherwise the Dragon's Rage Channeler will just attack and trade for Smuggler's Copter, and that's like way worse. It looks like he's going for it. I like it.
And this is lethal?
It's lethal and has Vigilance, so he has to chump with Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah.
And then Bryson gains 7 life. Goes up to 45.
Yeah, like you said, the 45 is an impressive number, but it does feel like if James is able to stabilize this board somehow, that he could knock that life total down very quickly.
Yeah, so he found a land, discarded it because keeping the Blossoming Tortoise, and then James has 1 draw step to find something because attacking for 17 damage isn't even going to do anything. So, all right, here it is.
He needs to find... Oh, it was another land.
Well, technically, he can play Tortoise and mill like a Nurturing Peatland, and it wouldn't come into play tapped based on game 1, and then sack the Peatland to draw a card and find a removal spell.
That is amazing commentary work.
I think we're going to see something along those lines.
You accommodated for prior mistakes.
But it has to be exactly Nurturing Peatland. But are you telling me that that's not how that would go?
That is how that would go, but he didn't hit it, so we didn't have to see that. That was unbelievable. All right, we're going to get a game 3 between James and Bryson. Bryson able to just get over the finish line there with his Batterskull coming out really early in the game. And James actually had the answer, but a counterspell miscalculation took care of business, and he was able to ride that Batterskull to victory eventually.
All right, well, there's a Strip Mine in James's hand, and that is like probably the best card to see his opening hand. Maybe Fast Bond would be slightly better against the double Mox deck, but he also has Deathrite Shaman. This looks like the kind of hand James needs to dominate these games. Turn 1 Deathrite with Strip Mine in hand off a fetch land, so the Deathrite's just fully fueled. Bryson needs a good hand to compete with this because, as we've seen, I think James's deck does have an inevitability with like Titania and Ice Till and Strip Mine and Ramen Up and all that. Like, if he gets ahead, if he doesn't get behind, Strip Mine lock goes pretty quickly. So let's see if Bryson's got a Mox here.
That's
or a
what
way
I'm
to kill
curious
Death
about.
Right.
Yeah, he has two Mox in. He passed a turn back?
He drew Scythe Cat Cub? Because now he can use Deathrite to exile Verdant, play Cub, and then play Strip Mine, get a counter, and kill the Mountain. That's almost unassailable. On turn 2, you've got a 3/3, a Deathrite, and a land, and they have no permanents.
And there's the Strip Mine, exactly what Bryson did not want to see. And bang, it's going to hit the Mountain straight away. Bryson on 0 lands. It's turn 2. This would have been such a great game for him to draw one of his 2 Mox as well.
I will say he had turn 1 Mox the last 2 games, so,
yeah,
you know,
he did. Fair is fair.
Can't really complain, I would say.
Oh, he has Misty Rainforest. He's going to pass the turn back.
This looks like a little mini Tarmogoyf plus a counter on the Cub here. With a Pest Infestation in hand, I mean, that would have handled a Mox nicely.
Yeah, that's true.
So Bryson goes to 41 now.
They'll get those life totals up to those carry over. There we go, down to 17. There's the Goyf. As you mentioned, it's just the one.
Oh, so Bryson has multiple fetch lands in hand, so he led with Mountain instead of one of his fetches, and actually it did not work out well.
Yeah, really, really poorly for him.
I mean, it's hard to tell that that's going to happen. Obviously, you know they do have a Strip Mine in their deck, but if there's good reasons to lead with basics, then like it's fine to do that too. Well, what are Bryson's paths to coming back here? The biggest issue I see is, let's say in best case you go like play a removal spell of some kind on that Cub. Now the Goyf's probably like a 3/4, and then you're still under pressure from Goyf Deathrite. James doesn't appear to have much left in hand except a Pest Infestation in lands, but doesn't need much else to win this game, I wouldn't think. A Mox off the top would still be pretty excellent, though.
He found Dak Faden. He has Prismatic Vista.
So he saved the Mishra's Bauble. He must have a third path or something. Oh, Corey Steel Cutter. Yeah, all right. Oh, man, this is just going to get Pest Infestation, though.
Yeah, it is. And there's the Bauble. You talked about that combo earlier. The 1-2
I do love that
punch.
combo.
Yeah.
Well, I think about it this way. If he'd played Fetch on turn 1, couldn't have gotten Strip Mine, turn 2 Steel Cutter, Token. I still think that James would have been in fine shape, though, so I don't think that's ultimately going to matter too much.
Yeah, playing the Fetch first means that you get a window to tap that land once before Strip Mine becomes available.
Sees the card on upkeep. Oh, Soul Ring. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, it was a Soul Ring. Remember I mentioned when we're looking at the photo that it looked like it might be a Soul Ring. It turns out it is.
I don't think I was listening to you at that point in time.
You were too. You were talking to me.
Well, I was talking to you. That part is probably true.
Oh, man.
I've done a lot of LR, I'm just going to say.
Some things never change. I wonder if James has Ramanop.
No, he just has Pest Infestation and lands, but he's going to get to blow up Steel Cutter. Now the Goyf is going to be massive.
Yeah.
Oh, did we...
Did he not do the counter on the cat?
I don't think he's played a land yet. Yeah, he's going to play a land.
There it is. Yeah, he was just accounting for the Goyf.
The Goyf does not have 2++1 counters on it. It's a 2/3 Tarmogoyf. It's a 5/5 cat in a second here.
Yeah, sometimes people use a die to represent kind of where the Goyf's at, but those are not.
Oh, I think the decision here is, does James want to use Deathrite Shaman, exile a land from Bryce's graveyard, and cast a Pest Infestation X = 2?
Seems fine. He still gets
not a big
land.
drawback to it. I mean, the only reason I would not want to do that is if he's sacking the peat land first. Okay, so he can still Deathrite and Pest Infestation X = 1. Daze is my only concern, but I don't even know that Bryson has a Daze in his deck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's not going to cast the Pest Infestation. Perhaps wanting to wait to get something else here.
Yeah, I mean, how big of a deal is the Corey Steelcutter from James's perspective? It doesn't look terrible at the moment.
It's not. Bryson isn't like that likely to double spell, but a Mox lets him do it fairly easily, and I don't really see a reason to wait on Pest Infestation because it also makes your Goyf 2 bigger because it puts, well, 1 bigger because of that bobble. So it would make the Goyf a 3/4 and put 2 1/1s into play. Probably shortens the clock by like a turn. I don't really think Bryson has that many realistic paths to come back here though. So
yeah, he's in terrible shape at this point. That Scythecat's really kind of gotten out of hand.
That was a good draw. This game I think would have been pretty in favor of James without the Cub, but drawing the Cub on turn 2 to go Cub Strip Mine has just obviously been an incredible beating.
Yeah.
He could Dack Fade into Soul Ring, but I don't think that's going to do it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a way to turn around a lot of games, but this one looks like he's just too far behind on board. So
Serum
he's going to go
Visions,
for Serum Visions.
Hope to draw a Mox and set up like a double spell Steel Cutter turn or something along those lines.
Yeah, it's just tough.
He did.
Finding,
He
he
drew
did
Mox.
find the Mox. Wow.
I mean, he can
He
move
put
the Steel
both cards
Cutter,
on
but he's not
bottom.
going to be attacking, so I don't think that matters too much.
Does he have a removal spell?
No, he's got Dack, so he could take 2 more damage going to 6 and cast Dack, Fade in, steal the Soul Ring, and then not be in a good position against that Cub in Tarmogoyf and Deathrite. I think he's just dead, actually. Because the Deathrite, because remember, the Deathrite is going to drain for 2 off the Serum Vision's end of turn, and both those lands are pain lands.
Yeah, that's rough. Is the Cub a Trampler?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it's...
What is that from? I've never even seen that card.
Honestly, I don't know, which is kind of funny because the cube...
In the purest cube, yeah.
but... But I mean, you know, you get to your cube, your rules.
Definitely. So now down to 6 goes Bryson as James Martin puts the finishing touches on a nice victory here.
Oh, yeah. Delta is incredible here because it makes the Cub a 4/4 or 4 counters and then 8 counters. So it'll be a 10/10 Trampler. So,
seriously? That card's busted.
Yeah.
Bryson's putting on a little show for us here, perhaps to end.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the outcome or what the outs are here. Consulting the star charts, maybe finding Swords to Plowshares and having double spell for the thing. Oh, he found the Get Lost, but no mana to cast it.
Mana short.
I don't even think that would have done it, but that is
he's gonna double block. And that is going to
Picking
do
up
it.
the cards
James
already.
Martin picks up the win with
the
his
ultimate strip mine deck. This deck had a lot of like Blossoming Tortoise, Ramen Excavator, Icetail Explorer for recursive strip mines.
Yeah.
Fetch lands, 2 fetch lands, Verdant and Delta.
Fast Barn.
Yeah, it had some nice stuff going on. I will say that Jeskai Temple double Mox is going to be a tough matchup for that deck, but was able to use strip mine to keep Bryson off balance enough to win the game with Tarmogoyfs and Scythecat Cubs.
Wow. That was nice. That was some good stuff there from the feature. Some interesting stuff. We'll remind you to donate. We're taking money here for CubeCon 2025. You can see some of the cool bonuses that you can get as well. Check it out. Shout out to the Pioneer Cube. We actually got to see that in the last round of Cube play here today. We're doing 2. This is the second. And Luis and I will be with you for this one. And then, of course, CubeCon goes for the whole weekend as well. It goes all the way through the weekend, and we'll be bringing you Cube coverage throughout. A bunch of awesome commentators bringing you that as well. We're going to take a short break here, and when we come back, we'll have more coverage from CubeCon.
Hi everyone, and welcome to my Pauper Cube for CubeCon 2025. Thank everyone who voted for this cube to be in the main event. I hope many of you get a chance to play it. Had a lot of fun keeping this together and updating it and foiling it out for the past 10 years. And I really am proud of what I've been able to achieve here with this cube. Our playgroup really enjoys playing it. We've had a good time with it. And wanted to kind of go over a few things about this cube so you kind of learn about what's in here. So, and what's not in here. There's some things that are not in here, such as buyback or the initiative or monarch cards. Not a lot of things with hexproof are in here as well, just because those kind of mechanics and abilities don't really achieve what I'm trying to go for. I really want interactive games. I want them to be fast. I don't want things to be stalled out. So just kind of going over some of the specific archetypes that are in here. We have a blink archetype. We also have flyers. We have some tempo archetypes over several colors, as you'll see. We have a control archetype. We have aggro. We also have aggro is also over several color pairs. Sacrifice matters. Tokens. Go wide tokens is in here. We also have +1/+1 counters along with a small proliferate mechanic. We also then have extort and control in here as well. And then we have a sacrifice matters in the Golgari. That's mainly in the Golgari, and graveyard matters. If you're looking to do more of a combo-y reanimation, that's not really going to be in here. We're going to be more so a value type reanimation. Next is your big creature ramp and tempo cards. We also definitely have a spells matter that is certainly supported at this rarity. And then aggro is also here too. It's in Boros. It's just not as well supported as it is in others, but definitely can get the job done, and it definitely works in this cube if you really go hard into it. But that's basically it. I really hope you get a chance to play it. This has been a lot of fun to keep together and maintain. Hope you have fun at CubeCon. Thanks. Hello everyone, and welcome to my Peasant Cube for CubeCon 2025. I really appreciate it being in here again for the third time. It got voted in each time, so I definitely appreciate all of you people who voted for my cube and continue to want to see this cube at CubeCon and want to play it. I definitely appreciate it. As everybody knows, with a Peasant Cube, this is in a common and uncommons with no rares. I've decided to keep the mana fixing at common and uncommon as well with no rare lands. That's just a personal choice that I made, and I believe it just makes it feel more like a Peasant Cube should, in my opinion. Just a little slower, but that's okay. And next are some mechanics that I've left out, like buyback, initiative, dungeons, and the monarch. Those things are just for power and complexity reasons. They're just not in the cube anymore. Along with some of the higher tier power cards at uncommon, like Demonic Tutor, Soul Ring, Skull Clamp are examples of cards that are just not they don't fit in this cube because they just are too powerful. Just to give you a rundown of some of the examples of the archetypes that are supported in here, we have blink, tempo, tokens, spells matter, Drago control, aggro control, more tempo cards, control with ETB effects of creatures. We have graveyard matters. We have a reanimator deck in here using things like reanimate and animate dead. A lot of creatures that like to self-bin as well. Cards like Spider Spawning that want cards in the graveyard. All those things go toward making the graveyard matter deck. Then we have the Aristocrats deck, go wide tokens. We have a Sacrifice deck. We also have hard to block aggro Aristocrats as well, again, and more Sacrifice. Big Creature Ramp is in here as well, along with more mid-range beatdown, including +1/+1 counters. Then we have more Blink ETB effects that go with like Whirler Rogue and Cloud Blazer, just build value over the course of the game. Then we have things like +1/+1 counters, including the Persist combo that's also in here, using like Kitchen Finks or Murderous Redcap are in here as well. And we also have things like mid-range value Abzan decks like the Rock, like the old school Rock decks and things like that are all available in here. So just to give you an idea of what it is, I hope you enjoy playing this at CubeCon. I really like submitting it. I like people playing it. Thank you very much.
What is up, Cubers? My name is Sam Pratt. I'm from Chicago. I'm host of the Rough Drafts podcast and designer of Samp's Arena Cube. This is a deep, replayable, and fun cube experience that pulls exclusively from the Arena card pool. The cube strives for a balance of power and synergy. The power level's relatively high. I'd describe it as power forward or power motivated. So you'll find cards like Fury, Mother of Runes, Ancient Tomb, Reanimate, but this is not intended to be a power max showcase of the most broken cards in the client like a Johnny or Minsc and Boo. Instead of prescriptive 2-color archetypes, draft lanes are intended to be open-ended. You can expect classic archetypes such as white aggro or blue control, but that's just the beginning. For synergy, there's an emphasis on the graveyard across all colors.
And welcome back to coverage here of CubeCon. It's going on all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're in the second draft of main day one here. Marshall Sutcliffe with Luis Scott Vargas, and we're kind of in our happy place. We're bringing you coverage of Cube. This is a modified vintage Cube, and it will remind you, by the way, to donate to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. You can see we're up to $1,300 already with our goal of $5,000. You get some cool benefits and bonuses for donating as well, and of course it is much appreciated and for a very good cause. Yeah, so the cube that we're watching here is a modified vintage cube. Think vintage cube if for the most part some of the ancillary sets that are commonly used, that cards from them are commonly used, aren't there anymore, as well as some of the there's no double face cards, for example, right? Some of the cards that are a little bit more, I don't know, complicated or have a little bit more going on. This is a little more bare bones Magic, and we get a chance to see round two here. Once again we're following along with Gavin Verhey, who we watched draft just a little while ago, and he is going to be facing off against Bode, who is on kind of a cheaty deck. Luis, this is multiple ways to get in huge creatures, including reanimation, sneak attacking, and even Oath of Druids.
Oath of Druids is not going to be the best tool against Gavin because he doesn't have a lot of creatures. But, maybe oh, look at that. He surveilled a Blightsteel and to reshuffle it. That's so nice. Drawing that was a disaster. But I think the most important thing when we're looking at matchups for Gavin, from that lens, the most important thing is, do they have answers to Blightsteel? And Bode has Ashen Rider, so if he can sneak or animate Ashen Rider, that does it. Doesn't have a whole lot else. And of course, starting on Swamp is not really where you want to be either.
Yeah, this deck is playing quite a few different colors overall. Definitely some green, definitely some red. We see the Talisman there from Gavin. And we're going to see Collective Brutality now from Bode.
Discarding an Ashen Rider, so draining for 2 and making Gavin discard. And this is a matchup where Gavin's duresses are incredible. This is the exact example I used, the sneak deck.
Yeah. So Bode can... Oh, did he miss? No, right? There we go. Because he can only take, what, instants and sorceries, non-creatures? I can't remember.
Instants and sorceries, so you can take Consider. Gavin did play the Tanglewire. That's really funny.
He what? Oh,
he did end up playing the Tanglewire.
I didn't notice that. I knew it. He's one of the Tanglewire people.
Yeah. Animate Dead. This is so brutal. Hold on. Gavin's about to animate Dead Ashen Rider, unless Bode has something here.
No!
He doesn't have his Reanimate. That's what he needed. He has Reanimate in his deck. If he was able to just go land Reanimate Ashen Rider, the game would be over. Now the game will be over, but probably in a different direction.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's going to Tanglewire first? I guess if you put Tanglewire in your deck, it is to cast it. But now,
how tempting would it be?
Bode could have Necromancy upkeep. If he had Necromancy Ashen Rider, that would have been so sick because he'd put it into play, eat a land, untap, eat another land, eat both black sources, and Gavin would be locked down off Tanglewire.
Now he still has the mana. He's going to play Stock Up.
Wow.
What is going on?
He really doesn't want to animate this.
I mean, it also accomplishes the goal of getting it out of the yard, right? Like not only do you get it, but Bode doesn't have like top decks to find it.
Yeah, I mean the Tanglewire stops those for a while. I will say Tanglewater looks like it's doing something, but it's actually, Bode might not have, he only has 3 swamps. He might not even be able to cast that much.
Right.
My deck is very, very.
Okay, he's going to tap 2 things to the wire.
Oh,
Gavin
he's just
putting
gonna
on a
blight
show
steal.
here. This is upkeep, right?
I would assume so, yeah. And it gets to fire off Blight Steel with Tanglewater on 2. If Bode untaps, taps 2 permanents to Tanglewater, and then it has another animate for Ashen Rider, he has Shallow Grave in his deck too.
So he could find, he could find Reanimate, Shallow Grave.
He could upkeep Shallow Grave if he had it, but it
Right.
doesn't appear that he does.
It's also like, I'm pretty sure it's just casual, like, rules enforcement. So, oh, you're 2-0?
Oh, he's tapping 3 mana.
Is this Necromancy on upkeep?
It is Necromancy on upkeep.
This is really something.
Oh, hit your Blight Steel. Oh, did Gavin fly too close to the sun?
I think so. I really, that was a lot of not animating the Ashen Rider. I will say that.
Well, this is what I meant by, not just like you leave it in the yard for him.
Well, it's going back to the yard, so the game is definitely not over, because now the Ashen Rider can eat a Creeping Tar Pit, maybe, or a Meticulous Archive. Okay, he ate the Tar Pit.
Wow. This is incredible.
Are we going to see it, finally? There we go.
And he'll hit the red source. Bode deciding if he wants to tap it first. Does he have anything he can do with that mana? So now does Gavin just ride this rider to victory, or?
I mean, that's kind of what he has to do, because he does not have a lot of other ways to win the game, but Ashen Rider is pretty big, so I imagine this will work out all right.
And whoever built this cube also decided to put the red-looking swamp.
I know. I
hate that.
That's one of my least favorite lands. I will say that.
Same.
Oh, he's going
What
to
is
get to, it's Bitter Triumph. He's going to kill the Ashen Rider, or try to. Gavin has Counterspell, so it does not work. I mean, Counterspell backing up the Ashen Rider here likely will be pretty good.
Probably enough to get it over the line.
Especially since Gavin probably should just cast this Shriekmaw next turn if he has nothing else to do.
To just run it out.
Yeah.
As a threat. Can Bode find another answer for the Ashen Rider? It's starting to be a lot to ask at this point. What is the Rider hitting for 4?
Yes, it's for 4, but Bode is back to 4 swamps after the Badlands got exiled by Ashen Rider.
It's Inquisition of Kozilek, and that's going to meet Entomb in response here. And Bode has Chain Lightning, Oath, and a Dark Ritual. What do you take? If he finds a green source for Oath,
I mean, Oath is really the only card that does anything.
Yeah.
So.
Does he have another burn spell that he could combine with the Chain Lightning?
I mean, he doesn't even have red.
No
so
red sources.
It seems fairly unlikely that's going to work out.
Okay, so Grizzlebrand's in the yard, right?
So another animate.
One more reanimate spell could do it. Though
this is ending up being a fairly
dropping.
I feel like this is actually a fairly close game, in the sense that Gavin does not have a lot of ways to win the game again if Bode finds something, but he doesn't have that many turns.
No, and it probably reanimates off the menu at this point, right? He'll fall to 8. Yeah, so that would kill him. I guess 7. Okay. Oh, there's a nice one for Gavin. He finds
Teferi here of Dominaria is going to go a long way.
Yeah, because now if you're in Bode's seat, you were thinking maybe I can find an answer for the Ashen Rider, and then Gavin doesn't have that much pressure, but now there's an active Planeswalker, and also, by the way, Teferi's ultimate is more or less you win the game.
Like, I mean, the Creeping Tar Pit's gone. He's got the Shriekmaw that's going to get Chain Lightning. He's got Ophiomancer and Baleful Strix. Like,
Yeah.
He really doesn't have a lot of win conditions once the Blightsteel's gone.
Yeah, I guess if you
This was a crazy game. I really like this game.
This is great. I mean, if you do get to Ultimate, though, you just take out all the lands and then cast the... I guess then if one red source kills it. That's kind of funny. Is that a Triplicate Titan?
Yeah, he got to surveil a Triplicate Titan in the graveyard.
Does he want it in the yard?
Well, I guess he's still not that close to casting it, though.
Well, there's a sneak attack. I guess he wouldn't have had it though if he kept a Titan.
And he doesn't have enough time to do all that.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't feel like Bode has much he can do at this point. Gavin Verhey looks poised to use this Ashen Rider to get the victory, and Gavin is just going to go ahead and get rid of the sneak attack, tuck it, so that's going to be third one down. There you go. Not an option for him as well. What is this one unknown card off the top of the library? It is nothing.
What a funny game.
Wow, what a game. You see Gavin shake his head after the necromancy came down.
Yeah, yeah.
No, not like this. It's just funny because even though Gavin was still in a perfectly fine spot as far as the game went, we're just very hyper aware of his win conditions or lack thereof. Okay, Cataxium Probe here from... I mean,
okay, so what do
just
we
leave
got?
him exposed like he can't take one. So try your card. Thank you, Gavin. Team player. Ooh, Ashen Rider in the yard off of a surveil land.
It always feels like such cheating when you surveil a big creature into the graveyard.
Seriously.
I will say, while I would not have taken Anime Dead, Gavin's Anime Dead has actually done a lot of work for him, so that was a good pick on his part.
It was
he had a vision of some kind, and that vision involved inquisitioning a seasoned pyromancer and animating your opponent's Ashen Rider. Oh, that's gonna eat the force of negation, but that's still pretty good. It's like you hymned your opponent of their 2 spells.
Right, that's really nice there. I mean, even better would have been Exhumed to Resolve, but now look at the hand here for Gavin. He's got basically a bunch of mana sources and a Vindicate. Yeah. He did find Inquisition. Oh, there's Necromancy, though. Oh, but look what else he has. Ancestral Recall.
He's not that close to casting, but if he draws a blue, he draws a blue.
He is on the hard splash for it.
And he has that looks like the Cathartic Pyre or whatever. Like, I think that's what that is.
Yeah.
So he could use that to discard the Worm Coil.
The World Spine?
Or the World Spine and do some things. Oh, he drew Mox Diamond.
Mox Diamond, there's a blue source. Let's go. Ancestral Recall.
Fires it off.
All Gavin can do is stare.
I mean, Animate or Necromancy and Exhume are both down, so we'll see what he finds here.
Right, right. Land go here from Bode.
I mean, Gavin probably fires off Vindicate on the Mox Diamond if he doesn't have anything else to do, because like he's playing a lot of colors there.
Oh, he found his favorite. The Tangle Wire's back, baby. All right, he's going to cast the Pyre, ditch 2 cards.
Not the World Spine Worm, keeping that, discarding Gristlebrand and Mountain.
So he's keeping that for if he rips Sneak Attack?
Yeah, I suppose so. Or, an effect like that. I think that is mostly just Sneak in his deck.
Mm-hmm. And Tangle Wire does do things.
It stops Gavin from doing anything for a turn, but he doesn't have anything to do, and then he can follow up with a Vindicate afterwards, I suppose.
Still on 3 is the Tangle Wire, so Benison Benenson, excuse me, is deciding which 3 mana sources to tap here. Well, he's not short on those. Maybe flooding out a bit.
He doesn't have a lot to do here, so I think it's reasonable. But basically, we're in the waiting room for Gavin to draw Tinker, Benenson to draw like Sneak or an Animate of some kind.
Duress, you. Is there a target? Yes.
Bitter Triumph.
Bitter Triumph, right. So that leaves him with just another Swamp plus the World Spine Worm. And he's just going to pass the turn back, or play the Swamp and then pass the turn back, it looks like. Down to 1 for the Tangle Wire. It'll tap itself. That's the synergy break that you do get from a card like that. Both players hitting a lot of land drops here. It looks like Gavin is just going to hang on to the
I'm a Tangle Wire hater, so I want to point out it had no effect on this game.
Yeah, that's true. I also am not a Tangle Wire supporter, although I do get, Gavin, there's Oath, but no creatures.
And Gavin has the Vindicate,
so he's just going to snap it off or just not play into it.
Where'd the Oath go? Oh, it got Duress. No. Did he just decide not to play the Oath?
Oh, he undid the Oath?
Oh, somebody was reading
it. Maybe a judge or something. Okay. I mean, right now it just doesn't do anything, right? Like Gavin.
Without a creature in play, it does not have any effect. So
right.
Gavin would have to play a creature and not Vindicate the Oath for that to be a thing. But
wow, both players tons of lands here. And Gavin's just going to stay patient. I mean, he's looking at the Oath and saying, well, I don't even have that many creatures. There goes the Tangle Wire. Ooh, Night's Whisper. This is a great time to have a Night's Whisper.
Oh yeah, when you're both at parity and then you just draw Night's Whisper, it's pretty sick.
So much mana available too. He can follow up even really powerful plays. All right, he's going to go ahead and Vindicate away the Oath at this point. It's
probably
another
setting
land
up
here.
A future creature, because he at some point he's going to want to do that.
Yeah, he'll hit his Strix or something. There it is.
Also, getting Collective Brutality'd when you have Vindicate in hand is brutal. So you really want to avoid that happening.
And Blade Splicer. So he gets to follow up with a nice little set of creatures. Plan A here for Gavin?
Yeah, I mean, I do think Gavin has like a pretty large structural advantage in this match in that his counters and duresses can leave Bode with a lot of dead cards, like that World Spine Worm sitting in hand,
right.
And Bode is getting to the point where
can he cast it?
I was going to say, if he had kept Gristlebrand.
Ooh, Shallow Grave. What is that going to hit?
Gristlebrand?
Oh, Shallow Grave for Gristlebrand.
At 19 life? Yeah, that's where you want to be. That looks like things bode well for Benenson here.
So one player drew 1 in a black sorcery, draw 2 cards. And Bo drew 1 in a black sorcery, draw 14-ish, maybe more.
Also gain 7, though. I guess the Strix maybe blocks the Gristlebrand.
Oh, sure.
But we'll see. I mean, this could easily be like sneak attack, put in 2 more things, sort of. Deal.
Right. Let's not forget that World Spine Worm in hand. I mean, Benenson may just go now for even more cards if he hasn't found anything. Oh, Faithless Looting too. He is digging. He's kept himself enough mana to be able to put in 2 things off of a sneak attack if he finds it. We already know he has 1.
Also, like, he could just pay another 7 life, assuming the Gristlebrand connects. That's not even a huge risk at all.
Not at all.
I don't even know how many cards are left because he did Ancestral this game. It's possible he's like risking decking, though with World Spine Worm in the mix, that's not that easy to do either.
Right. Yeah, I do wonder how much of this is really just about sneak attack at this point. Oh, interesting. He got rid of Chain Lightning.
That's got to be a horrible sign for Gavin if one of the 2 worst cards in Bode's like 9-card hand or whatever is Chain Lightning.
Chain Lightning. Bode's making sure to leave up that red mana. Yeah, that's still in your hand. Well, there's a collective brutality.
Probably with all the fixins here.
Just do all the things.
Yeah, kill the Strix,
Take
drain
out
for
the
2.
Strix, yeah. I do wonder about that library size, because if you don't have the sneak attack right now, wouldn't seem to be terrible to fire off another Griselbrand, because your mana is starting to get a little constrained. So drain you, -2/-2 that, and let's see what you've got. Oh, and look at this. He has the Blightsteel in hand.
Let's see, 7 mana? No, we're not that close.
Yeah.
I have a really funny story involving Blightsteel. At one point, Martin Yuza cast a Blightsteel in a Pro Tour for the 1 less mana than he should, and when the judges were called, they're like, it's too late to back up, so he declined to attack with it until he could have cast it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Stand up. Not surprised to hear that. Snuff Out from Benenson. Now he's going to get in with Griselbrand, and it's even going to connect on Gavin's life total. But that thing is going away, so, like, what's the... Does need to find another threat at some point here, right? What does he have? Reanimate.
That's a reason not to draw 7 more cards, because he's Reanimate Ashen Rider, I think.
Yeah, you're right. And that's going to hit the only creature on the other side there. So what does that put Benenson at? 8 life. And then that gets exiled. I mean, Gavin's got a long way to go, but if he does find an answer for Ashen Rider, he could buy himself a heck of a lot of time. Oh, is this sneak attack? Oh, there's sneak attack.
And there's a Ulamog in hand, I believe, in a World Spine.
Oh, we're going to see all of it here.
In a Triplicate
Titan, and bang, bang. Game number 2 goes to Bodhi Benenson. And we're going to see game number 3 now. Oh, this has been a fun match. Gavin's on 6.
Yeah, Gavin mulliganing, I mean... Oh, he didn't have the 1 mana discard. That's what he really wants to see. I was going to say, if you could easily mulligan into a Duress Tinker hand and have it work out really well for yourself.
I think Gavin might have flipped the table if Bode went for the Surveil into like another huge creature.
But you know, it's actually a little risky. Gavin has Animate dead. You could just lose the game on turn 2.
True.
Assuming he animates, of course.
Yeah. So it's a Braid that goes into the yard for Benenson. And what's the 2-drop here? Okay, Strix. I mean, no hand disruption, but he went Consider into Strix, so he's at least seeing a lot of cards and using up his mana. And he may not need to have hand disruption just yet, although there's Mox Diamond. Been casting a lot of those lately.
Oh, yeah.
Malevolent Rumble here.
Love Malevolent Rumble. What a card. Oh, Oath of Druids? You could sack the spawn so you don't have to get oathed.
Right. And there's the annoying Baleful Strix. Annoying for Gavin that he's got it out there.
Yeah.
Doesn't actually play that many creatures.
If Gavin doesn't have Vindicate, he may be in a spot where he has to kill his own Baleful Strix with a removal spell. Though I don't think he has that many targeted removal spells, actually. Because Vindicate would just kill the Oath.
Vindicate's one of them, yeah, for sure. Remember,
Benenson
the Oath
did not
on
play
the
a land on turn 2.
Yet. Oh, and there's one way to get rid of it. Tinker it away. That means that Oath is going to fire, though. No, not quite yet, right?
Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, because this could just be the one window Gavin needs to just close it out.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
This is awesome stuff from Gavin. I mean, it's not like Bode's going to have bounce spells here or something.
He's got to know Drazi spawn, but that's not enough to chump here.
Oh, I mean, he really only needs 2 toughness.
But he doesn't have the Oath in play yet.
No.
So he needs a turn to play the Oath for that to do something. So even if he plays another creature and chumps, like his next turn prospects don't really get much better. Who's going to surveil and hope to hit a creature? He sacked Arid Mesa to get
That
Commercial
is a
District.
sweet move. Now Gavin has to just hold his breath. Yeah, Gavin with a deep exhale there, just like, come on, don't do it. Don't do it to me. Oh, and it wasn't. What else does he have here? Maybe Faithless Looting? Yeah.
But he's already played a land. He has Reanimate in his deck. If he could discard Ashen Rider and reanimate it, that would be it.
Yeah. Oh, is it Ashen Rider?
It's a Grizzlebrand.
Grizzlebro.
Well, Grizzlebrand could do it. If he has the reanimate here,
he could survive.
He can block the Blightsteel and Grizzlebrand, and then he gets to Oath next turn, and he might hit Ashen Rider. Oh my God! Please be reanimate.
It is reanimate. He's got it. Oh.
He probably doesn't have another move this turn because he's already played a land and his Mox Diamond. So unless he wants to discard the hand size, it makes sense to just pass. So he paid 8 life. He's just going to do it now, I guess. Yeah, he's going to go to 3. I mean, but the Blightsteel doesn't deal damage. I think Gavin's got it, though. I can see a Mystical Tutor in his hand. So if he has a land, he can at the very least Mystical for Vindicate before attacks.
And then just kill Grizzlebrand and then leave.
Also, yeah, Bo doesn't have the Oath in play, though. It's kind of confusing because he's revealed it because Gavin knows about it.
But
he ended up being a turn short on this Oath, huh?
Even with the Mox Diamond.
Well, he had a Surveil land and then didn't play a land the next turn, so there was a little bit of a delay there. And that honestly is the story of Oath of Druids and Vintage Cube. For every time it works, there's like 6 times. No, you already played an Arid Mesa this turn.
Yeah.
For every maybe 5 or 6 times it works, it doesn't work. Or sorry. For every time it works, there's 5 or 6 times where it does not work because it's a turn too slow, or they don't play a creature, or they blow up the Oath, or like. It's a cool card. I like it in the cube because it leads to cool decks, but the story of Oath is, in my experience, a day late and $1 short pretty consistently.
Yeah, it's just there's not enough ways in the cube to make sure your opponent has a creature. If you could solve that problem consistently, then now you're talking about a card that gets right in that same power level as the other cheap creatures in, but Oath is below those.
He didn't sack the spawn, so Gavin could Oath here.
It's still not on the battlefield.
Oh, right. It's still on the battlefield. Yeah.
So is Gavin, the question is does Gavin have
he needs a land.
The untapped land.
Because he has Mystical.
Because if he doesn't, it puts it on top, right? So it's not,
if he doesn't have the land, if he has a blue card, he doesn't have the land. He's just drawing.
Oh. Block.
All right, take 4 poison, gain 7 life.
Yeah, so go back up to 10. Soak up 4 poison. And Kevin passes back. Now, does he have a counter spell or something? This is Entomb on upkeep.
Upkeep Entomb to make sure you didn't draw the Ashen Rider. Oh my God! It's like counter spell or bust here. I mean,
Gavin.
I guess Gavin doesn't straight up lose if it gets Ashen Rider, but it's not looking great for him if Ashen Rider hits the battlefield.
So counterspell or Force of Negation.
Yeah, one of those two. Okay, good.
He just asked, "Can I just keep it in hand?"
It's so confused. Like, I even knew it at some point. I'm like, "Oh, he could Oath."
Right. Gavin just has to sit there with his head in his hand.
So we know Gavin has Mystical Tutor in at least 2 cards that aren't lands, is my belief.
Yeah, he didn't play a land.
And if he had a land, he would have Mysticaled on upkeep, but he could have drawn a land. It appears he did not. That's so funny. If he had triple blue, he could have also Mysticaled for Counterspell. Or if he had another blue card in hand, he could have Mysticaled for Force of Negation.
Yeah, we can really kind of narrow down a lot of what
So Gavin's hand has to be like...
But it can't be hand disruption. Like, what does he have left?
Oh, yeah, it can't be Duresses either. Teferi... No, if he had a blue card, he could have drawn Teferi.
Wrath?
could definitely have Wrath in hand. He couldn't have Tangor. He would have played that one.
Yeah, he would have slammed them.
It would have been good, actually, I gotta admit. He could have Chrome Mox in hand. But if he had Chrome Mox, again, it's confusing because he could have drawn a lot of these cards where they wouldn't have been good and if he didn't have them first. All right.
All right, there's a Necromancy. And there's the counter spell from Verhey. He has the win and picks up the 2-1 victory here in round number 2. He is 2-0.
On his way to the trophy. I mean, this deck is exactly what Gavin wants to play against. A combo deck that, you know, that is disrupted by hand disruption and counter spells are quite good against them. Like when they go Entomb into Necromancy and you counter the Necromancy, it's like you stop 2 cards. So it was a good matchup for Gavin. It was really close games, and these games have been exciting. So, really, it's a shame I won't get to see round 3 because I unfortunately do have to go. I'll be replaced by Mason Clark. He's going to take over, and you and him will see if Gavin can ride Tinker to victory. That is his win condition. That's how he's won just about every game. He did win the one game without Tinker after the Blade Steel got exiled.
Yeah, great stuff, Luis. Always fun to talk Cube with you, whether it's on the podcast or live action Cube, as we got to do today. Don't forget to donate to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. We were up to $1,370, looking to get to $5K. And as you can see, you get some rewards as well. So it's kind of a win-win. And yeah, we'd encourage you to check that out on the page there. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the last round here from Cube number 2 on day 1 here from CubeCon. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, everyone. My name is Noah, and I am the creator of Sky and Sea Cube. The initial thought that seeded my cube was, what if a set was designed around one central color, instead of 5 colors all fighting for supremacy? How would that shape the story, the draft, and the gameplay? In Sky and Sea Cube, a powerful blue ley line dominates the stage. Planeswalkers will form decks built from a spectrum of blue-aligned themes. You will sling spells against opposing blue mages, and cast wizards, sphinxes, frogs, and of course merfolk to ride the waves to victory. You may also employ the services of 3 other colors. Green may offer you ramp, white may offer you buffs for your flyers, and black may help you take better advantage of your graveyard. This is a highly synergistic draft environment, where players will often assemble multiple, overlapping, and powerful packages, such as double spell, double draw, top deck manipulation, enchantments, flash synergies, swarms of birds. There's a lot to uncover. And for everyone that sees a blue-based cubes and assumes it's going to be their worst nightmare, don't worry. Creatures are king in this environment. Artifacts, mill, and other notorious blue strategies take a backseat when blue doesn't have to compete against the creature efficiency of the other colors. Now, the battle roars from beneath the waves and screams across the wind. I hope you enjoy it.
Why are there 2 of these in here? Are they roommates? The tabletop cube is a simple cube, in the same way that the wise old woman you know who plays mahjong for 20 hours a week would call her hobby a simple game. That is to say, it's clean and elegant, but you would be naive to think that what happens on the tabletop is anything short of an all-out war. The tabletop cube aims to be an accessible environment. It avoids all double-faced cards, all Universes Beyond cards, and includes no finicky mechanics like Monarch or Dungeons. At its core, the tabletop cube is an unpowered vintage cube, with its own set of power outliers, crazy turns, and occasionally salty mass land destruction. There is no Minsc and Boo, there are no Modern Horizons 3 energy cards, but you can still go wide with aggro, go tall with ramp, go to time with control, or go absolutely bananas with a 4-color lands pile that makes no goddamn sense until you spot the 2 copies of Lotus Cobra. On that note, the tabletop cube breaks Singleton. It runs the increasingly common suite of double fetch lands plus double shock lands, but it also doubles up on City of Brass, Wasteland, Stoneforge Mystic, Snapcaster Mage, Gravecrawler, Thoughtseize, and these little guys. If these choices make you think, looks like a boomer cube, you would be only partially incorrect. I do run lots of cards that were released recently, like Rust Harvester and... Judge, am I a boomer? The Tabletop Cube is inviting. It aims to help 1,000 players get into Cube, not to be 100 players' favorite cube. It's on the simpler side, but it's gorgeous and resonant and attracts some of the most fun sorts of Magic players. So pull up a chair, put on your pre-release stamped reading glasses, and make some new friends at the tabletop.
Hey everyone, welcome to a Cube Primer for the Bearclaw Changeling Cube. My name is Matt East. I currently live in Madison, Wisconsin, and play with Team Bearclaw. I started playing Magic back in the Invasion block and got into the Legacy format, playing Goblins around 2009 and playing Combo Elves around 2010. These kind of typal aggro combo decks were a blast for me to play. I then took a break from the game for about a decade until my buddy invited me out to the first CubeCon in 2022. My first cube at the event was the Unreasonable Cube, a cube featuring silver-bordered and other off-the-wall cards. It was one of the most fun times I've had playing Magic, and inspired me to get into designing cubes myself. The third piece of design inspiration for this cube was hearing about the Changeling Cube on a Cube podcast. It sounded like a cool rules modification to combine the aspects of Magic that I enjoy into a fun cube environment. In this cube, all creatures are all creature types in all zones. It's a fast, creature-focused cube where cards of different creature types interact with each other in unexpected ways. Decks tend to be pretty fast, with games decided by about turn 4. There are some 2 and 3 card combos, and decks generally range between aggro and more combo synergy focused. Giving a quick rundown of each color in the cube, white is focused on creature lords and removal, both spell-based and creature-based. Blue tends to be more of a supporting color in this cube. There are several copy effects, a small but powerful mill sub-theme, and light counter magic. Black is one of the...
And welcome back to coverage here of CubeCon. Marshall Sutcliffe, and I'm now with Mason Clark. Mason, welcome to the booth. It's great to see you.
It's great to see you, Marshall. I'm excited to cover some vintage cube action.
Yeah, that's right. We've got, in fact, the finals of our match coming right up. But before that, we do want to remind you to donate. We are taking donations for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. You can see we're up to $1,370. Obviously a great cause, and you can see that you get some cool bonuses for donating as well. So it's kind of a win-win for the foundation and for you. You can see there's a QR code on your screen that you can hit right there. All right, let's get into the match here. So Mason, we've got Gavin Verhey, who we watched draft and have watched every round, of course, very well known from Wizards of the Coast. He's an old friend of mine. I used to play against him in PTQs way back in the day here in Seattle, because we're both from the north part of Seattle, against James Martin. And this is where it gets interesting, because I'm sure you see it, Mason. You see that strip mine sitting there? He's got Ramunap strip mine in his opener, plus Zuran Orb. He also has Fastbond in this deck. He has Ice Till Explorer in this deck. Like, he can really make this thing sing. But for now, Gavin only has a few choices. He can take the Orb, he can take the Pest Infestation, or he can take the Copter, it looks like.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to probably take Copter, all things considered. I'll say this, James Martin's draft deck looks like something I would love to be doing. Me and this guy can hang out. He just can't be passing to me. That's my rules if we're hanging out. You know, he can be on the other side of the table. I love it from James. Maybe it's gonna strip mine right away.
I love it. Just get down to business. Strip mine hits, and then James is going to try to build up his mana here towards that Ramunap Excavator and hope that Gavin hasn't done much in the meantime.
All right. Well, we got a Safekeeper and a Zoran Orb line here. And yeah, I mean, Excavator Strip Mine, it doesn't look as powerful as some of the stuff we've seen Gavin do today in the Future Match area, but it's just as powerful if it gets going.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly has the ability to just lock out Gavin if he can stay ahead. So Safekeeper's going to crack in. 2 lands, but there is a 3rd land missing currently here for James to get that Excavator down. And look at this, Gavin's got double swamps, Mason. No blue, no white to be seen.
Yeah, this is not great. I mean, we've seen Gavin, as LSP pointed out last round, basically win every round via tinkering, right? And sort of interacting towards Tinker. And Black's great for interacting, but we're not doing anything. It makes you really wonder, you know, on the back of a white card as Thoughtseize comes down, maybe in the nick of time.
Maybe so. If he takes, well, I assume he'll take the Excavator here, but he just drew that because he would have cast it last turn. And he got away with one there because, as we see, there is a Deathrite Shaman on the battlefield. So it was going to be Excavator this turn, even without a third land drop here from James, although it does look like he hit it anyway.
Yeah, we had it here and we're getting in. Gavin, I think, had Animate dead. I did not catch all of the rounds with him, but I'm taking a look. Maybe we get this round, not the Excavator back in another timeline. You know, we start replaying our lands. So keep in the back of our mind. A little fun.
Yeah, he does have that card in his list. It's not key to his strategy, but it has been very handy for him. He got a what's it called, rider back last round, and in the first round he got a Pyromancer. So he's been kind of making it work. You know, he's not quite the traditional blue-black shell where it's like lots of counters or removal and then your Animate dead just finds something great, but it's close enough. He's got a sweeper, like he gets stuff into the graveyard, Thoughtseize away your thing, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Thoughtseize Animate deads, that's how you're supposed to play it.
Right,
You know,
that's the
your
classic,
best card.
the 1-2 punch. Yeah,
I don't even know why we're telling it to listeners. They're very experienced. They're CubeCon enjoyers. Yeah,
they know.
I'm gonna tell you what, Marshall. I'm a Murderous Rider cast enjoyer right here. You know,
you're just gonna run it out.
I don't know if it's right, but it calls to me like the Green Goblin mask.
Yeah, you know, it is interesting. It depends on how well James knows this matchup, because there aren't that many targets for Swift End. So yeah, Murderous Rider just turning sideways against an opponent who's already down to 12 and is stuck on not only 2 lands but only 1 color actually makes a lot of sense. Remember, the Deathrite Shaman's piling on an extra 2 a turn as well. Is this Safekeeper just going to go the distance? It's like...
I'd love to see it, because that is what Magic is about for me.
Yeah,
situations like this, or it's like Cube, you know, Vintage Cube, we got power, whatever, and yeah, 1-1 was too much, man. Bad beats. Want to get dinner?
Yeah, you can see James has a trophy already on the weekend, while Gavin already has 2. They're both fighting for another one here to accumulate them to play on Sunday. Yeah, it's funny. I've known Gavin for such a long time. Before he worked at Wizards, I knew him, and he played PTQs. I used to chat with him and stuff. But he has a different reputation now. You know, he's more like an ambassador for the game. He's known as being a game designer, and he's, you know, out at the Magic cons, and he's a very visible part of Wizards of the Coast and Magic. But I know him more as a competitive player, a cuber. Like he's, this is actually his element. Yeah. Much more than I think maybe people would know just if they didn't know him like I do, you know, having known him for a while. Ooh, Nissa. This is old school, man. This cube really does go deep on the like 2022 Magic. Like,
it really does.
Nixa Who Shakes the World is probably going to close this thing out. I mean, Gavin just has nothing going.
I don't know what Gavin could draw from here that would stabilize, but you're totally right about Gavin being a fierce competitor. Third Swamp's what we needed. Here comes Necro. No, but jokes aside, you know, when these Wizards players, they don't get to compete a lot. You know, they work so much. So now whenever they get a chance to go out and game, you always see them like lock in. Like I know Ben Whites is there this weekend. Fierce competitor, right? He's someone who's going to be in the streets, and, you know, he's not missing any points. He wants as many trophies as he can, because they don't get to play Magic that way anymore.
Yeah, this is a pro tour for these players, right? Yeah. You know, I feel this way when I get to play like an arena open. It's like, okay, there's stakes to this. I actually, you know, because I'm not traveling to the Spotlight Series these days, and I draft all the time at home, but like, come on, I want to play for something. And, you know, like, I'll tell you what, right now there's a Arena Direct happening, and I'm right after we're done here, Mason, I'm firing up another sealed pool and seeing if I can't get some boxes going. It's just, you know, when you do the game for a living and you're not a professional player, opportunities to play for something that matters at all, you know, don't come up that often. And I mean, Gavin's a very competitive player. Like this is, he's going to have taken this quite seriously. You see, he did actually cast a Geomancer last turn. He's at 6.
Yeah, and while we were talking, Blossoming Turtle came down to get back Strip Mine. it's not the end of the world right now, but it is something that like Gavin probably will only have one turn to use colored mana, right? And we see the Tinkers in his hand, so he might need to figure out some way to stabilize and then kind of sneak in the Tinker. But I just don't see how he's gonna realistically get there. As we're gonna untap another land.
Yeah, he could draw an island. He has Mox something. He has a Mox Jet in his deck.
Yeah, Mox.
And he has the other Mox too. The what's not Mox Diamond, but the
Diamond.
other one.
No, I think it is Diamond.
No, he doesn't have the Diamond. He has the
Chrome Mox.
Chrome Mox. Thank you. Yeah. So like, it's not completely, but I mean, at this point, he's probably looking at a block with his Blightsteel. By the way, they did sort out this strip mine situation. I don't know if you caught it, Mason, but in the prior round, James had cast the Tortoise and got it back. And it was untapped, and he used the strip mine immediately. And with the Tortoise, it actually comes back in tapped, which we see here. So that's
gotcha.
I know our chat will be relieved to see that.
We call that an oopsie poopsie in the biz. So yeah. Oh, there's a blue.
And it's too late. So he is going to scoop him up. Gavin Verhey down a game, and it was a quick one. His mana woes were very prevalent that game. Somewhat encouraged by James. The strip mine did hit a land, but then it was a lot of missed land drops in a row there for Gavin. Interestingly, no hand disruption from Gavin early either. He is long on hand disruption. He has Duress, Thoughtseize, and Inquisition in his deck.
Yeah, I wonder what he had that made him keep that hand. You know what I mean? It was basically all black mana. It doesn't seem like he has a ton of white cards in his deck that would be moving the needle. So
no, he has he's got Vindicate, Wrath of God, and Big Teferi.
Yeah. Also, maybe just on a mulligan and we didn't catch you put back a card or two. That would explain a lot of things. You're on 5. Suddenly, hands make a lot more sense. As top comes down, a fun card for everybody.
Did he just miss, though?
I think he did miss.
Like, didn't he go top, go on my upkeep, spin the top, don't play a land?
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I mean, he did it so casually and we were chatting.
Yeah.
I mean, he missed it, but I do think you're right.
And there's no point in... Oh, no!
Gavin Verhey does not like our combination of commentary and is trying to break us apart as quickly as possible.
This is so brutal.
Yeah, I wonder...
Well, now he just has to spin.
Yeah, I mean...
And then just try to crack the top if there's the land third down.
Yeah, so his Surveyor land's one of his best hits, I guess, so he can bin a card.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess the top's there. Yeah, it's... Okay, the fact that he's thinking...
This is not good.
Yeah, it's... I wonder if it's he has...
And he didn't crack the top? Oh, no, wait, he's still thinking.
So if he doesn't have a land, he could have Mystical Tutor, and he's maybe thinking about there's some other 1 mana card, and he's like, oh, I could shuffle maybe.
Shuffle away, yeah. But it puts it on. Can you just Mystical fail to find and just for the shuffs?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure, right? Because it says search your deck for up to and so.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm not saying that's the world's most exciting play, but it's a lot better than dying to this Bristly Bill.
Yeah, Bristly Bill is going to make a short clock here as well. Although I have to say, James hasn't had. I mean, we haven't seen the strip mine, for example. That would have just basically locked this thing up. So Gavin, maybe. I mean, let's see if he has that play that we talked about, because he just looked 3 deeper and found no land again.
Yeah, and he is shaking his head. Oh, he has Consider in hand.
Oh.
Okay, so he knows he can't bend the cards to get closer to the lands.
So he just has to rely on this Divining Top again?
Yeah.
So does the third card down land this time?
It's no. Oh no.
What, did he miss again?
It was
Seriously?
Confluence. Yes, it was Mystical Confluence on the third card.
Oh no. Another missed land drop for Gavin.
Top never misses 4 times.
That is incredibly unlucky. That is incredibly unlucky. I mean, honestly, seeing a Soul Ring isn't that big of a deal. Oh, but there's the closer. Nissa, who shakes the world, using that immediate bump from the Soul Ring. And now all of a sudden the damage is going to start flowing. I do not see a way out for Gavin at this point.
Well, I think Gavin is dead on board because Bristly Build doubles the counters. All your force cap for double mana, and those are 3+1/+1 counters on the Nissa land. So all the Nissa lands turn into 6s. That's
next turn you just pay 5 double up and it's GG.
Yeah, you're just dead on board, unfortunately.
Brutal way to end this for Gavin.
Listen, this is not what we want to see, but it is just unreal in its own sort of way, you know? And you can see Gavin too. He's just kind of shaking his head. Like you said, he's been playing for years. He understands the risk he took, but it is like, dang, not even one turn where we could do something besides spin our top.
I just can't believe that. I mean, he spin this top 3 times and can't find a land out of those. No way to shuffle here.
Yeah.
Wow. James Martin poised to take that second trophy. That'll actually even him up with Gavin and I'm sure a whole bunch of other people. And that's going to do it. James Martin is able to get across the finish line. Gavin Verhey just could not put together his mana in game 1 or 2, Mason. We saw only black mana there in the first game and not enough of it. And then here in the second game, no mana at all, just the 1 land.
Absolutely unreal. And I mean, you know, it happens. We've both done this. It's not like our first time seeing this happen, but it was very unlucky. And also spots too where he had to do things like force pitch consider, which gets him there. So I don't know. It was crazy. I'm glad we got to commentate this wild match together. We talked about, you know, before it happened, how, you know, love of Strip Mine, love of Tangle Wire, but we don't want to see the Vanisphere happen that way. You know, I want to see the Tangle Wire lock somebody up and then get them. But what are you going to do? Congratulations there, and a good run by Gavin.
Yeah, James picks up the win with his sweet Strip Mine deck, but that is going to do it. And in fact, that's going to do it for us here from CubeCon today. We will be back tomorrow with 2 more drafts at 9 a.m. Central Time?
Central Time,
yep. 9 a.m. And everything will be spun back up again with more Cube action. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and make sure to check out our donation page for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. We really appreciate everybody who does that. So for Mason Clark, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thanks so much. We'll see you tomorrow.